Chapter 1182. If not for the other party purposely mocking him, causing Xiao Chun to doubt him, he would not have found the other party's weakness so quickly. Clearly, Mo Ran could not accept such an answer. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "Just you wait. When my Earth-returning origin art reaches the 10th layer, I will no longer have any weaknesses. Then I will come back to take revenge for today." Right after Mo Ran spoke, he quickly left the arena while holding his wound. Then he left the city without looking back. Xiao Chun looked at the other party's departing figure and entered deep thought. He had already found the other party's weakness. In the end, when Xiao Chun chopped down, he did not even manage to break the other party's ribs. This fellow's physical body was indeed ridiculously strong. If Xiao Chun could fix this weakness, he would definitely be a difficult opponent to deal with. Xiao Chun took note of this youth expert from the human demon sea. After winning 2 matches in a row, Xiao Chun remained calm and composed. The spectators found his state incredulous. None of the people who could make it into the top 4 of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were weak. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses. However, Xiao Chun came with the forceful kill token. It looked like he could easily send Huang Yun and Mo Ran away without any mercy. What excellent judgment! Perhaps he can really break the 10,000-year-old record and become the first outstanding talent to succeed in killing someone with the forceful kill token. It is hard to say. The further he goes, the more trump cards he will expose, and the more exhausted he will be. While it looked like he won the earlier 2 matches easily, I am sure that he exhausted a significant amount of his law energy. That's right. Furthermore, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian are 2 great sword experts. They are not that easy to deal with. They are both aiming for the top rank. I wonder who Xiao Chun will choose for this match. Based on their earlier performances, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian seem to be about the same. If it were me, I would choose Sima Lingxian. Lung Xian's aura is too scary. I keep feeling that he is unfathomable. After 2 battles, the cultivators who did not have high hopes for Xiao Chun now had a glimmer of hope. They all started guessing the direction of the future battles. After defeating Mo Ran, Xiao Chun's expression still did not change. Xiao Chun looked around at Sima Lingxian and Lung Xian before fixing his gaze on Lung Xian. A cold wind blew, and the temperature in the arena plummeted. Lung Xian said expressionlessly, "I am Lung Xian of the Ice Sea. Please give me some pointers." After greeting Xiao Chun, Lung Xian's aura turned even colder. His gaze roamed around every corner of Xiao Chun's body. The swordsman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Xiao Chun showed any weakness, he would discover it in a breath's time and launch an attack at lightning speed. Xiao Chun's heart tightened. When he saw the other party's gaze, he knew that he had met a difficult opponent. This opponent was probably more difficult to deal with than the previous 2. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the arena. The 2 looked at each other, clashing their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they waited for the moment the other party lost his cool. Then they would make a move and gain the upper hand in one go. In a battle between a bladesman and a swordsman, the moment one made a move, the one who gained the upper hand would determine the outcome of the match. The one who gained the upper hand would not be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this was under the premise that the 2's cultivations were about the same. It was impossible for one to be perfect and flawless. Even if one stood still, one's aura fluctuated, one's state of mind fluctuated, one's thoughts fluctuated, and one's blood flowed at a steady pace. Without exception, there would always be an opening. A light seemed to flash in the 2's eyes amid the cold wind. At the same time, they caught hold of the other party's small opening and instantly attacked. The 2 drew their sabers and swords at the same time. Before they clashed, the Berserk Lightning Saber Soul and the Cold Sword Soul formed their own auras and clashed intensely. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly, spreading to every corner of the arena. It was like there were thousands of swords and sabers clashing with each other. Saber lights and sword images flickered everywhere. Lightning and ice clashed. Thunder roared together, tearing out countless bolts of lightning. The ice was merciless, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Dang! The 2 leaped up. Amid all sorts of mysterious phenomena, their figures flickered, and their sabers and swords clashed for the first time. The hum of the saber and the sword was like a dragon roar, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. A strand of golden sunlight descended, looking like holy light. It focused on the instant Xiao Chun and Ling Xian clashed, forming a shocking scene. Whoosh! 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 The two retreated the moment they clashed, executing their strong movement techniques and quickly exchanging moves. Every time the two clashed, the sound of sabers and swords clashing would turn into clear dragon roars soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds and sending down a strand of golden light. Be it Xiao Chen's thunder dragon steps or Ling Xian's mysterious footwork, they were both extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to clearly see their movements. Only when the sacred light descended did the two figures solidify into a picturesque scene in front of everyone's eyes. Watching the two's intense battle was like looking at an extremely marvelous painting. As one flipped through the pages, they gradually entered a wonderful state. As the painting imprinted itself in their minds fluctuated, and their bloodlines swelled. Flawless bright moon. Boundless water moon. After another 100 moves, the two, who were evenly matched, each executed a killing move and started an intense clash, trying to gain the upper hand. Two bright moons appeared behind each of them. Xiao Chen's saber light was the radiance of the bright moon when it was at its most resplendent, boundlessly tyrannical. However, Ling Xian's sword light was the serene, peaceful, and inseparable entanglement of the sea and the bright moon. It was much more complicated than Xiao Chen's simple tyranny. The two moons clashed. One side was the flawless moon, shining with unparalleled radiance. The other side was the reflection in the water. On the surface it looked like a moon, but in reality it was still a layer of cold water. After one move, the clouds in the sky, which were riddled with holes, completely shattered. A vast expanse of golden light poured down like a waterfall. Compared to the dark sky around them, the two people bathed in golden light appeared incredibly holy, even though their clothes were tattered and their bodies were bleeding profusely. There was an indescribable aura lingering around them. It caused people to feel a sense of worship in their hearts for no reason. The reason for this was that the two of them were true bladesmen and swordsmen. They possessed the extremely rare saber soul and sword soul in this world. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. Drops of blood slowly dripped off the tip of his saber. On the other side, drops of blood also dripped off the tip of Ling Xian's sword. The moment the two executed their killing moves, they simultaneously injured each other. However, the results were very different. Xiao Chun looked at Ling Xian and said, "Your sword technique is on par with my saber technique. However, my physical body is much stronger than yours. If we continue fighting, you will be the one to lose." Ling Xian's complexion paled slightly. He tacitly agreed with Xiao Chen's words, but he did not intend to admit defeat. "I still have one more chance. If I cannot defeat you with this move, I will admit defeat." This Ling Xian before Xiao Chun possessed a unique level of attainment in sword techniques, and was very strong. If not for his saber soul slightly restraining the other party and his physical body being much stronger than the other parties, Xiao Chun would not have been able to gain such a huge advantage in the earlier move. In the same move, Xiao Chen's saber light pierced through the other party's left chest. However, Ling Xian's sword light only opened a wound in his right shoulder, not even breaking a bone. Ling Xian's icy sword intent continuously corroded the wound, making Xiao Chun feel extremely uncomfortable. However, compared to Ling Xian's wound, Xiao Chen's was in a much better state. In terms of sword techniques, Xiao Chun believed that Ling Xian was no weaker than him. This was even because Ling Xian spent most of his time on his attainment in sword techniques. In terms of technique, Ling Xian might even be stronger than Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun held the advantage mainly because he had created his own flawless saber Dao. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun did not just cultivate saber techniques. His body tempering also stood out from the crowd, looking down on everyone. Unless the other party's sword techniques were much stronger than Xiao Chen's, Ling Xian would not be able to defeat Xiao Chun if they were evenly matched. Upon hearing that Ling Xian wanted to compete with him again, Xiao Chen's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of sword strike could make the other party feel that he could turn the situation around despite being at such a disadvantage? Xiao Chen said seriously, "Very well. I'll give you the opportunity to execute this sword strike. I will not drag this out." If Xiao Chun dragged things out, he would only need to exchange another 100 moves, not giving Lung Excian a chance to execute that sword strike. By relying on his physical body, Xiao Chun would be able to secure victory in this battle. Now, if Lung Excian sent out that sword strike, victory would be uncertain. However, Xiao Chun did not care. He had never intended to participate in this outstanding talent summit meeting in the first place. It was just an accident, throwing the Flame Rock Sovereign into this whirlpool. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. If Xiao Chun wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. As for victory or defeat, Xiao Chun was already very indifferent to it. His mental state already far surpassed that of his peers. Surprise flashed in Lung Excian's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun agreed so readily. It seemed like Xiao Chun was even more indifferent to victory than Lung Excian himself. Many thanks. Lung Excian bowed slightly and said sincerely after a while of silence. Such a scene moved the expressions of all the cultivators present. They could not help but admire the breadth of mind of the white-clad bladesman. Even after gaining a great advantage, Lung Excian could still calmly take a step back. All for the sake of seeing the sword strike that the other party said could defeat him. In everyone's mind there were two words: the demeanor of a king. Naturally, the one who felt this the deepest was none other than Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian kept feeling that he was on a completely different level from Xiao Chun. Even though their cultivations were similar and their martial techniques and cultivation techniques were weaker, Sima Lingxian still felt like he could never catch up. But he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. An indescribable sense of despair and pain appeared in his mind. Sima Lingxuan's right hand, which held the sword, trembled. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his nails dug into his flesh. Scarlet blood seeped out. "You are too polite. You and I are both passionate people. There is no need to be so reserved. Please." Xiao Chun extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Then he took a stance and held his breath. He did not dare to be careless when facing this unknown sword strike. Chapter 1183. Lung Excian quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wounds, preventing them from worsening. Then he took a deep breath and started to circulate all the law energy in his body. This sword move is called Million Mighty Ice Soldiers. It is a move that I created myself. It is not perfected yet, and even I cannot control its might. Brother Xiao, please be careful. Million Mighty Ice Soldiers? What a tyrannical name. They all say that your understanding of the will of ice is unique. In that case, I look forward to it. Buzz. Lung Excian's expression turned solemn, and the sword in his hand started humming. This humming was different from an ordinary sword humming. Everyone could hear the lofty sentiments of a powerful army amid this humming. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in all directions. A vast, hot-blooded killing chi continuously spread out from Lung Excian's body. It was hard to believe that the berserk killing chi came from Lung Excian, who looked like he did not have any hot-bloodedness at all. Lung Excian vomited a mouthful of blood on his sword. The humming sword suddenly stopped. All the aura in his body suddenly condensed and he thrust his sword forward fiercely. After that, Lung Excian stood where he was and quickly brandished his sword. Sword lights dazzled everyone's eyes. In one breath, Lung Excian executed more than 100 different sword moves. With one sword move, a million mighty ice soldiers swept through the four seas. Cold lights flickered, and absolute shadows drifted about. The moisture in the air froze under this sword move. These shadows turned into many illusory figures. Each of these figures held a sharp sword, and their long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword lights that Lung Excian sent out from where he stood shone on these figures. However, these figures became even more indistinguishable. Furthermore, the sword moves of each figure were different. It was like the sword lights that Lung Excian sent out from where he stood reflected on these countless figures. Sword images filled the arena without end. Although 1 million mighty ice soldiers was an exaggeration, the vast and boundless aura made everyone feel the tyrannical aura of 10,000 horses galloping through the air. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. As these boundless sword images charged over, they gave off a vast aura that could sweep through the world, making everyone feel extremely insignificant. No wonder this Lung Excian placed all his hopes on this sword move. This was indeed a horrifying sword move. His mind fell into a state of unprecedented nervousness. With a tap of his foot, he spun backward. Every time Xiao Chan spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would emerge from his body. In the first circle, a blood moon flew out. The red moonlight revealed a desolate feeling that reached the bottom of one's heart. The second time, blood-colored pale remnant flowers flew out of his body. The pale remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. On the third lap, a vast expanse of snow appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, and he couldn't see the end of it. Azure dragon images flew out from the fourth circle. A white-robed bladesman surrounded the dragon images. The dragon roars revealed the tyranny of a bladesman. On the fifth round, Xiao Chan stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slashed out with his saber. Before coming here, he had comprehended that the mysterious phenomenon that instant of glory required was not a blind number but a precise combination. The mysterious phenomenon moved according to Xiao Chen's will, forming different scrolls of glory to deal with all sorts of martial techniques. This was the true instant of glory that he comprehended after crossing the threshold. The blood moon, the pale remnant flowers, the snowy ground, the dragon images, the bladesman, and the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers in hot pursuit. When Xiao Chan executed the final saber strike, everything instantly gathered and formed an incredibly glorious scene. Such a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A blood moon hung high in the sky, boundless snow fell on the ground, and pale remnant flowers drifted in the air. A powerful bladesman soared into the sky, facing the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The moment Xiao Chan executed such an incredible martial technique, it deeply shocked all the spectating cultivators. Gorgeous, glorious, tyrannical, and profound. This saber strike was the instant of glory. With this saber strike, what can the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers do to me? Lung Xian's sword strike was already an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the will of ice could be used in such a manner. However, Xiao Chen's saber strike toppled everyone's understanding. It turned out that the saber could be used in such a manner as well. State of space? That's not right. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still far from it. I still have a chance. Lung Xian, who had stopped swinging his sword, was slightly startled. Then determination appeared in his eyes. Lung Xian pressed 2 fingers on his left hand against the blade of his sword. Then he ferociously sliced upwards, sending out a string of scarlet blood droplets. The glorious picture scroll was immediately stained with blood, and the desolate picture seemed even more miserable. The 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers, who were already suppressed, trembled. Their bodies were stained with blood as if they wanted to struggle free. Still not giving up? In that case, I will force back your 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. The tyrannical air of a king flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and the painting suddenly shattered. The instant the painting shattered, strands of spatial power tore it apart and made it dim. However, with the support of Lung Xian's blood, these sword-wielding figures did not get torn to shreds. These mighty ice soldiers, whose might had decreased significantly, still charged at Xiao Chan majestically. Lofty sentiments welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He held his saber with one hand and rooted his feet to the ground, not taking a single step back as he hacked down. Boom! 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 Xiao Chan brought out his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul without holding back. Then he materialized the blue dragon battle armor and chopped down again and again. Thunder rumbled endlessly. With the roar of 10,000 bolts of lightning, the weakened 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers were forced back. One man and one saber forced back 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The countless sword-wielding figures forced Lung Xian to stop. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. I've lost. Lung Xian accepted his defeat. He smiled bitterly and bowed politely, admitting defeat. Then, he picked up his sword and silently left the arena. If Xiao Chan had not reached the threshold of instant of glory, allowing him to assemble the painting as he pleased, he would not have been able to block this sword strike. In the past, the instant of glory would not have been able to block this sword strike. Even now, Xiao Chan had not won easily. Lung Xian's law energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of spectators all stood up and cheered for Xiao Chan and Lung Xian, who left the arena. The reason was none other than that the final clash between the saber and the sword was simply too marvelous, inspiring excitement in everyone's hearts. They wished they could experience it for themselves. However, given Xiao Chen's current state and the fact that he still had to face this final battle, everyone could not help but worry. Unexpectedly, after the cheers ended, Xiao Chen's final opponent, Sima Lingxian, made a shocking decision. Huang Yuan and Mo Ran and Lung Xian were defeated one after another. Now Xiao Chen, who came with the forceful charge token, only had to face his final opponent, Sima Lingxian. However, in Xiao Chen's current state, he had used several killing moves consecutively and fought continuously. Furthermore, his opponents were all outstanding talents of the same generation. His law energy was nearly exhausted, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. This was especially so for Lung Xian's 1 million mighty ice soldiers. Although Xiao Chen had relied on his own strength to force back the 1 million mighty soldiers, he was significantly injured as well. Mist covered his bloody wounds. With the obstruction of the ice sword in tent, Xiao Chen found it hard to recover from his injuries. If Xiao Chen wanted to recover quickly, he had to stop and focus on removing the ice sword in tent. After that, given his physical body, his wounds would heal in a few breaths. However, according to the rules of the challenge, Xiao Chen had no time to stop. He needed to drag his body to face his final opponent. However, under such a situation which favored Sima Lingxian, he unexpectedly said, "I admit defeat." Sima Lingxuan's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes filled with pain and his right hand, which held the sword, trembled. No one knew why he was in such a situation. After saying such a thing, Sima Lingxian suddenly chose to admit defeat despite holding the upper hand. It really caused an uproar, and many people didn't expect this. The old man in the city lord's residence was clearly stunned for a while. After a long time he said, "Sima Lingxian, have you thought it through? Are you really going to admit defeat? In such a situation, even if I win, what is the point? What is the point? 10 years have passed, and I am still inferior to him. What is all my hard work worth?" Sima Lingxian seemed to enter a berserk state. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair and pain. Ha! Suddenly, Sima Lingxian drew his sword and chopped it with his palm. This treasure sword that had accompanied him for 10 years broke. The treasure sword broke into many pieces, injuring his palm until it bled profusely. Such a scene stunned everyone. They did not know what kind of blow Sima Lingxian had suffered. The empty-handed Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. Then he rushed off into the distance without looking back. Aside from Xiao Chen, no one knew what happened. As Xiao Chen watched Sima Lingxian leave, he felt sorrowful in his heart. He understood Sima Lingxuan's helplessness, despair, rage, and pain. Back then, when Xiao Chen first left Mo City in the Sky Dome realm, he lost to Chu Chaoyun in half a move. That was also a kind of helplessness and despair. Xiao Chen was fortunate. In the final battle of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, he defeated Chu Chaoyun and got rid of his heart demon. From then on, he set off on an even more glorious path. However, Sima Lingxian worked hard for 10 years and made a name for himself in Dark City. However, when Sima Lingxian saw that he still could not defeat Xiao Chen, his heart inevitably crumbled and he fell into complete despair. This was how cruel this great age was. Sima Lingxian waited for despair. In that case, what awaited Xiao Chen was despair as well. If Xiao Chen saw the undefeatable Chu Chaoyun 10 years later, would he crumble like Sima Lingxian today? No matter what, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting came to an end. Xiao Chen became the first outstanding talent to use the forceful kill token in 10,000 years. Xiao Chen obtained all the prizes for the top 4 places, a total of 5,000 essence stones and 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was full of climaxes and surprises. All sorts of changes dazzled everyone. The white-robed bladesman's powerful charge and defeat 3 people in a row. Furthermore, he beat up the crowd while drunk and chopped down the metal testing puppet with one saber strike. This would definitely spread Xiao Chen's name everywhere. This was especially so for the final battle with Lung Xian. It was an eye-opener, a sight that left everyone sighing in amazement. That moment of glory was something that all the cultivators present would never be able to forget. It would be forever imprinted in their minds. Chapter 1184. After rushing back to the Flame Rock Castle with Ba Yan and Ba Tu, Xiao Chun handed 2 of the 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques to the 2 of them. He only kept 1 medial-grade profound martial technique for bladesmen and the 5,000 essence stones. Not to mention the importance of the medial-grade profound martial technique, just the 5,000 essence stones were already a bountiful harvest for Xiao Chun. With so many essence stones, he would have no problem quickly cultivating to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. By the time he reached the human demon sea, his cultivation would have reached peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time he could go to the Thunder King's cave to search for the death fruit. The timing would be just right. After arriving at the Flame Rock Castle, Xiao Chun immediately headed to his courtyard. How could he not know that the hemp-robed old man was the famous peak expert of the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign? The moment Xiao Chun entered the courtyard, he discovered that Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man were currently working on the dragon-subduing platform. They were doing major renovations to the already repaired dragon-subduing platform. What are they doing? That's not right. How did Ao Jiao get together with this old man? Xiao Chun felt like his brain could not keep up. After sleeping for half a month, too many things had happened that he did not know about. Little Yellow Feather was the first to discover Xiao Chun. It let out a sharp cry and immediately flew over, landing on Xiao Chun's shoulder. Xiao Chun tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. This made the little fellow very happy, flying around Xiao Chun. The hemp-robed old man raised his head and smiled. Big sister Ao Jiao, look who is back. Bang! When Ao Jiao heard that, her face darkened. She raised her hand and punched, sending the hemp-robed old man flying again. This startled Xiao Chun. He stepped forward and said, Ao Jiao, this is a senior. Don't mess around. Who knew? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Senior. Let's see if he dares to call me senior. Ignore this old man. How is the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? Did it fail or succeed? That old geezer sent me away, and without a word of discussion, he threw you over. I was so worried. Ao Jiao asked out of concern, changing to a smiling expression. She revealed a charming smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it looks like these 2 are old acquaintances. He relaxed and gave a simple account of what happened at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Haha, I was right? I told you not to worry, but you did not believe me. The hemp-robed old man walked over while laughing. He did not put on any airs, not showing the temper of a sovereign martial emperor at all. Ao Jiao's face darkened, still ignoring him. Half an hour later, Xiao Chun finally understood the relationship between Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man, the Flame Rock Sovereign. 1,000 years ago was when the Thunder King Sang Mu was at his peak. At that time, Sang Mu was already a famous martial emperor, known as the strongest person under sovereign martial emperors. Several sovereign martial emperors did not even dare to fight with Sang Mu, fearing that they would lose their reputation if they lost. When Ao Jiao accompanied the Thunder King to the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign was only a child of 13 or 14 years old, just starting to show his talent. The Thunder King was very discerning, immediately recognizing the Flame Rock Sovereign's talent. While he was in the Black Sea, he taught the Flame Rock Sovereign for some time. Although they were not master and disciple, they could be considered half a disciple and a guide. Later, when the Flame Rock Sovereign broke through to Emperor Wu, the Thunder King personally protected him, preventing his enemies from interfering and allowing him to successfully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The Flame Rock Sovereign returned the favor. When the Thunder King broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he risked his life to help Sang Mu clear his sovereign tribulation. The 2 were like teachers and friends. In the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart, the Thunder King Sang Mu would forever be a senior and a good friend. He felt even more gratitude and respect. Hey, speaking of which, senior, why do you keep calling Ao Jiao big sister? Xiao Chun asked casually after he understood what was going on. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard that, he guffawed endlessly. Then he said in a sorrowful tone, It's a long story. Back then I was also very miserable. Under someone's punches I was forced to call her big sister. If I did not, I would have been taught a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter. Now I call her that the moment I see her and I still get beaten up. The Flame Rock Sovereign's aggrieved expression made Xiao Chan smile involuntarily. He roughly understood what was going on. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Ao Jiao still looked like a little girl. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign really became an old man. If such a person continued to call her big sister, he would definitely get angry. However, anger was anger. Xiao Chan could tell that the two's actions were mostly playful, reminiscing about the past. After playing around, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a serious expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and said, "I heard from Big Sister that you want to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance?" The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting ended. However, the discussions about the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were far from over. All the cultivators in Dark City, from the most popular conflagration restaurant to the simple and crude wine stalls at the roadside, discussed this extraordinary Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The reason was none other than this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There were simply too many things worth discussing. The magnificent martial techniques that the white-robed bladesman displayed, the unique comprehensions of the will of ice and the will of storm, the previous overlord Huang Yun's unexpected defeat, and so on. Of course, there was also the most shocking scene. When Sima Lingxian held the upper hand, he suddenly forfeited and admitted defeat. Sima Lingshuan's strength went without saying. After Huang Yun left, he was the most dazzling of all the outstanding youths in Dark City. Many people had expected that the biggest highlight of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would be the peak showdown between the old and the new outstanding talents. However, such a dazzling outstanding talent, who received so much attention, suddenly crumbled after Xiao Chan displayed his strength. This was simply incomprehensible. Some people said that Sima Lingxian had the air of a gentleman and did not want to defeat Xiao Chan, who was in a terrible state. Others said that Sima Lingxian could tell that Xiao Chan still had trump cards that he had not used yet. If he lost to Xiao Chan under such circumstances, he would lose even more face. However, no one could guess what the truth was. The scene of Sima Lingxian drawing his sword and chopping it off with one palm was a ghastly sight. There had to be a story between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian that others did not know. However, if the person in question did not say it, others would never be able to guess it. However, the more unfathomable something was, the more it piqued people's curiosity. They could not forget it and discussed it endlessly. As for the main character of this incident, after Sima Lingxian rushed out of Dark City, he appeared dispirited. He walked forward in a daze, not knowing where he was going. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing of the passers-by, completely ignoring them. After 10 years of hard work and boundless glory, Sima Lingxian felt lofty and hot-blooded, wanting to wash away his shame. However, reality was cruel. Those who wanted to chase after Sima Lingxian could only see his back. He was as tall as a mountain, forcing people to look up at him. Blood flowed continuously from Sima Lingshuan's hand as he walked. He did not know how long he had walked, but the edge of Dark Island was already before him. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. However, suddenly Sima Lingxian stopped. His chaotic mind suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure at the edge of the island. That was an imposing figure standing in front of the sea. The vast and boundless sea did not seem like much. Only this figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Hu Qi. That figure slowly turned around and moved 10 kilometers like he had teleported. Then, he appeared before Sima Lingxian. Adoptive father. Sima Lingxian could not say anything. His voice sounded choked with emotion. This person was the newly promoted Great Bandit of the Black Sea, the Sovereign Martial Emperor Sex Buxiong, Sima Lingshuan's adoptive father. Sima Lingxian thought about how his adoptive father nurtured him, how much he hoped for him, and how much he cared for him like a relative. Sima Lingxian choked with emotion. He felt very useless. Guilt filled his heart, and tears almost flowed out uncontrollably. When Zhong Buxiong saw this scene, his heart ached slightly. He patted Sima Lingshuan's shoulder and did not say anything. Sima Lingxian could no longer control himself. He rushed forward and hugged Sima Lang, crying bitterly. Adoptive father, this child is useless. In the end, I did not manage to take this step. I have let adoptive father down. What kind of pressure did a 7-foot man have to endure to make him burst into tears? In this black sea that did not believe in tears and did not pity the weak, Sima Lingxian cried so sorrowfully. Zhong Buxiong did not say anything. He only released Sima Lingxian after he had cried enough. This vicious and merciless person, who killed all the cultivators of the previous great bandit's bloodline, revealed a benevolent expression in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. I know about the Outstanding Talent Summit meetings matter. At the last moment you chose to let go. In my opinion, you did not use an unfair battle to obtain victory to numb yourself. I feel very gratified. If you had really chosen to make a move in that battle, in my opinion, you would not have been able to walk out of the shadow of hatred. Even if you became a martial emperor, you would not have been able to be conferred a king. Zhong Buxiong slowly said something that Sima Lingxian did not expect. Sima Lingxian gaped and said, "Adoptive father, don't overthink. You did well. Don't place too much importance on this mental barrier. In everyone's life, there will always be some opponents who will make you feel despair. You will never be able to surpass them. What we need to do is not to compete with these people. Back then, your father did not understand harming you and harming himself. Living in this world, we have to live for ourselves, not for our opponents." Sima Lingxian did not understand. He asked anxiously, "Adoptive father, are you asking me to resign myself to fate?" It is not resignation. Let me ask you this. In the past 10 years, have you slacked off? No. Have you given up on working hard? No. Have you felt that you are wasting your time, not improving at all? No. A few quick questions caused Sima Lingxian's confused eyes to slowly light up. Now, he answered with more and more strength. "Do you still feel that you are useless?" Sima Lingxian replied sullenly. "No." "Very good. In that case, let me tell you. Xiao Chun swept through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's younger generation. Even the disciples of the primes lost to him. In the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Among these people are the descendants of primes, the successors of the deity sovereigns, the disciples of the ghost monarch, the disciples of the corpse god. Every one of them is an outstanding talent." Zhong Buxiong enunciated every word with a heavy tone. Chapter 1185. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. "Adoptive father, you never told me all this before." "I never told you either. If Xiao Chun does not advance to martial emperor within 4 years, he will have only 20 more years of lifespan, becoming a meteor and disappearing in a flash." Zhong Buxiong continued. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he was flabbergasted. This news was simply too shocking, completely unexpected. You feel that he is so strong that he makes others despair, putting you under a mountain of pressure. However, can your pressure be greater than his? Zhong Buxiong continued. Look at him. He looks like he is about to collapse. Many people in the heavenly starry ocean are laughing at him. After the Qing Emperor, many people in the Kunlun realm are waiting for him to become a meteor. In terms of pressure, among the outstanding talents of this generation, no one can surpass him. Zhong Buxiong continued. I can accept that your talent is not as good as his and your luck is not as good as his. However, don't lose to him in this aspect. A man has to cry unbridledly for once. Tears are the most precious thing in this world. You have to celebrate the fact that you can still cry. Some people can't even cry when they want to. Zhong Buxiong's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Sima Lingxian and startling him to his senses, freeing him from the mental barrier that had plagued him for 10 years. Unexpectedly, there were too many unexpected things. The person whom Sima Lingxian regarded as his lifelong rival had actually experienced so much in the Kunlun realm in the past 10 years. Adoptive father, thank you. Sima Lingxian had many things to say, but he did not know how to express them. He could only say thank you. Zhong Buxiong smiled happily. He knew that Sima Lingxian had completely broken free of his mental barrier. In this age of geniuses, Sima Lingxian's future accomplishments would definitely surpass his own. Zhong Buxiong did not have any children. Back then, when he saved this child from the hands of the Black Sea pirates, he knew that this was a gift from heaven. Ha ha ha. Come, father will bring you out to drink. Wipe away your tears and let's go celebrate. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not know about Sima Lingxian's transformation. At this moment, he was in the Flame Rock Castle, receiving an exceptionally serious interrogation from the Flame Rock Sovereign. Are you going to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? Of course he had to inherit it. Otherwise, how could he obtain the extinct death fruit? If he did not cultivate the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor, he would not be able to break through the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm and enter the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm within a year. Therefore, when he heard from Ao Jiao that there was a death fruit in the treasure left behind by the Thunder King, Xiao Chun agreed without much thought. In fact, he had already guessed that there was a hidden story. With the huge amount of resources left behind by the Thunder King, with Ao Jiao's concern for him, she should have told him long ago. In the end, it dragged on until he had to obtain the Thunder King's relic before he agreed to bring him to the location of the Thunder King's relic. Seeing Xiao Chun nod, the Flame Rock Sovereign looked at Ao Jiao and asked, "Big sis, you did not tell him what kind of responsibility there is for inheriting the Thunder King's relic, right?" Ao Jiao revealed a complicated expression. Then she shook her head and did not say anything. Indeed, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed an expression of understanding. Then he looked at the confused Xiao Chun and said, "Big sis did not tell you. In that case, I'll tell you. The person who inherits the Thunder King's relic has to take revenge for him and find out who killed him." Xiao Chun felt confused. There did not seem to be anything wrong with this. Since he inherited the Thunder King's relic, taking revenge for him was naturally reasonable. "Brat, it looks like you really do not know what the consequences are for inheriting the Thunder King's relic?" The Flame Rock Sovereign said with a grave expression. "If it were that simple, I would have inherited the Thunder King's relic many years ago." The Flame Rock Sovereign showed some helplessness on his face. A clear trace of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. The Flame Rock Sovereign was a completely different person from his usual joking attitude. Given the Flame Rock Sovereign's current cultivation, he would not gain any benefits from inheriting the Thunder King's relic. What the Flame Rock Sovereign wanted to do was to take revenge for the Thunder King. However, the matter did not seem that simple. Hence, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not dare to make a move casually. Perhaps he felt a deep fear of this unknown enemy. The Flame Rock Sovereign said unhurriedly, "You don't understand. You simply don't understand how strong the Thunder King was back then. When he advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could already challenge the Prime Thunder King. However, he only barely lost to him by one move." In the past, Xiao Chun did not understand how strong the Thunder King was. However, when he heard Ao Jiao talk about the Thunder King, Sang Mu lost to the Thunder King by one move, Xiao Chun did not have a clear idea. However, the scene at the King Conferral Ceremony, where the Thunder Sovereign faced the Heaven-abandoning Deity Sovereign and the Heaven-punishing Corpse God alone without any fear, showed how strong the Thunder Sovereign was. Even when two primes worked together, they could not suppress the Thunder King. In other words, if Sang Mu had not challenged the Thunder King but Emperor Forsaken or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God, the winner would definitely have been the Thunder King Sang Mu. The faction behind the person who dares to kill the Thunder King might involve a prime. Xiao Chun felt like this was a blow to his head. The number of primes in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Including the primes of the oceanic world, there were no more than 2 hands. Primes represented the strongest people in this world. They had already touched the bottleneck of the peak of the martial epoch. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xiao Chun, not wanting him to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. If the one who killed the Thunder King was a prime, then it would be impossible for Xiao Chun to take revenge. Most of the primes of the Kunlun realm were gathered in the Kunlun continent. Back then, the Thunder King had been surrounded and attacked in the Kunlun continent. In that case, was the prime who killed him the deity race's Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God? When Xiao Chun raised these questions, the Flame Rock Sovereign rejected them all. He shook his head and said, "No, the Thunder King is not dead. These people would not dare to make a move on Big Brother Sang Mu. He killed the bearer of luck of my human race. The Thunder King's revenge will not rest until he dies." Those who feared the Thunder King's revenge would definitely not make a move. That was to say, the few primes of the Kunlun realm on the surface were not the ones who killed the Thunder King. This was because these primes all had factions and clansmen behind them that they could not bear to part with. They would not dare to fall out with the Thunder King. In that case, if it was not these people, then who was the one behind this? The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss? The 18 demon monarchs were all as strong as sovereign martial emperors. The top few were even as strong as primes. There were detailed records of all these during the past few demonic tribulations. However, if the demon monarchs wanted to cross the barrier of the sky and enter the Kunlun realm, they would cause a startling commotion. If the demon monarchs really did this, then the cause of the Thunder King's death would not be a mystery to this day, something that no one could resolve. Based on the current information, after the duel between Sang-Mu and the Thunder King, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's ancestor leaked the information, revealing Sang-Mu's whereabouts. After that, Sang-Mu fought with the mysterious Cultivator with severe injuries, leaving behind an irreversible fatal wound. At this point there was no hope for him. The news of the Thunder King's death quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. After that, the Thunder King went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land, to ask for a lunar stone with divine nature to protect Ao Jiao. After that failed, he killed the holy scion of that time and forcefully snatched away the complete divine-grade lunar stone. After that, the Thunder King made arrangements for his inheritance and returned to the Sky Dome realm, the place where his legend began. Because the Thunder King was already a dead person, although he broke the rule that Emperor Wu could not come to the Sky Dome realm, he did not receive any blame or investigation. Who would care so much about a dead person? Whether the mysterious cultivator who left a fatal wound on the Thunder King was dead or alive was still unknown. Right now, the only key to solving this mystery was the Eternal Heavenly Sword ancestor. In the past, no one knew of the existence of this Eternal Heavenly Sword ancestor. They even thought that he had died long ago. However, Xiao Chen knew that not only was this person alive, but he was also closely related to the Thunder King's death. There was still a chance. As long as Xiao Chen could pry open this person's mouth, he would be able to learn the truth behind the Thunder King's death. I will inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. Even if the person who killed him will drag in a prime, I will not have any fear. Xiao Chen never hesitated. Even if it was a prime, he did not fear it. He only hesitated because he wanted to figure out the crux of this matter and see if he could solve this mystery. Since the mystery could be solved, there was no need for Xiao Chen to hold back. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not feel surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. He sighed and said, I knew that you would not hesitate because of this. However, you should not push yourself too hard at any time. There are still many people behind you who care about you. Worry about your own life. Don't make those people sad. As the Flame Rock Sovereign said this, his gaze wandered around Ao Jiao. The person he was referring to went without saying. Feeling the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Ao Jiao smiled and said, Old man, don't try to boost his morale with your words. My Xiao Chen might be able to become a prime in the future and sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, Sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. This goal is really big. Even the current Thunder King is only shaking the world with his might. Whether it was a joke or a bold statement, sweeping through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. This ultimate goal was deeply imprinted in Xiao Chen's heart. 3 days later, Xiao Chen went to the Dark Blood Pool to collect the final reward of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Perhaps Xiao Chen's physical body had already reached a certain level, and needed to rely on the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art to improve it. The Dark Blood Pool did not have a significant effect on Xiao Chen. After coming out, Xiao Chen took his leave in a low-profile manner. Then he left Dark City and headed for the distant Human Demon Sea. When Xiao Chen thought about Yu Bingyun, who had agreed to travel with him, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, he still had to walk this path. If he wanted to sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, he had to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years first. The white-robed bladesman left just like that. However, many cultivators would never forget his deeds for the rest of their lives. After this short trip to the Black Sea, the name of the white-robed Xiao Chen would become a legend among cultivators thousands of years later. Whether Xiao Chen was willing or not, his legendary journey would continue. Whoosh! The bright and beautiful sunlight descended. The sun that Xiao Chen had not seen in a long time returned to his eyes. After flying at full speed for 10 days, the Flood Dragon War Chariot finally brought Xiao Chen out of the Human Demon Sea. It was time to say goodbye to the lingering dark clouds, the most distinctive dark clouds of the Black Sea. During this short trip to the Black Sea, Xiao Chan had gained a lot. He obtained the life and death art that the Blood Sword Sovereign left behind on Blackwater Island, and found the secret technique for breaking through to great perfection in advance, the Blue-Robed Emperor. Chapter 1186. At the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, Xiao Chan successfully obtained an authentic medial-grade profound martial technique, and several thousand essence stones that could support him until he reached peak great perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor. He got to see outstanding talents from different sea regions. While they might not be a match for Xiao Chan, they gave Xiao Chan a different combat experience. Xiao Chan now knew that there was always someone better. On the path of the martial Tao, there would always be geniuses who could come up with wondrous ideas that he could not even imagine. In 10 days, Xiao Chan had a rough understanding of the medial-grade profound martial technique that he obtained. He discovered that this medial-grade profound martial technique was extremely hard to comprehend. This medial-grade profound martial technique was called Thousand-Year Hegemony Establishment. It was boundlessly tyrannical and involved the will of kingship, as well as some of the mysteries of the state of time. Even the current primes could not comprehend the state of time. Naturally, Xiao Chan did not either. As Xiao Chan read on, it was as he expected. The one who researched this martial technique was a powerhouse from the ancient era, Emperor Wu. That was the Kunlun realm's most glorious era of the martial Tao, when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages filled the streets. Xiao Chan estimated that he would need at least 1 month to understand the meaning of the martial technique. After that, he would need another 5 days to understand some of the basics. After that, he would practice for half a month to see if he could use it as he pleased. If Ba Tu and Ba Yu, who also obtained medial-grade profound martial techniques, or Zhao Feng knew about such a fast comprehension speed, they would definitely cry. That Zhao Feng worked hard for 2 months and barely managed to execute a medial-grade profound martial technique. He could not control it freely at all. Its true might was not even as strong as the inferior-grade profound martial techniques that Xiao Chan was familiar with. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front. The wind was as sharp as a saber, seeming like it could tear through the air. Xiao Chan put down the secret manual and looked over. He saw a flock of large birds with metallic feathers 20 kilometers away, flying in his direction in a flock. Xiao Chan sensed that these birds were blue-robed emperor-level ferocious beasts. The strong wind from their wings increased instead of weakening after 10 kilometers. Troublesome. There were too many gales. If an ordinary blue-robed emperor was surrounded by these wind blades, they would inevitably suffer some flesh wounds. Frowning slightly, Xiao Chen's eyes shone with a golden light and a white light. The solar true flame and the lunar true flame flew out at the same time and chased each other. Soon, an enormous Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared before the war chariot. All the wind blades that flew over were completely incinerated when they collided with the flame diagram. After Xiao Chan withdrew the yin-yang flame diagram, he waved his hand, and little yellow feather flew out excitedly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chan flew towards the flock of ferocious birds. When these large birds got close, they were no longer a threat to Xiao Chan. They were suitable for Little Yellow Feather to practice with. Ignoring Little Yellow Feather's situation, Xiao Chan took out the sea chart and looked at it. He felt somewhat melancholic as he discovered that the sea chart stopped at the Black Sea. The Human Demon Sea was already at the edge of the oceanic world. Most of the sea region between the Black Sea and the Human Demon Sea was the Desolate Sea. Furthermore, it was very large. There were very few accurate sea charts in the heavenly starry ocean that could record such a large area. Xiao Chan could only find a general direction and explore it slowly. Driving the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chan continued his journey. For the remaining 10 days, Xiao Chan only saw the vast sea and speckled desolate islands. Occasionally, he ran into all sorts of ferocious beasts. However, he did not see anyone. Xiao Chan wondered if this Flood Dragon War Chariot was too fast, causing him to go in the wrong direction. If the war chariot was too fast and went in the wrong direction by the time he reacted, he might end up in a completely different direction. On this particular day, Xiao Chan finished cultivating and used the essence stone in his hand. The instant he opened his eyes, he happened to see a group of cultivators in the air. He immediately revealed an expression of joy. After more than 20 days without seeing anyone, one could easily imagine Xiao Chen's current mood. Under Xiao Chen's command, The 4 blue-robed emperor-level flood dragons sped towards that group of people. This was a group of blue-robed emperor-level experts. The leader was a gray-robed, middle-aged man with a mature air. He was a consummation blue-robed emperor-level cultivator. When he saw Xiao Chan driving the flood dragon war chariot over, he waved his hand and immediately got everyone to raise their guard. Friends, there is no need to worry. We do not have any malicious intentions. We are just here to ask for directions. Xiao Chan stopped the flood dragon war chariot 5 kilometers away and made his intentions clear, lest there be any unexpected problems. What a strong war chariot! The 4 flood dragons are all blue-robed emperor level. This is probably the peak king grade war chariot. It is really awe-inspiring. Big brother, that brat seems to be only a great perfection blue-robed emperor-level cultivator. Furthermore, he is alone. As Xiao Chun sized up this group of people, they all sized up Xiao Chun as well. When they saw the flood dragon war chariot, their eyes lit up. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed, middle-aged man as well. However, when he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly calmed down and stopped his restless subordinates. This is the Dragon Grave Sea. Where did you come from? The middle-aged man asked as he performed a cupped fist salute. This gesture also expressed his goodwill. It was an unspoken rule among cultivators. Xiao Chun put away the flood dragon war chariot and arrived before this group of people with a flash. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, I come from the Dark Sea. What sea region is this Dragon Grave Sea? I have never heard of it before. Can you tell me how far it is from the Human Demon Sea? The gray-robed man smiled and said, The Dragon Grave Sea is just a small sea region. It is normal not to have heard of it. However, I believe you have heard of the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, one of the 8 great forbidden lands. Distant Sea Dragon Grave Sea. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up as he guessed something. He said, Could it be that one of the 8 great forbidden lands, the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, is in this Dragon Grave Sea? The gray-robed man nodded and said, This is how the Dragon Grave Sea got its name. Our group is planning to go to a dragon grave to adventure. If you want to go to the Human Demon Sea, the direction is correct. However, it is still very far away. Xiao Chan thanked the gray-robed man and asked, Can you sell me a sea chart? I can pay a high price for it. Unexpectedly, the black-robed man shook his head and rejected Xiao Chan. Just as Xiao Chan felt suspicious, the black-robed man pointed in a direction and said, If you follow this direction for another 500 kilometers, you will see an archipelago. It is very cheap to buy a sea chart there. There is no need to spend a lot of money to buy it from me. When Xiao Chan heard this, he could not help having a good impression of this middle-aged man. He said, I am Xiao Chan. Can I know your name? If we meet again in the future, I will definitely thank you heavily. The gray-robed man smiled faintly and said, I am Lu Hao. There is no need to thank me heavily. It is just a small favor. After they parted, one of the gray-robed man's companions immediately said excitedly, Big brother Lu, how could you just watch as a fat lamb slipped away? Indeed. Just that flood dragon war chariot is worth tens of millions of black astral coins. It is much better than us going to the dragon grave to try our luck. It is just a great perfection blue-robed emperor. There are so many of us and Big Brother is a consummation blue-robed emperor. What is there to fear? The gray-robed man's expression turned serious as he said coldly, You are short-sighted. Not to mention this person, just his eyes alone made me not dare to underestimate him. Just based on the fact that he heard your discussion and still dared to come alone, it means that he is not someone we can deal with. Seeing that there were still a few people in the group who were not convinced, the gray-robed man could not be bothered with them. This group had been put together at the last minute and did not have a deep relationship with them. Some people's hearts had already changed. There was no point in trying to force them to stay together. If any of you want to leave the group, you better scram now. Otherwise, you might end up harming everyone after you go to the dragon grave, the gray-robed man said coldly. The moment the gray-robed man said that, a few people immediately felt tempted. Without saying anything else, they flew in the direction that Xiao Chan had taken. When these people were far away, Lu Hao said indifferently, There is no need to care about them. They are already dead people. Lu Hao's confident tone sent a chill down the backs of some of the people who did not go. After putting away the fled dragon war chariot, Shao Chun, who was dressed lightly, followed the direction that the gray-robed man Lu Hao pointed. After walking for 1 hour, he finally saw the silhouette of an island. That was right. It was indeed a group of islands densely packed together, forming a large group of islands. If one looked down from the sky, one would discover that the silhouette of this group of islands resembled a coiling dragon. Normally, one would not see any islands in the desolate sea. Now that he saw so many islands, Shao Chun revealed a gratified smile. He no longer had to worry about going the wrong way and getting lost. Suddenly, Shao Chun frowned. He lowered his head to look at the sea under his feet, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, when he sent his spiritual sense to the bottom of the sea, he revealed an expression of relief. Shao Chun had only exchanged a few words with that gray-robed man. However, based on his intuition, Shao Chun concluded that this gray-robed man was more cautious and experienced. Although this gray-robed man was greedy, he could control himself well. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. When Shao Chun noticed that someone was following him at the bottom of the sea, he found it strange that the gray-robed man had returned. When he used his spiritual sense to see that it was the other three, he understood. Shao Chun's lips curled up in a faint smile as he stopped. He could not be bothered to waste time with these people. He circulated all the law energy in his body and took the initiative to strike the sea, throwing a palm strike. A resplendent bright moon that looked like fire exploded in the deep sea, kicking up towering waves that surged up continuously for 50 kilometers around. When Shao Chun raised his palm strike, he executed his killing move, the 1,000-year flame. The bright moon exploded in the water, carrying Shao Chun's lofty aspirations. It kicked up 1,000 layers of waves and soared through the clouds. Following a few cries, 3 figures leaped out of the water. All of them were covered in wounds, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Although the vast explosive force of the 1,000-year flame was split among the 3, it was somewhat reduced. However, these 3 were caught off guard. They were still thinking about how to sneak attack Shao Chun when the 1,000-year flame struck them while they were unprepared, severely injuring them in an instant. The unexpected palm strike immediately dispelled these 3's thoughts of robbing Shao Chun. Horror appeared in their eyes as they tacitly split up and fled. Since Shao Chun had already made a move, he had no intention of letting these 3 off. If they wanted to target him, then they had to be prepared to pay the price. A murderous intent flashed in Shao Chun's eyes as he executed Thunder Dragon steps. With every step he took, hundreds of lightning dragons shot out of the seawater. Chapter 1187. One step, one saber strike. After 3 saber strikes, the 3 figures merged. The already severely injured 3 people were chopped in half by the Thunder Dragon chop. This place was already not far from that island. Many cultivators passed by this place. When these people saw Shao Chun's means, they were all skilled and bold. They did not fear him at all as they pointed and discussed the saber techniques that Shao Chun executed in soft voices. What an incredible bladesman! I don't think I've seen him before. He is probably new. He is only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but he can erupt with the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is indeed strong. That's nothing. After all, this dragon grave sea does not lack experts. It is not strange. Shao Chun sheathed his saber. This was a small interlude and the discussions of the bystanders. However, Shao Chun did not care too much about them as he rushed to the island. Shao Chun arrived at a nearby island and bought a sea chart from a shop. Then he spent a little more black astral coins to obtain the information on the Dragon Grave Sea. As its name suggested, the Dragon Grave Sea was named after the distant sea dragon grave, one of the 8 great forbidden lands. The distant sea dragon grave was somewhat similar to the savage continent's dragon burial mound. They were both mysterious lands where dragons were buried. However, one was on land and the other was the sea. Other than the famous forbidden ground, the distant sea dragon tomb, there were other dragon tombs of various sizes and dangers in this region of the sea. The dragon graves contain true dragon remains worth cities as well as all sorts of natural treasures. If one could obtain any one of them, they would make a huge profit. Furthermore, the dragon graves in this sea all contained extremely precious burial items, which was very wondrous. It was like these distant ancient true dragons were a race with their own civilization. The burial items included not only all sorts of secret treasures, divine materials, but even martial techniques. Hence, there were many foreign blue-robed emperor cultivators in this archipelago. All of them came to explore the dragon graves, hoping to obtain fortuitous encounters that belonged to them. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He was not interested in these dragon graves. Instead, he thought that since there were so many dragon graves, there would definitely be a lot of dragon soul secret treasures and all sorts of natural treasures. Xiao Chun had always needed secret treasures containing dragon souls. Now that the blue dragon body nourishing art had reached the crucial point of the second layer, he urgently needed some secret treasures containing dragon souls to help him break through. There were also many heavenly and earthly treasures. There might even be the flower of life that he needed. The death fruit was among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. There was no need to worry about it. As for the flower of life, it was something that gave Xiao Chun a headache. Normally, the flower of life only appeared in the human demon sea. Furthermore, it was extremely rare and had not been seen for many years already. There was little hope of finding it here. However, it was good to try his luck. If he could not find it, he would go to the human demon sea to think of another way. "Boss, are there any underground markets here?" Xiao Chun asked the shop owner. Normally, such places would have markets, providing a place for those who risk their lives to obtain treasures from the dragon graves to trade. If he wanted to find good things, he would have to go to the underground market. After all, many of the items were obtained by killing others. It was impossible to sell them openly. If he wanted to make a move quickly and safely, he could only do so through the underground market. Although the shop owner was not a cultivator, he had been doing business here for a long time. Naturally, he knew about this. He answered, "Our island is too small. We do not even have a market. Naturally, there is no underground market. The underground market of the Dragon Grave Sea is on Treasure Dragon Island. You can go there and ask around." "Many thanks." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and thanked the shop owner. Then he flew to Treasure Dragon Island. In the sea chart, the island where Treasure Dragon City was located was the largest island in this archipelago. It occupied the center of the island, where all the adventuring foreign experts gathered. Xiao Chun walked casually on Treasure Dragon Island. When he glanced around, he saw a group of blue-robed emperor cultivators walking together. Furthermore, they were all great perfection blue-robed emperors at the very least. Small perfection blue-robed emperors were nowhere to be seen. They were not even worth mentioning. The order on the island was extremely chaotic. Fighting and killing could be seen everywhere. This did not surprise Xiao Chun. The movement of cultivators in the Dragon Grave Sea was very high. Aside from some merchant associations that occupied this place for a long time, there were no sects or clans here, so they could not set any rules. The largest city on Treasure Dragon Island was Treasure Dragon City. In terms of size, it was no smaller than Blackwater City, which Xiao Chun had seen before. However, in terms of style, there was no comparison at all. It looked extremely ordinary. There were no guards at the city gates. Actually, there was no need for guards. No one would obediently walk through the city gates. They all flew in without any fear. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This place is extraordinarily chaotic. After going to the underground market, I have to leave quickly." The location of the underground market was not hard to find. The entrance was in a restaurant in the city. Behind the market were the few strongest merchant associations in the Dragon Grave Sea. No one dared to cause trouble there, maintaining a pretty good trading environment. After Xiao Chun paid, he was easily let in. Then, he followed the long and narrow secret path of the restaurant and arrived at the underground market. The market was made up of several trading streets. Wealthy cultivators could rent a shop and sell their treasures. Most cultivators chose to set up stalls. There were many people on the streets. The cultivators on the main street traded in all sorts of things. The other streets were more detailed, either secret treasures, natural treasures, medicinal pills, or secret manuals. Xiao Chun first went to the place where secret treasures were traded. Then he casually strolled around. The streets were very crowded. Many cultivators were like Xiao Chun, wandering around the streets. The secret treasures on display at the stalls were all very unique. They looked ancient and gave off a heavy ancient aura. Occasionally, the words carved on the secret treasures were filled with an ancient charm and a foreign aura. After casually chatting with the stall owner, Xiao Chan learned that these were dragon race secret treasures from an extremely distant era. Dragon race? I've heard of true dragons before. What's going on with the dragon race? They actually know how to refine their own secret treasures? Xiao Chan asked, feeling it was strange. That stall owner had nothing to do, so he chatted with Xiao Chan for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Who can say for sure what happened during the ancient era? It is probably millions of years ago. It is not surprising that there was a glorious dragon race." This was the post-ancient era. Before the post-ancient era, there was the glorious ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the desolate ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the distant ancient era. The gap in time was too large. What Xiao Chan had a better understanding of now was that glorious ancient era, which was at the peak of the martial Tao. Xiao Chan knew very little about the desolate ancient era, and even less about the history of the distant ancient era. There were not even many remnants left. Xiao Chan thought about it and agreed. After the end of the immortal epoch, there were too many mysteries in this world. It was not strange that a glorious dragon race appeared during the distant ancient era. Friend, are there any secret treasures containing dragon souls here? I would like to purchase some. Do you know where I can find them? Xiao Chan asked after putting down the secret treasure in his hand. Secret treasures containing dragon souls? The stall owner smiled and said, "In that case, you have come to the right place. Every secret treasure here has some degree of dragon soul in it. After all, the original owner was a dragon race cultivator. In theory, the spiritual mark left by the original owner is a dragon soul. There is such a thing." This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He casually picked up a secret treasure and sent in his spiritual sense to search for the spiritual mark left by the original owner. After a while, Xiao Chan felt this spiritual mark and could not help feeling disappointed. It was indeed a dragon soul. However, it was too weak and would not have any effect on Xiao Chan. This is a little too much, right? Xiao Chan smiled and put down the secret treasure. The stall owner did not deny it. He smiled and said, "It is indeed too much. You should be cultivating some kind of cultivation technique that requires the assistance of a dragon soul. In that case, it should be enough for you to buy a superior grade king grade secret treasure. The one you took earlier was only an inferior grade king grade secret treasure." When Xiao Chan heard this, he tested it out. Indeed, it was as the stall owner said. The spiritual mark left by a superior grade king grade secret treasure was an extremely strong dragon soul. This probably had something to do with the original owner's strength. The stronger one was, the stronger the spiritual mark would be. "Alright, I'll buy the 3 superior grade king grade secret treasures you have." The stall owner's words were true. Xiao Chan happily paid the bill, spending 2 million black astral coins to buy all 3 superior grade king grade secret treasures. The stall owner had a wide smile on his face as he watched Xiao Chan search for more secret treasures. He muttered, "I wonder where this noble clan's young master came from. He is really straightforward, making a deal with one price." Following that, Xiao Chan verified his guess. It was indeed as the stall owner said. As long as it was a superior grade king grade secret treasure of the dragon race, it would all have a strong dragon soul. However, Xiao Chan did not make a big purchase. There were many eyes in this place and there were many experts. There was no guarantee that someone would target him. Choosing a cautious method, Xiao Chan spent 2 days in a low-profile manner sweeping up all the superior grade king grade secret treasures on this street. Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good. He even found a peak-quality king grade secret treasure with a terrifyingly strong dragon soul in it. Although it did not have any intelligence, its ferocious nature still remained, injuring Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. After sweeping through all the secret treasures, Xiao Chan spent more than half of the 70 million black astral coins he had. After that, he rushed to the street where natural treasures were sold, trying to find news about the flower of life. In the end, he was unlucky. There was no news at all. Everyone said that it was a species on the verge of extinction. The flower of life had never appeared in the Dragon Grave Sea before. This was an expected result, so Xiao Chan was not overly disappointed. After he left, he rented a room in a restaurant and started to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chan had already reached the peak of the blue dragon body nourishing art's second layer long ago. He only lacked divine materials and he would be able to break through. Now Xiao Chan had bought many secret treasures containing dragon souls and easily made breakthroughs, cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art to the third layer. Xiao Chan still had a considerable number of secret treasures containing dragon souls. He had not exhausted all of them, so he decided to continue cultivating in one go, stabilizing his cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art's third layer. When Xiao Chan thought about the cultivation of the azure dragon body nourishing art, it was not something that an ordinary person could cultivate. The resources required were vast. Up until now, Xiao Chan had spent close to 100 million black astral coins. However, he had only reached small perfection of the third layer. There were still 6 more layers, each more important than the one before. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had discovered a shortcut. Secret treasures containing dragon souls could increase his cultivation speed. If he had not discovered this secret, the expenditure would have been even more horrifying. Chapter 1188. However, the benefits were clear. After condensing the blue dragon battle armor, Xiao Chen's physical body would surpass that of the fiend race geniuses with the heavenly spiritual body. 10 days later, Xiao Chan used up all the secret treasures containing dragon souls, including that P-quality king grade secret treasure. More than 40 million black astral coins were gone just like that. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. The moment he stood up, the bones in his entire body gave off crackling sounds. Xiao Chan opened his acupoints and dragon-shaped energy leaked out uncontrollably, spreading throughout the entire room and forming hazy dragon clouds. His entire body felt very comfortable. Xiao Chan felt that his physical body had improved by another level, and his vital qi had increased to 20 dragon force. With a thought, Xiao Chan circulated his energy, and his vital qi surged in his body, giving off dragon roars. After reaching the third layer, Xiao Chan condensed the blue dragon battle armor for the first time. This time, the blue dragon battle armor no longer covered his entire body. Instead, it truly permeated his skin and flesh, forming an incomparably close connection. It felt like it was his own skin. There was no discomfort at all. The battle armor wrapped itself even tighter, and its surface glowed like flowing water. There was also a formless tyrannical aura of kingship surrounding Xiao Chan as the battle armor appeared, making him look like a human-shaped dragon. If Xiao Chan continued cultivating this when he brought out the blue dragon battle armor, his entire physical body would change, forming a physique that was somewhere between a human and a dragon. Kasie. With a thought, sharp spikes popped out of Xiao Chen's arms, ankles and other joints. Then he stretched his limbs and clenched his fists. He could feel a gushing river-like energy. Fortunately, this was a superior room with sufficient space and decent soundproofing. This allowed Xiao Chan to familiarize himself with this new blue dragon battle body without worrying too much. Right now, a normal great perfection blue-robed emperor is no longer a threat to me. I just don't know how big the gap is between me and half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Chan withdrew the dragon power from the blue dragon armor and returned to his white robe. His eyes revealed a fiery light as he murmured. The blue dragon body nourishing secret art had stabilized at the third tier, and his strength had increased. This made Xiao Chen extremely eager to fight, and he really wanted to have a great battle with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, he was not an arrogant person who would make trouble out of nothing. He would never take the initiative to provoke a half-step Emperor Wu, or think that he was invincible in the blue-robed emperor realm and challenge a few great perfection blue-robed emperors at the same time. Xiao Chen's mental state allowed him to control the inflated confidence that came with his increase in strength. All the major characters who had seen him before, like the Haotian Emperor and the Flame Rock Sovereign, were extremely shocked by Xiao Chen's mental state. It was truly remarkable for Xiao Chen to have such a mental state at such a young age. As the saying went, the greater one's ability, the greater one's desire. Many outstanding talents in history could not overcome this obstacle of desire, ruining their bright futures in their own hands. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chen intended to have a drink before leaving this chaotic place. After pushing open the door, Xiao Chen walked down the corridor. Just as he reached the corner of the second floor, he saw another argument about to turn into a fight. The status of this restaurant in Treasure Dragon City was somewhat like that of the Conflagration restaurant in Dark City. Because there were secret passages leading to the underground market, it had always been very popular. Going in and out, there were many people at every moment, and this was how the conflict arose. Someone in the hall wanted to go out. In the end, an extremely fast youth knocked into that person. The youth who knocked into that person had a fiery temper and started cursing on the spot. Where did this dog come from? How blind! How dare he block my Duguayo's path? How reckless! How could the middle-aged man who was knocked into endure this? He had not even lost his temper, yet the person who knocked into him became angry. How preposterous! An intense fight immediately unfolded. Although fighting was prohibited in the underground market, it was not prohibited in the restaurant. The people in the restaurant were used to fighting and whatnot. Seeing that there was something interesting to watch, a group of people came over from the railings of the various floors with wine cups in hand to watch the excitement. Everyone remained as calm as still water, chatting and drinking, commenting on the situation. This was one of the wonders of the Dragon Grave Sea. It's this Duguayo again. He is still as arrogant as before. That middle-aged man is probably in trouble. He is probably new and has not heard of Duguayo's name before. When Xiao Chan heard the discussions, he could not help but feel interested in this Duguayo. Based on the discussions of the others, this Duguayo was about 50 years old. Duguayo looked extremely young. Clearly, he had advanced to martial sage long ago. However, his appearance would not change beyond 100 years old. Of course, in the Kunlun realm, 50 years old was indeed a very young age. One could not use the standards of Xiao Chen's previous life to look at it. Xiao Chan asked the person beside him, "What is this Duguayo's background?" That person wore luxurious clothes and took a sip of wine. He seemed to be in a pretty good mood. That person introduced excitedly, "This fellow's background is incredible. He is one of the top 10 young experts of the human demon sea. He is only 50 years old, but he already reached consummation blue-robed emperor. There will not be any problems with him advancing to martial emperor in the future. How enviable. Thinking about it, I spent 100 years as a great perfection blue-robed emperor before I advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. That is already an incredible talent. Compared to this fellow, it is nothing." Xiao Chun felt enlightened. However, he did not think that it was incredible. Becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor at 50 years old was indeed an incredible talent. However, compared to his generation, he was still far from it. Not to mention Xiao Chan just comparing Diwuk's group of people, who knew what kind of improvements they had in the astral battlefield. As long as they could persevere and survive, they would probably have reached great perfection blue-robed emperor by now. Furthermore, most of them were only about 30 years old. Given the talent of this group of people, they would not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor in less than 5 years. If they had some other fortuitous encounter, they might even be able to reach consummation blue-robed emperor in 2 or 3 years. As for Xiao Chan himself, even without the Blood Sword Sovereign's life and death art, he would be able to reach consummation blue-robed emperor in another 3 years. In this great age, when those outstanding talents with luck improved, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they advanced by leaps and bounds. Why do you look like you are not convinced? The cultivator in luxurious clothes holding up a wine cup raised his eyebrows. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything, continuing to watch the intense battle between the two in front of the door. After watching for a while, Xiao Chun guessed the result. Although that middle-aged man was also a consummation blue-robed emperor and was pretty strong compared to Duguayo, his movement technique, strength, martial technique, and physical body was far weaker. However, compared to Duguayo, Xiao Chen's movement technique, strength, martial technique, and physical body were far inferior. Defeat was just a matter of time. Now that Xiao Chan knew the result, he lost some interest and stopped paying attention to the battle in front of the door. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiao Chan picked a good seat on the second floor and ordered a table full of food and wine, minding his own business as he ate. However, the result somewhat exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was about to lose, a half-step Emperor Wu appeared. A strange black snake tattoo hung down on this dazzling bald man's head, covering half of his face. That snake head happened to overlap with his left eye, looking extremely sinister. The moment the bald half-step Emperor Wu revealed his cultivation, he immediately shocked the crowd and saved that middle-aged cultivator. Big brother! When the middle-aged man saw the bald man arrive, he revealed an expression of joy. So it is a friend of the bald-headed snake Wu Ku. No wonder he dares to oppose Duguayou. Clearly this bald man was quite famous. Many people in the restaurant knew him. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him. Young man, there is no need to be too arrogant. I will not bother with you this time. Wu Ku looked coldly at Duguayou. Then, he quickly led the middle-aged cultivator away from this place. Although Duguayou did not fear this bald man, he knew that he was not a match for him. If he fought head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Seeing the other party leave, Duguayou cursed unhappily. Then he headed for the second floor. Duguayou looked around and immediately spotted a good spot for Xiao Chan. Then he walked over. Scram! I've taken a fancy to this spot. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. To the others, Duguayou's actions were very normal. I'm stronger than you, so I have the authority to tell you to scram. If you are as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu, you can tell Duguayou to scram as well. When most people encountered such a situation, they would pinch their noses and leave. In the Dragon Grave Sea, this was not a big deal. Interesting. This brat was unconvinced earlier. Now that he ran into Duguayou, he has no choice but to accept it. The well-dressed man who introduced Duguayou to Xiao Chan earlier said with a smile as he held up his wine cup. Xiao Chan ignored Duguayou's words. He calmly drank his wine and ate as if he did not hear what Duguayou said. You are seeking death. Duguayou was already in a bad mood in the first place. Earlier, he suffered at the hands of the half-step Emperor Wu. Now, an insignificant great perfection blue-robed emperor dared to clash with him. His anger immediately flared up. Duguayou raised his hand and punched at Xiao Chan. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. Xiao Chan gently flicked his right hand, and one of the two chopsticks in his hand flew at Duguayou's eyes like an arrow. The other quickly spun and clashed with Duguayou's fist. Whoosh! The strong wind was like a saber. The spinning chopsticks kicked up a sharp gale, blowing up all the hair in front of Duguayou's forehead. This allowed Duguayou to see even more clearly. The chopstick stabbing at his eyes was like an unparalleled treasure saber, boundlessly sharp and containing a horrifying saber intent. Duguayou's face sank. He had not expected to run into an expert. His thoughts raced. He could not think of any other way to deal with this aside from retreating. Bang! When the spinning chopstick struck Duguayou's fist, he immediately felt pain. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled back his fist to protect his eyes and quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His right hand moved as fast as lightning, moving at a dazzling speed to grab the chopsticks flying at Duguayou's eyes. When Xiao Chan retreated, the second spinning chopstick happened to turn around. The two chopsticks returned to Xiao Chen's hands. Then he picked up some food and drank some wine. However, he still did not look at Duguayou. After testing the waters, Xiao Chen's simple and miraculous two chopsticks easily forced back the enraged Duguayou, shocking everyone present. Chapter 1189. If not for the people present having extremely sharp eyes, they would not have been able to tell that Xiao Chan had stopped picking up food. The most shocked person was none other than the finely dressed man. He choked on his wine and coughed endlessly. Dang! Xiao Chan put down the wine cup in his hand heavily. Then he raised his head and looked at Duguayou with a sharp gaze. He said, I was just looking for someone to practice with. You are a pretty good opponent. However, this place is too small. I believe you feel restricted as well. How about we go somewhere else? Duguayou was indeed a pretty good opponent. Xiao Chan was not lying when he said that. Duguayou was strong even among the consummation blue-robed emperors. Duguayou's earlier punch had been executed in a moment of desperation. There were countless openings. Even though Xiao Chan easily forced him back with two chopsticks, he could not deny Duguayou's strength. Xiao Chan could clearly recognize this point. If Xiao Chan wanted to defeat Duguayou, he would have to put in some effort. After all, Duguayou was 20-odd years older than Xiao Chan and possessed great talent. Furthermore, he was a demon mixed blood. However, that was all to it. Duguayou was just slightly harder to deal with, not enough to scare Xiao Chan. Duguayou was young and frivolous, brimming with vigor. How could he endure such provocation? He grinned and said, It is just some flashy moves and you dare to spout nonsense in front of me. You are truly bold. I will do as you wish. You can choose any location in this treasure dragon city. The two of you are outstanding young talents. There is no need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. Just as the two prepared to make a move, a voice rang out in their minds at the same time. This was a voice projection. Furthermore, it was sent to two people at the same time. The technique was very exquisite. Xiao Chen's and Du Guiyo's expressions changed at the same time. They both sent out their senses, trying to find the person who sent the voice projection. In the end, the two were somewhat shocked to discover that they could not find the person who sent the voice projection at all. He had seen the two's every move and was clearly not far away. However, with the two's cultivations, they did not discover the other party immediately. Xiao Chan swept out with his spiritual sense and could only determine a rough direction. The person who sent the voice transmission should be in a private room on the 5th floor. However, they did not know which booth it was. The cultivation of the person who sent the voice projection should be much higher than theirs. Half-step Emperor Wu. In their minds, these 4 words appeared at the same time. There was actually a half-step Emperor Wu in this restaurant. Immediately, they did not dare to act rashly. They did not know what the person who sent the voice transmission was planning. There's no need to keep looking. If the two of you are willing to stop here, you can stay at this restaurant tonight at noon. I will give you a good fortune. The meaning behind his words was clear. He fancied the strength of the two of them and wanted their help. When Du Guiyo heard that, he relaxed. This was not the first time he encountered such a thing. In the Dragongrave Sea, those who wanted to adventure in the Dragongrave Sea would usually team up and explore together. Aside from a few bold and talented people, very few people would travel alone. However, this was Du Guiyo's first time encountering a half-step Emperor Wu wanting to team up. This immediately piqued his interest. Consider yourself lucky. There's something going on today, so I'll let you live for a few more days. Du Guiyo smiled proudly and ignored Xiao Chan. Then he went to another table and started eating. Xiao Chan also guessed the intention of this person. However, he did not know what the other party was up to, so he decided to wait and see first. When the person who sent the voice projection saw that the two did not make another move, he stopped speaking. Clearly, he already had the two in his grasp. "Oh Jiao, do you think I should go on this trip?" Xiao Chan was originally planning to leave. When he suddenly received such an invitation, he could not help feeling interested. Why not? This person is so secretive. Furthermore, with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, he still wants to find helpers. Clearly, the dragon grave that he wants to explore is extraordinary. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, rationally continued her analysis for Xiao Chan. The most important thing is that with your current strength, you should be able to escape unscathed from a half-step Emperor Wu. You can consider yourself qualified to work with this person. You do not have to fear him playing any tricks. In that case, I'll listen to you. I'll go and see what's going on tonight. A tense battle suddenly came to a halt. This confused several of the cultivators on the 2nd floor. However, this was the Dragon Grave Sea. There would never be a lack of topics to talk about. Soon the restaurant regained its bustle. Xiao Chan returned to his room and took out an essence stone to cultivate. Then, he quietly waited for the other party to summon him. The cultivation of the essence stone allowed Xiao Chen's cultivation speed to improve at a gratifying rate. It had only been a short month since Xiao Chan left the Black Sea. However, he already reached the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Right now, Xiao Chan was using the essence stone to temper his cultivation, laying down a good foundation. After cultivating to the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen's heavenly laws had already doubled, reaching more than 20,000. Furthermore, as Xiao Chan continuously tempered his heavenly laws, they became extremely dense, not loose at all. There would not be a situation where the heavenly laws only had quantity but no quality. Now, Xiao Chan only needed to continue tempering his heavenly laws and obtain the flower of life and death fruit. Then, he could use the life and death art to condense a heart of an emperor and break through to consummation blue-robed emperor. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight was clear. Xiao Chan, who was cultivating, heard soft footsteps. He opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, knowing that the news he was waiting for had arrived. Knock! Knock! Someone knocked on the door. A manservant outside said, "Dear guest, there is an honored guest in a private room on the 5th floor who has an invitation for you." Xiao Chan pushed the door open and accepted the invitation. After asking which private room it was, he sent the manservant away. There was no content in the invitation. It was just an invitation that did not reveal anything, making it seem extremely mysterious. "I hope that you will not disappoint me." After putting away the invitation, Xiao Chan carried some anticipation and caution as he went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door to the private room. After presenting the invitation, someone invited him in. It turned out that there was a secret room inside. There was a secret pavilion in the private room. There were many people in the secret pavilion, including Dugu Ao, who had already arrived. There were a total of 9 people. Including Xiao Chan, there were 10. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chan had a rough idea of the situation. Aside from the black-clad old man sitting in the middle, who was the half-step Emperor Wu, the other 8 people were all consummation blue-robed Emperor cultivators. The other 8 were all consummation quasi-emperors. Furthermore, they were more or less on the same level as Dugu Ao. Regardless of whether they were stronger or weaker, they all hid very deeply. A middle-aged couple sat on the right. They carried swords on their backs. Among the group of ruthless people, they were the ones with the least evil aura. Beside the half-step Emperor Wu was an extremely aged old man. This person was probably the oldest in the entire secret pavilion. Xiao Chan estimated that he was at least 800 years old. This old man wore a straw raincoat and looked very aged. He looked like he did not care about the affairs of the world. When he saw Xiao Chan arrive, he did not even bat an eyelid. There was also a great fatso with a lustful expression. He did not hide his gaze as he stared at the pretty, middle-aged woman with the sword on her back, making that middle-aged swordsman very unhappy. The remaining 3 were 2 women and 1 man. They were all from the fiend race. Their baleful auras were very dense. Who knew how much blood they had on them? One of the women was from the poison spider race. She used black spider silk to make an indistinct spider silk robe. She had a voluptuous figure and a sinister face, giving off an enchanting air. The poison spider race was considered a rather rare fiend race in the oceanic world. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on them for a while longer. One of the women was from the silver shark race. She wore a black veil on her head and showed a cold expression. Xiao Chan could not make out what she was thinking. The other was a fiend race man from the huge elephant race. He had dark skin. When he saw Xiao Chan arrive, he appeared extremely hostile. This was an extremely elite and luxurious team. Not only did they have the half-step Emperor Wu leading them, but the consummation blue-robed emperor that came was also an excellent one. With such a strong team, what kind of dragon grave could they not enter? Yet, the leader of this team was still worried, inviting Xiao Chan and Dugu Ao over. "Boss Yang, even if you cannot find anyone, you don't have to make up the numbers. You even managed to recruit the great perfection blue-robed emperor." The huge elephant raceman said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chen's hostile expression. "Not just anyone can go. Don't throw your life away." After saying that, the huge elephant raceman took a step forward and placed his hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then he exerted force, wanting to push Xiao Chen out. The huge elephant race was famous for their boundless strength. They were born with great physical strength. Just a gentle push from them could exert millions of kilograms of force. Everyone knew that the speed at which vital qi circulated was much faster than law energy or veritable essence energy. With a thought, one could send out their vital qi. When several people saw the dark-skinned man suddenly make a move, they expected what would happen next. Xiao Chan would definitely get pushed out and crash into the walls of the secret pavilion. However, to their surprise, when the dark-skinned man made his move, Xiao Chan, who was wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, arrived first and placed his hand on the dark-skinned man's shoulder. After that, there was a loud bang, and the dark-skinned man's body shot out like a cannonball. Then he fell to the ground, caught off guard. This scene was rather comical. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes lit up. When they looked at Xiao Chen again, they all revealed cautious expressions. This was especially so for Dugu Ao, who was clearly surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chen to have such great physical strength aside from his flashy actions. While Xiao Chen's speed was a factor in pushing the huge elephant race cultivator away, His physical strength could not be underestimated. Enough. There is no need for you to test the person I chose. The half-step Emperor Wu raised his head and rapped the table, shouting to stop the dark-skinned man, who wanted to get up and continue fighting. Everyone has no objections to Dugu Ao's strength. I believe everyone has no objections to this little brother's strength, right? Yang Kai said indifferently. Haha. To be able to make a giant elephant race cultivator suffer such a great disadvantage in terms of vital qi, how could we have any objections? The fatty said with a smile, making the dark-skinned giant elephant raceman extremely unhappy. However, due to Yang Kai's face, the dark-skinned man could not lose his temper, so he could only endure sullenly. All the cultivators expressed that they had no objections. After Yang Kai introduced himself, he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Since little brother is here, you must have guessed some of my thoughts. In that case, I'll make it short. This old man discovered an 8-star dragon grave that no one has visited before in this dragon grave sea. If little brother is interested, you can join us." Chapter 1190. If you are not interested, it does not matter. I will knock you out and make you sleep for a few days, lest news of us leak out. An 8-star dragon soul. Furthermore, it was an 8-star dragon soul that no one had visited before. With a thought, Xiao Qian somewhat understood why this Yang Kai was so mysterious and even cautiously invited so many people. Yang Kai wanted to form a large and luxurious team of elites. Right now, nearly all the known dragon graves in the Dragon Grave Sea had been visited by people, raiding them over and over again. Even if they could gain something, it wouldn't be much. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how valuable an undiscovered dragon grave would be. The reason why Yang Kai invited so many people was none other than an 8-star dragon grave. It was already second only to that great forbidden land of the distant sea dragon grave. While it was valuable, the risk was ridiculously high. Even with Yang Kai's half-step Emperor Wu's strength, he would not be able to take it all by himself. As for knocking out Xiao Qian and making him sleep for a few days, that was probably just a lie. If Xiao Qian did not agree, the people here would definitely gang up on him and silence him. This matter concerned their own interests. How could they show any mercy? Xiao Qian thought for a while and finally chose to agree. He also wanted to see what kind of treasure land an 8-star dragon grave was. Good. Little friend Xiao Qian is indeed righteous. In that case, I will say this first. I will take 20% of the treasures in the dragon grave. You can split the rest evenly based on your own abilities. Of course, the scattered treasures along the way will belong to whoever finds them first. There is no need to split them evenly. Yang Kai suggested a relatively fair method of splitting the treasures. Then he continued, "Since you are all in the same team, you are all in the same boat. No matter what grudges you have in the past, as long as the team is not disbanded, you are not allowed to kill each other. This is especially so if you kill each other for the treasures. I'll say this first. I will cripple whoever makes a move first. The danger of an 8-star dragon grave is greater than you imagine. Don't harm the entire team over this trivial matter." Given the strength of the half-step Emperor Wu, Yang Kai's words were very threatening. Of course, it was hard to say exactly what would happen. Which one of them wasn't an arrogant and unruly existence, who didn't have the strength to protect themselves, dared to cooperate with half-step Emperor Wu? Everyone expressed that they would not do such a thing. Then he raised his head and said, "Good. If you have nothing to prepare, you can set off now." None of them had anything to prepare, so after a brief discussion, they went their separate ways and gathered at the seabed outside the Treasure Dragon Island. After all, a team of 10 people would be too eye-catching, and it would be easy for news to leak. Xiao Qian, be careful. Although there are many burial items in the 8-star dragon grave, it should be equally dangerous. Who knows what strange things you might run into? Just as they were about to set off, Ao Jiao reminded him. Every time Xiao Qian took a risk, she would worry about him. Xiao Qian nodded and said, "I know. I still have that golden plume feather, that little yellow feather left behind. It is enough to escape. It's best not to use it." Ao Jiao thought to herself, if I open the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, my strength should increase. At that time, I will be able to help Xiao Qian a lot. Xiao Qian only hoped that everything would be fine with Xiao Qian before that happened. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived at the agreed location under the sea. Yang Kai led the way without saying a word. Following Yang Kai's footsteps, the group descended continuously. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. After descending for more than 100,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the sea. This place was already in the deep sea. Occasionally, one could see some strange glowing fish, colorful corals, and all sorts of mines amid the darkness. The world at the bottom of the sea was not dull. There were huge trees, winding seamounts, strong ferocious beasts, and many others. Clearly, Yang Kai was very familiar with this area, having explored it several times. With great familiarity, Xiao Chan led the group to a continuous, towering underwater mountain range and stopped. Whoosh! Yang Kai propped up a huge energy barrier and isolated the seawater, encasing everyone inside. Then he pointed in a direction and said, "That is the entrance to the Dragon Cave. However, there is a formation sealing it. We need to break it forcefully." The group looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. 10 kilometers away, 2 ancient, mottled stone doors locked a huge cave. "Let me do it." The dark-skinned man of the huge elephant race stepped forward and walked out of the energy barrier. Then he started running wildly in the seawater. The huge energy caused the seawater to surge. Yang Kai did not stop him. He had checked the stone doors of this cave before. After so many years, the might of the formation had decreased significantly. It would not be difficult to break them. Bang! Xiao Chan punched the stone doors, and the entire mountain range started to shake. Countless stone chips fell off the stone doors. However, there were no obvious cracks. Boom! 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 After 10 odd punches, the stone doors shook and looked like they would collapse at any moment. However, they did not collapse. They were very resilient. Yang Kai frowned slightly. The toughness of these stone doors surpassed his expectations. Even after so many years, they could still withstand such torture. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the middle-aged couple. Then he said, "Help him." The middle-aged couple each formed a sword art, and the swords on their backs came out of their scabbards with a clang. They were like 2 deep-sea dragons, traveling 10 kilometers in one breath and crashing into the stone doors. Bang! The stone doors completely shattered. Then the 2 swords returned to their scabbards. This extremely beautiful move attracted many gazes. The dark-skinned man was the most depressed. After spending 10 odd punches, the 2 swords shattered it. "Let's go. After we enter, do not split up." After Yang Tian said that, he took the lead. The group of people followed behind. However, Xiao Chan, who was at the back, felt that the atmosphere here was somewhat strange. So he used the dragon-seeking art to check the geomancy of this place. In the end, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this place was not the place of the dragon renegade. As the saying went, "Those who go with it live, those who go against it die." Only the dragon vein where the dragon renegade resided was the best place to bury the dead. As Xiao Chan continued to speculate, he was shocked to discover that this was not the dragon vein where the dragon renegade resided. Instead, it was a place where the dragon veins intersected. This thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Just as he was about to continue thinking, he discovered that Yang Kai was already looking over. So Xiao Chen stopped speculating and followed. Not wanting to arouse the other party's suspicions, Xiao Chen quickly followed behind the group and headed for the entrance of the dragon grave. The instant Xiao Chen entered the pitch-black entrance, he strangely discovered that although the stone doors were shattered, the seawater could not flow in. As Xiao Chen continued walking, the space inside grew larger. Buildings appeared one after another. The style of the buildings was unique. They were crude and simple, giving off a feeling of strength. Compared to the extravagant style of the modern buildings, these buildings appeared rather plain. However, they did give off a feeling of the ancient era's style. Most of the remnant was very dilapidated. The buildings had collapsed and people were lying all over the place. It was difficult to see the full picture, which was somewhat unfortunate. The others were not interested in the buildings of the dragon race's era. They had already experienced it in other dragon graves long ago. However, the further in the group went, the more they felt that something was wrong. This dragon grave seemed too calm. The surroundings were filled with the sound of a group of people stepping on rubble. The strange atmosphere in this quiet environment made one's hair stand on end. It was cold and sinister at a depth of more than 100 kilometers. Walking in an undiscovered dragon grave was not very comfortable. Xiao Chun looked around and felt that this place did not look like a dragon grave. It looked like a corner of an ancient era's city. How could a dragon grave be built in a city? As Xiao Chun felt suspicious, he used his strong spiritual sense to capture some indistinct black qi in the air. That qi seeped out from the ground. It was extremely small but extremely sinister. Xiao Chun was not the only one who sensed it. Dugu Ao, the human demon mixed blood, was extremely sensitive to this demonic qi. After he sensed it, he frowned slightly and reported his discovery. I don't know what's going on with this place, but there is actually demonic qi seeping out from the ground. After hearing Duguayo's explanation, Fatso, who was in the group, added, "This place is indeed strange. It is ridiculously large. However, I do not see any natural treasures. All I see are all sorts of buildings and demonic qi. There's also demonic energy coming out. Is this a dragon tomb?" The others felt the same way. Aside from the straw-caped old man, they all looked at the half-step Emperor Wu Yongkai at the front of the group. Yongkai said indifferently, "I used a specialized secret treasure to test it. Should not be wrong. There is definitely a peak dragon race expert buried here." Xiao Chun had heard of a secret treasure that specialized in testing dragon graves before. This was a secret treasure unique to the dragon grave sea. It could detect the aura of the dragon grave master at the bottom of the sea within 1 kilometer. Then it would display different stars based on the strength of the aura. Such a secret treasure was extremely rare. However, its accuracy was nearly 100%. Since Yongkai said that, then it should not be wrong. The group did not dwell on this problem for now. They arrived at the remnant and cleared the passageways, walking here and there. When the group arrived at a winding corridor, they looked forward. Statues of dragon race cultivators stood on both sides of the corridor. They wore ancient battle armor and held halberds in their hands, standing upright with their heads held high. Indeed, these are the grave guards of the dragon race. They only appear in dragon graves. There are many of them. This is somewhat problematic. When Duguayo saw these dragon race statues, he relaxed his frown. The others were very knowledgeable and recognized the grave guards of the dragon race. After verifying that this was a dragon grave, they all revealed smiles on their faces. However, they did not act rashly. The grave guards of the dragon race were all as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. There were nearly 200 grave guards in one corridor. They did not know if there were any more grave guards around the corner. If they were surrounded by so many mausoleum guards, even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would still be heavily injured. Charge over. The dark-skinned huge elephant race youth appeared fearless. Without waiting for the group to discuss, he charged over. When Yongkai saw the situation, he wanted to say something. However, after some thought, he could not be bothered to say anything, so he directly charged over. When facing these grave guards, there were no tricks. Although the dark-skinned huge elephant race youth was rash, he did not have any good ideas. Directly charging over was the most direct method. Chapter 1191. So. The group moved very quickly. After taking 10 steps, the mausoleum guards on both sides of the corridor instantly came to life and charged at the group. The first to bear the brunt was the black-faced huge elephant race cultivator. His strength was not as weak as the others imagined. The black-faced young man punched out, and the instant the statue jumped down, the head of the black-faced young man exploded. In this environment, he had a unique advantage by unleashing his explosive and swift moves. This allowed him to charge around unhindered, sweeping through everything before him. Don't be fooled by how ferocious he was right now. If the number of winding corridors increased, and he used up the law of energy later on, he would be the one to die the most tragic death. This place can't stop me. Great Fatso chuckled. Faced with the mausoleum guards that continuously jumped down, his body was like a rubber ball bouncing around. Although it was comical, it did not take long for him to catch up to the black-faced man at the very front. The middle-aged couple, who had been swinging their beautiful flying swords, paled in comparison to the huge elephant race cultivators in such an environment. Every step they took was arduous. However, the couple cooperated well. Although they moved slowly, they were not in any danger. The various sword images formed a screen of swords, blocking the mausoleum guards outside the screen of swords. The old man took out a fishing rod and sighed. I'm already so old, yet I still want to compete with the young. It's really not easy. Although he said that, the fishing rod in his hand was not the least bit careless. With the old Taoist combat experience, he made full use of the characteristics of the terrain in this corridor, and turned it into his advantage. Every time Xiao Chun attacked, he stopped at the right time, using the least amount of strength to kill the tomb guards, not wasting any of his energy. The extremely charming venomous spider race woman felt somewhat restricted in this winding corridor. She could not bring out the advantage of her martial techniques. She didn't have the experience of the old man in the raincoat, and she wasn't like the middle-aged couple who helped each other. As a result, she was surrounded by danger. In this corridor, she was in the most danger. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough. It was just that she wasn't suited to fight in such a complicated environment. The other fiend race woman was very domineering. She held a sharp silver saber in her hand, and a sharp saber chi shot out in all directions. She definitely would not allow herself to be surrounded. She rushed forward continuously. Duguayou smiled coldly as he executed an exquisite fist technique in this place. Combined with his movement technique and speed, he was able to perfectly bring out the state of his fist technique despite being surrounded. The river surged and flowed without end, causing him to be like a flood. He followed the concept of his fist technique and charged through the winding corridor. There were no mausoleum guards that could stop him. After a round of danger, everyone in the team displayed their unique martial techniques. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Xiao Chun could tell who was stronger with one look. Xiao Chun more or less knew about everyone's strength. Xiao Chun had the easiest time walking through this winding corridor. Big Fatso was able to avoid the tomb guards with a flick. By relying on his movement technique, Duguayou could execute the perfect state of his fist technique despite being surrounded. This already showed the weakness of these tomb guards. Although there were many of them, they were not fast enough. Xiao Chun's great perfection Thunder Dragon Steps was no weaker than those twos. In fact, it was even stronger. Naturally, it would be easier for him to move. As Xiao Chun walked, every step he took left behind an afterimage. Every time he brushed past a large number of tomb guards, electric afterimages flickered. Xiao Chun moved through this dangerous killing corridor like he was taking a leisurely stroll, appearing very relaxed. Xiao Chun, who was originally the last to leave, quickly caught up to the venom spider race woman, who was surrounded by danger. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun immediately made a move to help, killing the tomb guards behind the venom spider race woman with a palm strike. When Xiao Chun's palm strike landed, dazzling saber lights came from the fallen tomb guards. Then they became riddled with holes and could no longer climb back up. When the tomb guards behind were all killed, the venom spider race woman immediately felt much more relaxed. She thanked Xiao Chun, who was passing by. Xiao Chun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He did not pay much attention to this. Even if he had not made a move, this venom spider race woman would not have died here. However, she would have ended up in an even more miserable state. The other party definitely had trump cards. Executing Thunder Dragon Steps, Xiao Chun continued forward. As he strolled, electric images flickered, allowing Xiao Chun to move unobstructed and at ease. Soon, Xiao Chun overtook the middle-aged sword-wielding woman. Although the two were slow, they were very safe. Since they did not need Xiao Chun's help, he naturally would not make a move on his own. As Xiao Chun watched the afterimages flash by, he brushed past the tomb guards again and again. The middle-aged couple felt startled. Unexpectedly, this great perfection blue-robed emperor, whom everyone initially looked down on, actually had so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only did Xiao Chun's vital chi rival that of a huge elephant race cultivator, but his movement technique was also very good. As Xiao Chun continued forward, he overtook the straw-caped old man. Now, this old man did not even need Xiao Chun's help. Given the old man's combat experience, he did not give the tomb guards any chance to surround him. Instead, he used the terrain to his advantage, swinging his fishing rod and squeezing the tomb guards together, restraining each other. I am indeed getting old. The youths these days are all scarier than the last. As the straw-caped old man watched Xiao Chun walk past him, he sighed in a manner that seemed both real and fake. Then he swung his fishing hook, and the transparent fishing line tore off the heads of 3 more spiritwood guards. Then they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. The next person Xiao Chun overtook was the Silver Shark Race Bladesman. This girl was clearly pretty, but when she moved, she looked ferocious and boundlessly tyrannical. However, when he moved, he looked ferocious and boundlessly tyrannical, causing others to involuntarily retreat when they saw him. The other party's saber technique was too tyrannical. The scattered silver saber chi nearly filled the entire corridor. Xiao Chun did not want to attract any trouble. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his figure drifted like a leaf, passing through the berserk and dense saber chi. The Silver Shark Race Bladesman stopped what she was doing. When she saw Xiao Chun's movement technique, she was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, this fellow is pretty strong. If I have a choice, I should do my best not to get into a conflict with this white-clad youth. As Xiao Chun overtook one person after another, the last person to leave, Xiao Chun arrived first despite starting later. He arrived at the vanguard, keeping pace with Duguao, the great fatso, and the black-skinned youth. This was why Xiao Chun purposely hid his strength. If he wanted to, he might be on par with Yang Kai. However, there was no need to expose his strength too early. It was enough to follow behind the other party and ensure that he did not suffer any losses. The other 3 who were keeping pace with each other all felt unconvinced and wanted to surpass each other. This was especially so for the great elephant race's black-skinned youth and Duguao. Unfortunately, they all had their own strengths. It was not easy for anyone to surpass the other. The corridor wound around 9 times before reaching the end. Fatso, who was bouncing around like a rubber ball, immediately panted heavily after he stopped, feeling incredibly tired. The black-skinned youth, who had exhausted a lot of energy along the way, was also incredibly fatigued. He quickly sat down and circulated his energy to recover. Duguao closed his eyes and rested, showing no intention of moving. Although his fist technique flowed endlessly, it was also endless. It had a kind of self-circulation effect, so the drain on his energy was not ridiculously high. However, Duguao was also extremely tired and did not want to move. Only Xiao Chun appeared extremely relaxed, looking like nothing had happened as he sized up his surroundings. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he felt somewhat surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. Soon, the straw-caped old man rushed over without panting or blushing. After that, the Silver Shark Race woman, the Venom Spider Race woman, and the middle-aged couple arrived one after another. After the chaotic battle in the corridor, they managed to make it through without any mishaps. Yang Kai was not in a rush to scout ahead. He waited for everyone to rest and recover to their peak state before resuming their journey. At the end of the corridor was an empty remnant. After passing this remnant that did not yield anything, an ancient forest appeared before the group. An ancient forest appeared in front of everyone. The trees were blood red, and it was unknown how long they had been here. These are dragon blood trees. The ancient dragon race used their own blood to water these trees to grow. If no one visits this place, we will definitely be able to find some dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, so he recognized these slightly sinister and terrifying ancient trees at a glance. Dragon blood flowers were natural treasures that grew in dragon graves. They were extremely precious and could strengthen a cultivator's bloodline and improve their aptitude. They were also one of the main ingredients for refining the dragon blood pill, worth cities. The dragon graves outside had been visited several times already. It was practically impossible to obtain dragon blood flowers. The large forest of dragon blood trees here gave everyone hope. They had heard of dragon blood flowers before, but this was their first time seeing dragon blood trees. We agreed that the natural treasures we find along the way will belong to whoever finds them first. Don't fight with me for them. The dark-skinned huge elephant race youth was not afraid of any danger here. He was the first to charge into the forest. How could the others be willing to fall behind? They quickly entered the forest, searching for dragon blood flowers. Xiao Chun was also somewhat interested in these dragon blood flowers. They could improve one's aptitude and physical body and strengthen one's bloodline. To him, who possessed the blue dragon martial spirit, they should be even more effective. Maintaining caution, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and entered this dragon blood forest as well. Silently, Xiao Chun arrived at a dragon blood tree. After making sure that there was no one around, he opened his heavenly eye. In this place, spiritual sense and perception were more or less limited. If one wanted to find dragon blood flowers, they could only rely on their eyes. With the heavenly eye, Xiao Chun held a great advantage. When Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye, his vision immediately enveloped the entire forest. He could clearly see every tiny corner of the forest. These scenes turned into scenes flashing continuously in Xiao Chun's mind. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. Soon, Xiao Chun easily found more than 100 dragon blood flowers. Aside from a few that were too far away and difficult to obtain if someone got too close, Xiao Chun was confident of obtaining most of them. After the heavenly eye closed, Xiao Chun took a deep breath and unfurled the freedom wings. Then, he executed thunder dragon steps and started searching this dragon blood forest. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun, who was doing his best, moved like a shadow in the forest. He weaved through the place and collected the dragon blood flowers one by one. Chapter 1192. In the forest, the dark-skinned youth saw a dragon blood flower and immediately revealed an expression of joy. Then he raised his leg to pick it. However, a figure flew over like the wind and landed on the branch first. Then that figure picked the dragon blood flower. Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of this? I discovered it first. Are you trying to break the rules that Boss Yang set? When the dark-skinned youth saw that it was Xiao Chan, he became so angry that he trembled. He cursed loudly, showing that he would not let this matter rest. The angry shout attracted the attention of the surrounding people. As they looked at Xiao Chun, who was on the tree branch, they all had complicated expressions in their eyes. Xiao Chun was too fast and his eyes were sharp. More than one person had seen Xiao Chun moving around. Every time he stopped, he would reap a harvest. Hence they had long since felt jealous. Now that the dark-skinned youth had found a reason to do so, the others had other thoughts. More and more people gathered. Even Yang Kai appeared. Xiao Chun knew that the matter had blown up. His performance was too eye-catching. However, Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He looked coldly at the dark-skinned youth below and said, "You are overthinking. What Senior Yang said is that it belongs to whoever obtains it first. It is not that whoever sees it first gets it." Regardless of who saw it first, Xiao Chun saw it first. He had seen all the dragon blood flowers here with his heavenly eye. No matter what, Xiao Chun was in the right. The dark-skinned youth was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chun to retort like that. He was not good with words, so he did not know what to say. "I don't care. I saw this dragon blood flower, so you have to give it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Chun said coldly, "Feel free to be impolite. Let's see if I am afraid of you or not." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was getting tense, Yang Kai quickly said, "Xiao Chun, just let him have this dragon blood flower. You do not lack one. Even if all the people here were to work together, we would not have as many harvests as you." When faced with Yang Kai clearly siding with the dark-skinned youth, Xiao Chun did not think of taking a step back. Just because I am capable and obtained more than others, I have to give it to someone else? That makes no sense at all. Furthermore, in this circle, if one showed weakness and took a step back, there would be no end to it. The human heart would never be satisfied. One cannot take even one step back. Xiao Chun remained indifferent. He placed the dragon blood flower in his spatial ring, and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, silently expressing his stance. Just as Xiao Chun and the two were on the verge of a fight, dragon flower, big saber, Xiao Chun, and dragon blood, dragon saber. Dragon blood, Xiao dragon blood, flower. The blood in Big Fatso's hand was only half an inch long, but the piece of meat in its mouth was half the size of a palm. It could be seen how sharp its mouth was, and how terrifying its antennae were. The situation was extremely strange. The sudden appearance of the crimson worms and Big Fatso's painful screams made everyone look over. Looking at the bloodworms devouring the meat at an extremely fast speed, they were shocked. "How dare you eat this Lord Fatty's meat? I'll crush you to death." Big Fatso was unable to restrain his anger. He clenched his fists, and it was impossible to tell how much power was contained in that clenched fist. Fatso's palms exploded. However, what was shocking was that when Fatso released his palm, the crimson worm was not dead yet. It flapped its wings and jumped onto Fatso's right cheek. With a few bites, it bit off a large piece of meat on Fatso's face. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw that bloody and horrifying face. The speed of the crimson worm was too fast, and the crimson worm was very resistant to pressure. Hence, this tragic scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Whoosh! Young Kai's reaction was the fastest. He flashed over at lightning speed and caught the crimson worm, saving Fatso's life. Quick, let's go. This is an ancient mutated insect, the dragon bloodworm. It lives in groups. Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly. Horror flashed in the eyes of this half-step Emperor Wu. He did not explain much at all. He flicked his finger and killed the dragon bloodworm. Then he took the lead and dashed into the forest. The others did not understand what happened. However, when they saw Fatso's miserable state, who would not feel fear? They could no longer care about the grudge between Xiao Chun and the black-skinned youth. They chased after Yang Kai, rushing forward. Buzz! 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 The sound of countless dragon bloodworms flapping their wings resounded in the forest. Many dragon bloodworms came out of the trees, a ridiculously large number. Xiao Chen and the others revealed extremely unsightly expressions. No one had expected such a situation. We are surrounded. Yang Kai retreated from the front. Even with his half-step Emperor Wu's strength, he did not dare to leave the group and charge forward alone. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned into a life-and-death situation. No one could relax in this dragon grave. The group formed a circle and faced the flying crimson worms. No one dared to be arrogant and fight them alone. Everyone had seen the toughness of the dragon bloodworms for themselves. Only by focusing their attacks into a line could they kill these dragon bloodworms in one strike. However, this way the area of attack was much smaller. Against the thousands of dragon bloodworms everywhere, it was not easy to kill them. The 10 people moved extremely fast. They did not dare to relax at all, afraid that the dragon bloodworms would get on them. They were afraid that the dragon bloodworms would come into contact with them. When they thought about what had happened to the fatty, and what would happen if the dragon bloodworms came into contact with them, no one dared to relax. Xiao Chen's physical body was very strong. However, he was not arrogant enough to let the dragon bloodworms test his physical body. The energy of the lightning saber soul was infused into the saber, not leaking out at all. Xiao Chen stood at the side and continuously sent out a screen of electric saber light. If there were no one behind him, even with Xiao Chen's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to defend against these strange worms. Even now he was not at ease at all. He was extremely nervous. Every time he swung his saber, he used his full strength. He had not been in such a mental state for a very long time already, when he used his full power. Even Xiao Chen was in such a difficult situation. The other situation was easy to imagine. The venom spider race woman shot out a spiderweb from her hand and caught many dragon bloodworms. However, before she could show joy on her face, the other dragon bloodbugs flew over and chewed up the spiderweb in no time. Although it did not have any substantial effect with this talent, it made things a little easier for her. Of the 10, the one who had the easiest time was probably the straw-caped old man. His straw cape was woven from some unknown grass. A formless smell spread out, reducing the number of dragon bloodworms on his side. However, this old man also had a cautious expression. He did not relax at all. The effect of that straw cape should have a time limit. There are fewer dragon bloodworms over there. Let's break out of the encirclement. The venom spider race man shouted as he looked in a direction with a strip of cloth covering half his face. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and said indifferently, "That is the direction to go back." The moment Yang Kai said that, several of the people who had revealed joy froze, no longer saying anything. Breaking out of the encirclement in the direction to go back would mean returning. No one would be willing to go back when faced with the temptation of an 8-star dragon grave. Don't hold back any trump cards. Old man, you take the lead. We will charge out together. Otherwise, we will exhaust ourselves here. Yang Kai moved his hands. In the blink of an eye, strong winds shot out, and densely packed dragon bloodworm corpses appeared under his feet. The direction that Yang Kai was guarding had the most dragon bloodworms. Naturally, he wanted to switch places with the straw-caped old man because of the straw-caped old man's straw cape. The straw-caped old man hesitated for a while before saying, "All right, I'll take the lead. However, this old man will say one more thing. You had best not have any other thoughts. Otherwise we will all die here. Don't play tricks with your lives. Charge." The straw-caped old man, who had been looking somewhat lethargic, now gave off a strong aura. His horrifying might was no weaker than Yang Kai's. This old man had lived for a long time. His cultivation was ridiculously strong. When he suddenly erupted, it startled everyone. The others also knew that it would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a matter of life and death. So they did not hold back any of their trump cards. The venomous Spider-Woman let out a soft cry and revealed her demon form. She had transformed into a huge black spider with 8 legs, and each leg was as sharp as a peerless saber. With a single swing, a large number of dragon bloodworms were cut down. Yang Kai displayed his half-step Emperor Wu's strength. For the first time he drew his weapon. It was an ice spear. As he swung it, it gave off a knife-like cold chi. Xiaochen looked around. Aside from Dugu Ao, everyone else had revealed some of their trump cards. Even though Dugu Ao already had several wounds on his body, Xiaochen did not see him bring out the innate ability of his demon half-human bloodline. The 10-man team did their best to charge at the horrifying number of dragon bloodworms in front. Compared to the chaotic battle in the corridor earlier, the dragon bloodworms in this forest were even harder to deal with. Furthermore, this seemed to be only the second stage of the dragon grave. Everyone finally experienced the dangers of the 8-star dragon grave. With the 10 of them exposing some of their trump cards, they finally managed to charge through the forest full of dragon bloodworms. Everyone had more or less wounds on their bodies. Each bite from a dragon bloodworm tore off a large piece of flesh. Such a simple and crude method of injury was not only painful but also impossible to recover from. However, Xiaochen felt somewhat depressed. As he looked at the wounds on his arm, which were much smaller than the others, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaochen's physical body was very resistant to these dragon bloodworms. He could not bite through them at all, so he did not need to be so nervous earlier. If Xiaochen had materialized the blue dragon battle armor, he would have been able to walk out of this forest unscathed. However, that was one of Xiaochen's great trump cards. He would not use them if he could. Damn! This fat lord really does not need to lose weight anymore. Fatso, who was the most severely injured, cursed in pain as he looked at the uneven wounds on his body. The others did not have time to laugh at him. They all anxiously treated their injuries. No one had an easy time breaking out of this encirclement. 1 hour later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. He said, "Let's continue." Chapter 1193. The exploration of the dragon grave had just begun. Naturally, they could not stop here, so they continued moving forward with twists and turns. After that, they experienced several dangers comparable to the dragon bloodworms. Finally, they arrived at the burial ground. This was a place where the remains of true dragons were buried. A place with precious burial items. Strange, why is there a line of words here? Yang Kai, who was the first to enter the burial ground, had sharp eyes and saw a line of words on a stone wall. "Let me see." The moment he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. The dark-skinned youth squeezed his way over and read, "The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here." When the dark-skinned youth read this, he was completely stunned. The others were stunned as well. This was something that one would normally laugh off when they saw it. However, it was happening in this 8-star dragon grave. Furthermore, it was an 8-star dragon grave that no one had visited before. A person from 10,000 years ago actually played such a joke on people of later generations. This was simply unexpected. Let me see if it's real or fake. This is too funny. The great Fatso did not believe it. He pushed away the dark-skinned youth and looked carefully. There were indeed 8 average-sized words on the stone wall. The words were written in a flamboyant style, containing a strong aura. This allowed these simple words to remain clear and intact, even after 10,000 years. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It is hard to say if it's real or fake." However, the person who left these words was able to tear space and enter the dragon grave. He was definitely an expert. The words he left behind also contained a formless aura. He infused his mind, chi, and spirit into them. He was at least a sovereign martial emperor. Yang Kai's cultivation was the highest. He was a half-step Emperor Wu. The conclusion that he came to was very convincing. The Qing Emperor was here 10,000 years ago. What good things could there be? We are going to end up empty-handed. This is really depressing. After overcoming so many difficulties and arriving at this burial ground, we still end up empty-handed. It is hard to say. Given the Qing Emperor's judgment, he might not be interested in these burial items. Perhaps he just passed by and did not touch anything. The group of people discussed among themselves. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of these 8 words, and there were all sorts of discussions going on. The most shocked person in the crowd was naturally Xiao Qian, who had seen several portraits of the Qing Emperor. He was extremely familiar with the aura of the Qing Emperor. With just a glance, he was able to confirm that the words were left behind by the Qing Emperor. It couldn't be wrong. Standing in front of the stone wall, Xiao Qian was in a daze. He stretched out his hand and stroked the words. At the moment of contact, Xiao Qian's expression changed greatly, and he took 10 steps back. Xiao Qian looked at these words in horror. Unexpectedly, the Azure Emperor's shocking martial technique was left behind in these words. The instant he touched them, he felt an aura that could destroy the world. In the boundless void, there was nothing but a saber slashing towards him. Xiao Qian felt like he was there, and the saber would kill him in the next moment. He could not resist at all. As long as the saber charged over, there would be no way for him to survive. This was the scene that Xiao Qian saw earlier. Under the cover of these 8 words there was a powerful killing move. What is the Qing Emperor trying to do? Xiao Qian's heart trembled. He knew that the Qing Emperor would not leave these words here for no reason. When Xiao Qian thought about all the strange things he saw when he first entered, this dragon grave was definitely extraordinary. Don't touch it randomly. This is the writing of a powerhouse. It contains an unparalleled aura. It contains the essence, energy, and spirit of a powerhouse, as well as killing intent and aura. Be careful not to lose your life. Yang Kai warned as he looked at the retreating Xiao Qian. Yang Kai's words made the others, who wanted to touch the words, stop thinking about it. Xiao Qian glanced at this person and did not say anything about his discovery. He said sullenly, "Thank you, but I'm fine. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly go and see if the burial items in the dragon grave are still there. That is the important thing." Fatso, who had a cloth bag tied to his face, said anxiously, changing the topic. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Come with me. According to what we agreed on earlier, if there are any burial items I will take 20%. You will split the rest evenly after that. I will be the one to take inventory of the treasures here." "That's what we should do. Boss Yang, don't worry," the dark-skinned youth said. The others all expressed their agreement. This time Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Then, his figure flashed as he headed to the front of the burial ground. Inside the sturdy cave, in the depths of the burial ground, the group saw the towering remains of a true dragon. Beside the remains were boxes filled with them. Presumably, it contained the funerary objects. It was just that he didn't know if it had been opened by anyone. The true dragon remains were still there. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With this true dragon remains, this trip was worth it. That's not right. Even though millions of years have passed, the true dragon remains of an 8-star dragon grave should still have lingering might. Although this true dragon remains is huge, its bones are glowing, and its spine is 200 meters long. It is not worthy of an 8-star dragon grave. The straw-caped old man's eyes lit up. After he glanced at the true dragon remains, he immediately voiced his doubts. The others suddenly understood and also noticed this mysterious phenomenon. This is probably not the main grave. The remains of the dragon grave's master are still somewhere else. Let's not care about that for now. The boxes here have not been opened yet. The burial items are still there. Let's split the things here first. Yang Kai's expression showed that he did not care too much about this problem. As he spoke, he opened a box. Damn! There are so many essence stones. When everyone saw the treasures in the box, they could not help exclaiming. There were rows of glistening essence stones piled up in the box. There were at least 2,000 of them. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued opening the box. There was another box of essence stones. After opening 12 more boxes, 10 of them were filled with essence stones. The crowd piled them up into a small mountain. When they counted the number, there was a total of 25,000. Everyone had smiles on their faces. This trip was worth it. The other 2 boxes contained all sorts of Dragon Race secret treasures. Without exception, they were all Peak King grade secret treasures. There were more than 20 of them. No wonder there were so many adventurers in the Dragon Grave Sea. Even before they finished exploring it, they already had such a harvest. This was indeed a holy land for adventuring, worthy of people rushing over. Yongkai said, "Good, let's split it up now. According to our agreement, I can take 5,000 of these essence stones and choose 4 Peak King grade secret treasures first. Since the true dragon remains are still intact, we will not dismantle them first. When we are outside, we will sell them as a whole and split them evenly." Although the others were dissatisfied with such a split, they could still accept it. After all, Yongkai was the strongest. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the dragon grave, so there were plenty of burial items. Xiao Chun did not mind. Of all the scattered gains along the way, he was the one who obtained the most, so he was already very satisfied. Dong! 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 Just as Yongkai prepared to split the treasures, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared at the fork in the burial ground. The person leading this group was the bald-headed Wu Ku, the half-step Emperor Wu with a snake tattoo on his head, who had stopped Duguayou back then. With Wu Ku in the lead, the other group also had about 10 people. They were also all consummation blue-robed Emperor teams. Their strength was no weaker than that of Xiao Chen's team. When this group of people saw the mountainous pile of essence stones, their eyes immediately lit up with intense greed. When facing this group of people that suddenly appeared, the 10 people on Xiao Chen's side instantly kept their guard up, coldly looking at the other side. Although this was rather surprising for them to run into other teams in this unvisited dragon grave for the first time, these people were all experienced. However, the people here were all experienced. They did not panic at all. They were very experienced. Yongkai narrowed his eyes and said, "Wu Ku, unexpectedly, you found this dragon grave as well." The bald-headed Wu Ku smiled coldly and said, "I was wondering who came in before me. So it is you. In that case, I am not surprised." Cut the crap. The burial items here are barely enough to split between the 2 teams. If you are willing, I can give you half, Yongkai said, knowing Wu Ku's strength. He wanted to reconcile with him if possible. A murderous intent flashed in Wu Ku's right eye, which was covered by the snake head. He said, "Don't you know my style? Attack." Unable to reconcile, Yongkai decisively made his choice. He spoke at the same time as Wu Ku. The sudden battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the relatively vast burial ground, Yongkai and Wu Ku were the first to fight. The others on both sides didn't hesitate either, each choosing their own opponent and fighting together. The sword-wielding middle-aged couple fought a pair of fiend race brothers who worked well with each other. When the half-masked first fatso saw a pretty girl on the other side, he could not help but smile. Then he excitedly leaped over, wanting to fight this person. "Your opponent is me." However, he was blocked by a middle-aged man who was waving a long spear. This made him extremely depressed and furious. The straw-caped old man sighed. Then, his figure flashed as he charged at an old man of similar age on the other side. The silver shark girl's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she faced the pretty girl that first fatso had taken a fancy to. This girl was unparalleled in beauty. However, the flickering light in her eyes was incredibly cold, making one tremble in fear. Duguayou and a demon mixed-blood cultivator fought. The other party was also a youth. The two seemed to know each other and had some old grudges. When Xiao Chun saw this sudden chaotic battle, he felt that it was strange. Isn't this too much of a coincidence for Yongkai to lead us here? Coincidentally, Xiao Chun arrived at this burial ground and bumped into another team. There were so many opportunities earlier, but they did not meet at all. Xiao Chun could not be blamed for thinking this way. He had always been cautious and liked to think ahead. It was better to be prepared. This was a team that was formed at the last minute. The members were not familiar with each other. Anything could happen. However, when this chaotic battle started, no one could avoid it. Before Xiao Chun could think too much, his opponent appeared. This person was also a bladesman. This bladesman wore tight black clothes, and his sharp eyes gave off an ancient air. Chapter 1194. With one look, it was clear that this was a wandering bladesman who made the world his home. The black-clad man carried a saber and walked over to Xiao Chan step by step. He smiled and said, "This is great. My opponent is a bladesman as well. Furthermore, a true bladesman. I can feel the soul of a bladesman in you." Xiao Chan smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I cannot feel the soul of a bladesman in you. Aside from the sharp saber intent and the vicissitudes of life in your eyes, there is also an inexplicable perplexity in them. That is a perplexity that a bladesman should not have." The black-clad bladesman was somewhat stunned to be seen through with one glance. He smiled and said, "Your eyes are really sharp. If not for the fact that you do not have the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor, I would not dare to challenge you. However, even if I cannot defeat you, it is worth it to die in the hands of a true bladesman. Make your move." Although this person's mental state had some flaws, Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. For Wu Ku to take a fancy to this black-clad bladesman, there had to be something extraordinary about him. Xiao Chan raised his left hand slightly and raised the lunar shadow saber. Then he took 3 steps, each step leaving behind an afterimage. With every step he sent out countless electric dragon images. Xiao Chan arrived before his opponent in the blink of an eye. Then, he executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. The instant he drew his saber, he brandished it in 81 different trajectories. The black-clad bladesman's eyes lit up. Clearly, this was his first time seeing such a profound drawing the saber. However, he did not panic. He drew the saber on his shoulder and held it with both hands, not in a rush to make a move. He was sensing Xiao Chen's killing intent. No matter how many changes there would always be a true killing intent that would not change. Even if these 81 saber trajectories were all real, he only needed to find the one that contained Xiao Chen's true killing intent and break it forcefully. Then, he would be able to break this wave of attacks. Just as Xiao Chen's saber light was about to strike him, the black-clad bladesman suddenly made a move. He held his saber with both hands and swung it vigorously. A waterfall appeared behind him, and as he slashed with his saber, the waterfall fell right on top of him. Dang! The 2 sabers clashed, and all sorts of saber trajectories were broken. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, felt slightly numb. "My flying flow strike is not bad, right? Although your eyes are sharp in terms of combat experience and saber techniques, you are far inferior to me. You will lose this battle for sure." After knocking back Xiao Chan with one saber strike, the black-clad bladesman felt that he had figured out Xiao Chen's strength. His confidence soared, so he quickly charged over. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The Qing Emperor's drawing technique was only his opening move. It was not even a killing move. His opponent had underestimated him. If he didn't explain himself, it would be better for the other party to underestimate him. That way it would be easier for him to win. Saber shadows flew everywhere as the 2 of them fought back and forth. The entire boneyard was in chaos. Everyone fought their own battles. No one could be distracted. The strength of both sides was about the same. Both sides had their own strengths and weaknesses in the battle, and neither side had too much of an advantage. It was impossible to determine a victor quickly. 1 hour later, the victor of the first battle was decided. Although the great fatso on Xiao Chen's side did his best, he was not a match for the middle-aged spearman. The middle-aged spearman pierced Xiao Chen's chest with a spear. Xiao Chen's eyes opened wide, and he died with a grievance. This was how cruel the world of cultivators was. No matter how dissatisfied one was, being weaker often meant death. At this moment in this intense battle, even if one wanted to retreat, it would be impossible. The middle-aged spearman smiled coldly and drew his spear. Then, he looked around the battlefield and joined his companion's fight with the black-skinned huge elephant race youth. The situation tilted slightly in Wu Ke's favor. On Xiao Chen's side, the venom spider race woman defeated her opponent and killed him. Then she joined in to help her companion. Xiao Chen secretly observed the situation, not in a rush to end the battle before him. He already had a good grasp of the black-clad bladesman's strength. The other party's saber techniques were very strong, and his law energy was relatively vast. However, his saber soul was only 40% comprehended. As long as Xiao Chan brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul without holding back, he could suppress the other party in an instant and end this battle. However, Xiao Chan did not do so. The reason was that this sudden battle looked like a coincidence. However, no matter how he thought about it, it was not a coincidence. The cruel battle continued. The two sides were about the same in the first place. The two leading half-step Emperor Wus did not show any signs of ending their opponent quickly. This battle could only continue, not stopping until one side was dead. Cultivators died one after another amid the sounds of fighting. The middle-aged couple on Xiao Chen's side and the black-skinned huge elephant race youth died one after another. The number of people dying on the other side was about the same. The stalemate still showed no signs of ending. Pu Ci. Duguayou and his opponent cried out as they struck each other at the same time, ending in a miserable mutual destruction. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground, Duguayou smiled bitterly with his pale face. "It's good that you are dead. I've had enough of these days." After saying that, Duguayou fell to the ground. "It's time to end this," the bald Wu Ku, who was fighting with Yang Kai, suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. Then, his figure flashed as he suddenly attacked, charging at the straw-caped old man who had just defeated his opponent. That straw-caped old man had just heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could react, Yang Kai chopped off his head with his sword. The half-step Emperor Wu brought out his full strength. Yang Kai's figure flashed rapidly, killing one person with each sword strike. The Silver Shark Race Bladesman and the Venom Spider Race Woman, who were severely injured and nearly drained of their law energy, caught completely off guard. They died at Yang Kai's hands before they could figure out what was going on. On the other side, Wu Ku moved quickly as well, killing off the remaining people on his side one by one. Something strange happened suddenly, without any warning. It was surprising but not surprising. Pu Ci. Before the black-clad bladesman fighting with Xiao Chan could react, a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest. Needless to say, the one who attacked was naturally the bald Wu Ku, the half-step Emperor Wu with the black snake tattoo on his head. Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. Xiao Chan, who had been on guard all along, silently circulated his profound martial technique the instant the two half-step Emperor Wu attacked. A dragon image drifted about, and a resplendent azure saber light gathered on the saber. Holding his saber with both hands, Xiao Chan brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul. It was like he had eyes on his back as he hacked down with great force. Dang! The sound of the saber and sword clashing resounded. Yang Kai, who had easily killed 3 people, was knocked back 3 steps by Xiao Chen's saber strike, which Xiao Chan had prepared long ago. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Wu Ku, who was on the other side, was clearly surprised as well. He immediately exploded the black-clad bladesman with a punch. Then he glared at Xiao Chan with his right eye. Suddenly, the snake tattoo that matched Wu Ku's eye appeared. The black tattoo turned into a real snake. Its body continuously grew larger as it charged at Xiao Chan to bite him. This move was extremely sinister. It happened to take advantage of the moment when Xiao Chan turned around and withdrew his saber. This created a dead angle, catching him off guard. However, Wu Ku was not the only one with a spirit pet. Xiao Chan had one as well. A sharp bird cry rang out. Little Yellow Feather quickly came out of Xiao Chen's ring and spread its wings. It instantly entered a berserk state. All the feathers on its body turned golden, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. When Little Yellow Feather clawed, it dug its claws deeply into the black snake's flesh, causing it to cry out in pain. Then it changed its target, turning its head to bite at Little Yellow Feather. Pu Ci. Little Yellow Feather opened its mouth and spat out a strand of dense solar true flame into the black snake's body. Immediately, the black snake cried out in pain. It fell to the ground and rolled around continuously, looking as if it was in extreme pain. Xiao Chan took advantage of the situation and spread out his arms, distancing himself from Yang Kai and the bald-headed Wu Ku. He hovered in the air, leaning against a wall as he looked at the two coldly. In just a few breaths of time, there were only 3 people left in this burial ground. Such an outcome was truly unexpected. The small mountain-like pile of essence stones flickered with light, giving off a boundless temptation. Then Xiao Chan looked at the bleeding corpses at the side. The saying "people die for wealth" was indeed true. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "The two of you have good means. This Xiao admires you. Everyone says that the dragon grave is dangerous. In the end, it is not as dangerous as the human heart. At this moment, some of Xiao Qin's doubts could already be resolved. Wu Ku and Yang Kai should have discovered this dragon grave at the same time. However, this 8-star dragon grave was too dangerous. If they did not find some scapegoats, they would not be able to enter the burial ground safely. Between the two of them, there should be a secret treasure that allowed them to communicate in private. Then, it created a coincidence that the two groups met in the burial grounds. With so many treasures around, the two teams would definitely engage in a battle to the death. This gave Yang Kai and Wu Ku a chance to deal with the others easily. Naturally, the fewer people who shared the treasures, the better. Wu Ku removed the solar true flame from the black snake's stomach and stood beside Yang Kai. He looked at Xiao Qian and said, "The ones who should be admiring you are the two of us. Facing so many treasures, you are still able to maintain a calm heart. This is not something that we can do." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Little friend, do you have anything to say before you die?" Two half-step Emperor Wu against one great perfection blue-robed emperor. No matter how one looked at it, victory was assured. Although Yang Kai was surprised by Xiao Qian's strength and mental state, he did not think that Xiao Qian could do anything against two half-step Emperor Wu. Then go ahead and try. Let's see who will benefit in the end. Yang Kai's and Wu Ku's expressions changed at the same time. After thinking for a while, they suddenly felt that Xiao Qian's words seemed to imply something. "What do you mean?" Xiao Qian shouted. "What do I mean? Are you still not coming out? Are you waiting for me to drag you out? There is still someone not dead." Yang Kai and Wu Ku were startled. Who could have hidden so deeply, even deceiving the two of them? Or was Xiao Qian purposely trying to trick them? Youngsters these days do not know how to respect their elders. This old man is just seeking peace and quiet. There is no need to expose me. There was a drawn-out sigh. Suddenly, a head popped out of the headless corpse of the straw-caped old man on the ground. Then they looked at the head that Yang Kai chopped off earlier. At some point in time it had turned into a pile of dirt and merged into the ground. The straw-caped old man suddenly stood up, startling Yang Kai and Wu Ku. This old fellow was a true wily old fox. Chapter 1195. At the start, the two were the most worried about him. The straw-caped old man's combat prowess was not much weaker than theirs. Hence, Yang Kai's first goal was to kill this person. Unexpectedly, he still managed to fool them. If Yang Kai really fought with Xiao Qian, the one who would benefit in the end would be this old man. Perhaps all the treasures would end up in this person's hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help feeling a chill down his spine. "You've really hidden yourself well," Yang Kai said through clenched teeth. The straw-caped old man smiled and said, "This old man has lived for more than 800 years. What kind of tricks have I not seen before? You are far from being able to scheme against me. Do you think that I did not notice the little tricks you used to communicate with this baldy on the way here?" Then the straw-caped old man changed the topic and said indifferently, "However, it is good now. With a large group of people gone, we will be able to split more things. Humans should not be too greedy. Young man, don't you think so?" The meaning in the old man's words went without saying. If the two of them did not listen, Xiao Qian would stand on Xiao Qian's side and fight to the death with the two of them. No one would benefit from this. Yang Kai and Wu Ku exchanged glances and quickly discussed the pros and cons. Given the strength of Xiao Qian and the straw-caped old man, they would definitely be able to kill one of them if they worked together. If they continued to be stubborn, the losses would outweigh the gains. The two quickly came to a decision. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile and said, "Senior is right. We should not be too greedy. Let's start splitting now." "Wait a moment." Xiao Qian suddenly spoke. Then he walked over to Duguayo's corpse step by step. Duguayo was no longer breathing, and his corpse was ice-cold. The others did not know what Xiao Qian wanted to do. They only saw him cut his palm with his saber, letting drops of blood fall into Duguayo's mouth. As the blood slowly seeped into his body, Duguayo's pale complexion slowly turned rosy. In the end, his body completely recovered its vitality. Duguayo was a mixed-blood human and blood demon. Like the blood sword sovereign from 50,000 years ago, he was a mixed blood. Vampires had extremely long lifespans and wouldn't die so easily. Not too long after the other party's life force had been extinguished, fresh blood could be used to revive the other party. This was especially so for Duguayao. Xiao Chun had observed him along the way. This person was rather special. Even at the critical moment of the battle, he did not use his blood demon's innate talent. For some reason, he would rather die than use the blood race's innate talent. Xiao Chun did not have the time to think about the story behind this. He wanted to save this person because he did not want this person to die too pitifully. It was just a slight effort so he wouldn't lose anything. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duguayao opened his eyes. His eyes were scarlet, containing an uncontrollable bloodthirsty murderous intent. Die! As Duguayao spoke coldly, he raised his hand and thrust it at Xiao Chen's chest. What incredible speed! Duguayao thrust his palm forward like a sharp blade, so fast that there was no sound of wind at all. It was like he instinctively thrust his palm into Xiao Chen's chest, trying to dig out his heart. Duguayao's attack seemed to be even faster than when he was not injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's palm was closer to him. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun took the initiative to strike Duguayao's chest, quickly pressing him down. The blade-like palm stopped about 1 centimeter away from Xiao Chen's chest, unable to go any further. Little Yellow Feather, who was circling in the air, looked like a beam of light as it flew over at lightning speed. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and let out a sharp cry as it glared at Duguayao. The flames in its mouth looked like they would spew out at any moment. Xiao Chun knew that Duguayao attacked under the influence of his murderous intent, so he did not bother with it. He only restrained the other party and waited for Duguayao to slowly recover. This fellow! Seeing Xiao Chun revive Duguayao, displeasure flashed in the eyes of Yang Kai, the bald Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man. There was no other reason. With one more person they would have to split the treasures. The red light in Duguayao's eyes slowly faded. That uncontrollable murderous chi slowly faded away. When Duguayao calmed down and saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was slightly stunned. After a while he said, "I owe you a favor." A favor was the hardest to owe and the hardest to repay. In this world of cultivators, everyone had their own pride. A favor was more important than the sky. Even a cultivator with a bad reputation would abide by these words. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. It was just a small effort. Obtaining a favor was pretty good. Xiao Chun released his hand, no longer restraining the other party. Duguayao stood up and looked at Yang Kai and Wu Ke, who stood side by side. Then, he looked at the straw-caped old man and the corpses littering the burial ground. Then, he roughly guessed what happened after his death. As the straw-caped old man looked at Xiao Chun, he narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Unexpectedly, little brother still has a pure heart. However, this world is full of ingrates. In the future, if you get bitten by an ingrate, don't regret what you did today. Duguayao's expression froze, and a murderous chi flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun asked indifferently, "Old sir, are you talking about me?" "I should say that I am definitely talking about myself. If I were not an ingrate, how could I have lived for more than 800 years with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor? If I were not an ingrate, how could I be afraid of death, not even daring to undergo my great tribulation of wind and fire? Ingrates are indeed despicable. However, having an excuse to be an ingrate because there are ingrates in the world is even more despicable." Xiao Chen's words were like a knife stabbing into the straw-caped old man's heart, pricking the most sensitive part of his heart. Even with 800 years of self-restraint, the straw-caped old man could not endure it. His lips trembled as he roared, "You are seeking death!" The straw-caped old man unleashed his aura, completely unleashing his horrifying cultivation. His heavy aura was like a huge mountain pressing towards Xiao Chen. The old man quickly swung his fishing rod, following this aura. The barbed hook silently flew towards Xiao Chen's throat. Xiao Chun reacted quickly. He pointed at the air, and a cold light flickered on his fingertip. Then he pressed down heavily, shattering this faint but fatal fishing hook. A cold light flashed in the straw-caped old man's eyes. He pushed off the ground and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun. Boom! 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 The old man's palm strike brought out his vast and heavy cultivation to its fullest. As he flew through the air, his aura was no weaker than that of the half-step Emperor Wu. Such a scene startled Yang Kai and Wu Ku. Fortunately, they did not attack Xiao Chen earlier. Given the straw-caped old man's strength, it would not be a problem for him to launch a sneak attack and injure the two of them in an instant. If you want to play for real, I'll play with you. Xiao Chen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and raised his hand to execute the 1,000-year death. Petals flew everywhere, and a blood moon filled the air. Every petal contained Xiao Chen's grief and worry. The force in his palm strike was endless, showing only the sorrow of separation and no joy. Bang! The two palms clashed. Relying on his advantage in martial techniques, Xiao Chen fought the straw-caped old man, who had a much higher cultivation, to a draw. The straw-caped old man's heart trembled. The other party's grief silently seeped into his heart. Scenes of cruel memories from a long time flashed in his mind. The straw-caped old man, whose law energy was denser and surged, was the first to retreat in this clash of palm strikes. After he stood still, he no longer dared to make a move. This brat is not easy to deal with either. The 1,000-year death completely exposed Xiao Chen's strength. Now Yang Kai and Wu could no longer dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. Never mind. So many people have died already. There is no need to make a big fuss. Let's split the treasures first. Yang Kai, who had single-handedly orchestrated this tragedy, acted as a peacemaker and spoke in a dignified manner. Xiao Chen scattered his palm strike and grasped the lunar shadow saber once more. Then, he looked coldly at the straw-caped old man and did not say anything more. Now that the straw-caped old man had a way out of this embarrassing situation, he did not continue to argue and calmed down again. The treasures started to be split. There were more than 25,000 essence stones. The 5 of them split them equally, leaving Xiao Chen with 5,000. For some reason, Du Guiyou did not say anything. He directly handed his share to Xiao Chen, not taking a single essence stone for himself. This action upset Yang Kai and Wu Ku. However, they could not afford to fall out with each other now. If they made a move on Xiao Chen and Du Guiyou, not to mention what kind of price they would have to pay. In order to protect himself, the straw-caped old man would definitely not let the two of them succeed. No matter how he thought about it, there was no chance. As for the dragon race secret treasures, Du Guiyou gave his share to Xiao Chen. As for the complete true dragon remains, due to mutual distrust, no one agreed to let a single person keep it and split it after they got out. They could only dismantle it and distribute it to everyone. Given this, Xiao Chen obtained 10,000 essence stones, 3 peak quality dragon race king grade secret treasures, and a set of true dragon remains. Xiao Chen was the one with the greatest harvest on this trip. Furthermore, he had obtained 100 dragon blood flowers from the dragon blood tree earlier. It could be said to be a great harvest. Yang Kai and Wu Ku had tried their best, but their gains were still not as good as Xiao Chen's. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. I believe you all can tell that although this is a burial ground, the master of the dragon grave is not buried here. There are even greater benefits ahead. Should we work together to explore the depths of this dragon grave? Yang Kai suggested, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The straw-caped old man was very shrewd with age. He remained expressionless and did not say anything. Clearly, he was waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. If Xiao Chen did not agree, the straw-caped old man absolutely would not travel with these two half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this dragon grave is extraordinary. The powerful killing move that Qing Emperor left behind is the best proof. Reason told Xiao Chen to quit while he was ahead. That was the best decision. However, the curiosity in Xiao Chen's heart was somewhat hard to quench. What kind of situation caused the Qing Emperor to leave behind a killing move and leave quietly? If Xiao Chen left just like that, he would not be able to solve this mystery for a long time. Just thinking about it was unfortunate. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was not a wishy-washy person. He quickly made up his mind and said, there is no harm in going and taking a look. If one did not figure out some things, one would not be at peace. Xiao Chen knew what kind of person he was. If he did not go and take a look, he would not give up. Chapter 1196. Du Guiyou said indifferently, I have no objections. Yang Kai looked at the straw-caped old man. Since both Xiao Chen and Du Guiyou agreed to travel together, naturally, the straw-caped old man would not reject them. Good. I just knew that everyone would not be satisfied with this little harvest. How can an 8-star dragon grave only have this little harvest? Yongkai smiled coldly to himself as he led the way out of the burial ground. The others quickly followed. After crossing the burial ground, the group of people went deeper and deeper into the vast and complicated cavern. The further in they went, the denser the demonic chi became. There was only an indistinct and extremely illusory demonic chi in front. However, it was already visible to the naked eye. Strands of demonic chi drifted in the air like snakes slithering about, looking extremely strange. The group felt that it was somewhat strange. Yongkai, who suggested going deeper, already felt some regret in his heart. Aside from finding the true master of the dragon grave, he also wanted to see if he could take advantage of the chaos to kill Xiao Qian. However, the situation now exceeded Yongkai's control. The atmosphere was simply too strange. How could there be such dense demonic chi in the dragon grave? Furthermore, this demonic chi was extremely pure. If there were deep abyss demon race cultivators or demon mixed bloods here, they would definitely like this place. To them, this was a holy land for cultivation. However, Xiao Qian discovered that Duguao's expression was somewhat unsightly. From the very start, he had been very sensitive to demonic chi. The demonic chi that any demon mixed blood would like was something Duguao did not seem willing to touch. When Xiao Qian thought about how this person had not been willing to use his blood demon innate talent, there had to be a story behind this. As for what the story was, Xiao Qian would not overthink it, much less ask about it. Right now, what Xiao Qian cared about the most was what was in the depths of this dragon grave. The path ahead was unexpectedly calm. Due to the age of the many restrictions and traps, the group easily broke them. The journey was very peaceful, without any disturbances at all. There were many forks in the road, but there was no need to worry about choosing one. They could take whichever path had the densest demonic chi. However, in the end, the group felt their hair stand on end. Even when they circulated their energies to block the dense demonic chi, they could not prevent it from seeping into their bodies. Duguao was fine. However, when the demonic chi entered the bodies of others, it was like poison. They would have to spend some time to get rid of it. Go! Yongkai braced himself and walked forward. It was hard for him to back out now. After passing through a passageway where the demonic energy had turned into mist, the group's eyes suddenly lit up, and their field of vision suddenly widened. Looking at the scene before them, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. In the vast open space in front of him, there was a huge black skeleton of a true dragon lying on the ground. A vast dragon might spread out from the dragon bones. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the pressure. There were 8 thick and heavy chains on the back of the dragon skeleton, firmly locking the black dragon skeleton down from each side. The heavy chains, the giant remains of the black true dragon, and the dragon might that hadn't dissipated even after 1,000,000 years. The shock brought about by this scene was somewhat indescribable. Only those who were at the scene could feel it for themselves. There were also 8 flaming stone pillars surrounding the black dragon skeleton. Each pillar had a purple dragon skeleton tied to it. Compared to the giant black dragon skeleton, the 8 dragon skeletons tied to the flaming stone pillars were much smaller. Even so, these 8 purple dragon skeletons were much larger than the true dragon skeleton that Xiao Qian obtained from the burial ground earlier. Furthermore, the dragon might from the purple dragon skeletons had not dissipated. It was clear which was stronger. Be it the purple dragon skeletons on the flaming stone pillars or the giant black skeleton bound by chains, they all gave off an extraordinary aura. What kind of flame is this? It has been burning for 1,000,000 years without extinguishing. Even with Yongkai's experience as a half-step Emperor Wu, he felt that his knowledge was too shallow. He did not know what kind of flame this was. Xiao Qian frowned slightly and muttered, "This is a heavenly flame." This was indeed a heavenly flame. It had the same nature as the heavenly flame in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, the heavenly flame that Chu Chaoyun grasped did not have an origin flame. It was just a facade. However, the flame on these stone pillars was released by someone who possessed the heavenly flame's origin flame. Its might was on a completely different level. Thinking about the heavenly flame's origin flame sealed in the divine blood formation in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Qian suspected that the Qing Emperor had set the flames on these stone pillars. After thinking about it, this was quite possible. The Blue Dragon Palace happened to have the Heavenly Flame's origin flame, and the Qing Emperor happened to have been here. What's going on? Why did the master of the dragon grave lock himself here? Also, why does it feel like the dragon skeletons on these stone pillars are sealed like people? Without a doubt, that giant black dragon skeleton was the master of this dragon grave. However, why did it lock himself here? Look! Doesn't the ornament at the top of the stone pillar look like a sword hilt? The sharp-eyed old man in the straw-caped raincoat suddenly said. There was a palm-sized stone pillar in the middle of every stone pillar that could be grasped with one hand. If one did not associate it with a sword hilt, it would be hard to notice. However, once one did, the more one looked at it, the more similar it seemed. A distant ancient divine weapon. The eyes of Yang Kai, who used a sword, immediately lit up. Although Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man did not use swords, they understood the value of a distant ancient divine weapon. A distant ancient divine weapon already rivaled an emperor-grade secret treasure. They were weapons that were hard to find in the world. Possessing a distant ancient divine weapon could raise Emperor Wu's strength by at least 20%. A distant ancient divine weapon would only be stronger than a divine weapon forged in the current era. Duguayou frowned and said, "It's best not to mess around. I feel that the stone pillars are the seals. These 8 dragon skeletons, as well as the huge dragon skeletons in the middle, are no longer of the dragon race. The demonic qi in their bodies is even purer than that of high-ranked demons." Given Duguayou's status as a mixed-blood human and demon, his words were very reliable. Xiao Chun also felt that the distant ancient divine weapons on the stone pillars could not be touched. He advised, "Let's go back. This place is too strange." The Qing Emperor probably added the heavenly flame. It is possible that the original seal could no longer suppress these things, so he added the heavenly flame. The 3 could not decide what to do. Given their experience, they knew that what Xiao Chun and Duguayou said was true. However, the allure of a distant ancient divine weapon was too great. If they missed this opportunity, they would miss it forever. Yang Kai, who coveted this divine weapon the most, said, "Perhaps you are overthinking. These are just ordinary true dragon remains, just like the other dragon graves. They are just skeletons that have been dead for millions of years." Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "You really know how to comfort yourself." Yang Kai immediately felt extremely uncomfortable after being rebuked by Xiao Chun. His eyes filled with hostility as he said sullenly, "This old man does not need you to lecture me. Even if there is a great disaster, it is not my turn to worry about it." These words were extremely irresponsible. However, they were not wrong. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up. As long as Yang Kai took the distant ancient divine weapons here and quickly escaped, even if the seal broke in the future, the ones to worry would be those primes and sovereign martial emperors. If something major happened, the ones to worry would be those primes and sovereign martial emperors. It had nothing to do with him, a half-step martial emperor. Whoosh! Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he landed on top of a stone pillar. There was no heavenly flame at the top, but there were some sparks floating around. Yang Kai carefully squatted down and stretched out his hand to grasp the sword hilt. Seeing Yang Kai's actions, Xiao Chun's and Duguayou's expressions changed, and they quickly took 10 steps back. A fervent look flashed in the eyes of the bald Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man, but they did not take even half a step back. The 2 of them probably had designs on these distant ancient divine weapons. If the distant ancient divine weapons were pulled out, nothing would happen. The 2 of them would use the shortest time possible to pull out all the other distant ancient divine weapons, not leaving a single one behind. Before everyone's eyes, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and determination flashed in his eyes. Then he started to slowly pull out the sword. As Yang Kai slowly pulled out the sword, bits and pieces fell off, giving off a bright light. A strong and simple might spread out. This was indeed a distant ancient divine weapon. As a swordsman, Yang Kai could not help revealing an expression of joy at this moment. He suppressed his excitement and continued to carefully pull out the sword. A fervent look appeared in the eyes of the bald Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man. They looked around, wanting to see if there were any strange movements from the purple dragon bones tied to the stone pillars. There were no movements at all. Those dragon bones were like the bones of ordinary true dragons. They did not give off any fluctuations of life or any strange sounds. The wind was calm. Everything was quiet. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. A crafty look flashed in their eyes as they stepped forward. Before Yang Kai could pull out the sword, they each flew to a stone pillar. Chi! Compared to Yang Kai's caution, the two of them did not care. They pulled hard and pulled out all the swords. The two of them were only slightly slower than Yang Kai. They pulled out the distant ancient divine weapons from the stone pillars at nearly the same time. Their faces brimmed with joy. When the two of them felt the surging energy contained in the swords, they were overjoyed. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm. There were no fluctuations in his heart. He kept feeling that something was about to happen. Now that it was so calm, it was definitely not normal. The distant ancient divine weapons were important items for the seal. After losing them, there would be a major change to the seal. However, Xiao Qin felt some doubt in his heart. These dragon bones had been dead for who knows how many years. Could they still be a threat? No matter what, it was better to be careful. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin moved his feet and retreated further. Ha ha ha! Distant ancient divine weapon. It really is a distant ancient divine weapon. With this distant ancient divine weapon, why would I need to fear the great tribulation of wind and fire? After clearing the great tribulation of wind and fire and advancing to martial emperor, the straw-caped old man's wish of hundreds of years was about to be fulfilled. He entered a berserk state, laughing maniacally. Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Qin and Duguao, who had retreated far away. He smiled and said, "There are still 5 distant ancient divine weapons. Are the two of you sure you don't want them? If you really don't want them, don't blame us for not leaving them for you." Tempted expressions flashed in Xiao Qin's and Duguao's eyes. Who could resist the temptation of a distant ancient divine weapon? Chapter 1197. A large part of the reason they did not leave was the existence of the distant ancient divine weapons. Seeing that the three were safe and sound after obtaining the distant ancient divine weapons, Xiao Qin could not help wanting to make a move. However, after struggling for a while, his rationality finally won over his desire. The time was not right. This place was too strange. The Qing Emperor would not place a heavenly flame on this stone pillar for no reason. Furthermore, he would not be so bored as to leave a powerful killing move on the wall. Cowardly and afraid of everything, yet you still want to take the Emperor's road? What a joke. The straw-caped old man smiled coldly when he saw that the two did not move. Kasie. However, just at this moment, the chains binding the dragon bones on the 3 stone pillars where the divine weapons were drawn suddenly broke. Amid a crisp sound, the upright dragon bones fell to the ground with a whoosh. The dragon bones that fell to the ground slowly melted into a purple liquid that slowly flowed out of the heavenly flames range. When the black liquid completely flowed out of the heavenly flames range, it wriggled and took human form. Then, it materialized 3 purple robes with the symbol of a demonic god embroidered on them. A bright light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. These robes were clearly the Dark Church's uniform. He had seen them on Tongxiao and the Dark Church's branch in the Sky Dome realm before. There was no mistaking it. Run! Without even thinking, Xiao Qin turned around and left. Duguao's movements were not much slower than Xiao Qin's. He quickly followed behind, running back the way he came. Who are you? Yang Kai's 3 people on the stone pillars exclaimed in horror when they saw this sudden scene. They did not expect this. The 3 purple-clad men turned around expressionlessly and looked at the 3 people on the stone pillars. Then they sent out a formless mental energy, and the 3 immediately felt confused. The purple-clad men stretched out their hands at the same time, and the distant ancient divine weapons that Yang Kai's 3 held immediately struggled free. Then they spun in the air and chopped off the 3's heads at the same time. This scene happened very quickly, in less than half a breath of time. There was no time for the 3 half-step Emperor Wu experts to prepare. Yang Kai's 3, who had been overjoyed at obtaining the distant ancient divine weapons, died to the divine weapons in their hands in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, they were able to witness the might of the ancient era's divine armament before they died. This proved that their foresight was not bad. It's a pity that it's not yours. It's not yours. Even if you hold it in your hands, it's not yours. 2 escaped. One is a human-demon hybrid, and the other is a human blue-robed emperor. It's very weak, but we can kill it. Chase! The three of them spoke in an extremely simple manner. Their minds were calm, and they were extremely calm about breaking free from the seal. Come to think of it, he'd been sealed for over 1,000,000 years, so his mental state had probably become a dead sea, and it was very difficult for it to fluctuate due to external factors. So. Figures flashed. Three expressionless purple-clad men wielding divine weapons quickly gave chase in the direction that Xiao Chun and Duguayou had fled. Their speed was unimaginably fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were teleporting. Although they could not tear space, they seemed to have some mysteries of the state of space in them. Compared to ordinary movement techniques, they were much more exquisite. After 15 minutes, the three saw Xiao Chun and Duguayou's figures. Without saying anything, they each sent out a sword strike. Three terrifying sword chi sliced through the space like tofu, tearing open a neat black crack that continued to extend forward. Xiao Chun checked his surroundings. He knew that he could not block them with his martial techniques. So he did a series of extreme movements with his feet in the air, brushing past the cracks created by the three sword chi. A black crack flew by Xiao Chun's face, silently chopping off his fine black hair. This startled Xiao Chun into breaking out in a cold sweat. For the sake of dodging the sword chi, Xiao Chun and Duguayou's speed decreased significantly. The distance between them slowly shortened. The purple-clad men were like the Grim Reaper. As long as the two got close, only death awaited them. Sword chi flew everywhere, creating spatial cracks and turning the cavern into a mess. The rocks above their heads kept falling, creating quite a bit of obstruction for the two of them to escape. With their lives hanging by a thread, Xiao Chun was extremely focused. His mind was clear. He did not give up at all. As long as they reached the stone wall where the Qing Emperor left those words, they would have a chance of survival. Compared to Xiao Chun, Duguayou was in an even worse state. His body was already riddled with wounds from the sword chi. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. He finally saw those 8 ancient and modern words. However, when he looked back, 18 crisscrossing sword chi appeared behind him, not giving him a chance to dodge at all. As for the three purple-clad men, they followed unhurriedly, one step at a time. They looked at the two like they were already dead. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and increased his speed by another 20%. He pushed off the ground and landed at the foot of the stone wall before the sword chi arrived. Just as Xiao Chun was about to wipe away the 8 words and unleash the Qing Emperor's powerful killing move, he glanced around and happened to see Duguayou, who was about to be swallowed up by the sword chi. At this moment, if Xiao Chun materialized the blue dragon battle armor and endured the damage of the 18 sword chi, he would have an 80% chance of saving Duguayou. However, once he failed, Xiao Chun would die a miserable death. Even if he managed to save Duguayou, he would definitely end up severely injured. To save or not to save? To save or not to save? This was truly a difficult problem. There was not much time left for Xiao Chun. If he delayed, he would lose the right to choose. Save. Decisiveness flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. Since there was an 80% chance of saving, why should he leave Duguayou to die? Although Xiao Chun was not a goody two-shoes, he could only watch as someone died before him. He clearly had a chance to save Duguayou, but he did not do so. In the future, when Xiao Chun recalled this, he would definitely feel guilty. He was not a cold-blooded person by nature, so there was no need for him to lie to himself. Putting away the freedom wings, Xiao Chun materialized the blue dragon battle armor. The instant the battle armor covered his entire body, he flew over to Duguayou's back. When Duguayou, who had been waiting for death, saw Xiao Chun arrive, intense shock flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun still came to save him at this moment. Just as the 18 sword chi were about to swallow up Duguayou, Xiao Chun picked him up and tossed him forward, blocking the 18 sword chi tearing space by himself. When the sword chi struck Xiao Chun's back, this sword chi, which could tear space apart, paused for the first time when it encountered Xiao Chun's third layer of the blue dragon battle armor. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as the 18 sword chi knocked him back. 18 horrifying wounds appeared on the battle armor on Duguayou's back. Blood flowed out, and the wounds penetrated deep into his bones. Using the rebound of these 18 sword chi, Xiao Chun accelerated and landed beside Duguayou, his complexion pale. When the three purple-clad men saw this scene, their expressions changed at the same time. Clearly, they were greatly shocked at Xiao Chen's successful escape. To think that the strong sword qi that Xiao Chen brought out with the distant divine weapon did not chop this person into pieces. A peak sage body and the blue dragon battle armor. No wonder his defense is so strong. However, these two are severely injured. Even if they manage to escape this calamity, they will still die. The purple-clad man in the middle was stunned for a moment before recovering. The extremely weak Duguayao smiled bitterly and said, "Unfortunately, there is no way for me to repay the favor I owe you. You should not have turned around to save me and ended up sacrificing yourself." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Just live on properly. You still have to repay the favor you owe me. If I was not confident, I would not have made a move." Seeing the three purple-clad men appear in his vision, Xiao Chen quickly made his move, erasing the words that the Qing Emperor left on the stone wall. Boom! The instant all the words were erased, a figure suddenly appeared from the wall. That person was dressed in azure, looking like a celestial being as he walked out of the void. He was like a sovereign among men, exuding a tyrannical aura. Just his figure alone was enough to make people prostrate themselves in worship. Before the three purple-clad men could clearly see this figure, a bright saber light blinded them. Following that was a horrifying killing move. Under this saber light, the space in front shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. This was the true meaning of slicing through space. Everything within that space would be destroyed. The instant the three purple-clad men's corpses shattered, Xiao Chen vaguely saw three tiny figures that looked like Yuanying trying to flee. In the end, space completely shattered. The instant the Yuanying appeared, the saber qi scattered it, thoroughly killing it. Duguayao and Xiao Chen fell to the ground. As they looked at the shattered space in front, they felt a lingering fear and shock. Compared to that earlier saber strike, the sword qi that the purple-clad men sent out earlier was nothing. Destroying space with one saber strike was true strength, not relying on the sharpness of a distant ancient divine weapon to barely tear open space. If it were this saber strike, even if Xiao Chen were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to take it head-on. "You knew long ago?" Duguayao, who had just survived a calamity, asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded. "The moment I touched the words, I knew." As Duguayao spoke, Xiao Chen swallowed a medicinal pill for treating injuries. Then, he circulated his energy and headed for the slowly merging space in front. "What are you doing?" "Checking to see if they are all dead or not," Xiao Chen answered without even turning his head. Duguayao gaped in shock. Xiao Chen was too cautious. Even after all that, they were still alive. As Xiao Chen walked over, he looked around. Aside from the three distant ancient divine weapons, there were no longer any remnants of the purple-clad men's bodies. Xiao Chen did not feel at ease. He closed his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense, carefully scanning the place. After verifying that there were no traces of mental energy, he finally relaxed. Xiao Chen could not help but be cautious. At the crucial moment, he saw the tiny figures coming out of the three men's bodies, startling him. They were simply too similar to an immortal cultivator's Yuanying. When Xiao Chen thought about it, these things could be revived by a pile of dragon bones even after 1,000,000 years. There was no harm in being cautious. "How is it? Are they all dead?" Duguayao asked as he walked over. "They should be all dead." "In that case, what do you intend to do with these distant ancient divine weapons?" "Plug them back in. Put them back in the way they were originally placed." Chapter 1198. After speaking, Xiao Chen ignored Duguayao's shock and headed deeper into the dragon grave step by step. 2 hours later, he arrived at the place where the gigantic black dragon bones were locked. When Xiao Chen saw the three headless corpses on the ground and the distant ancient divine weapons in his hands, he sighed. Desire was always a cultivator's greatest enemy. If not for Xiao Chen overcoming desire in the ancient desolate tower, one of the headless corpses on the ground would be Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen looked at Duguayao, who followed him over, he asked, "Speaking of which, how did you resist the temptation of the distant ancient divine weapons?" No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, Duguayao did not seem like someone who could resist the temptation of the distant ancient divine weapons. Duguayao smiled embarrassedly and said, "I could not get close to these stone pillars. These stone pillars have an extremely strong suppressive and sealing effect on cultivators who cultivate demonic qi. Although I do not cultivate demonic qi, I have half a blood demon bloodline in me. I could not avoid it. Xiaochen now understood. At the same time, he firmed his resolve to return the distant ancient divine weapons. The seal of this place definitely sealed incredible existences, which involved many secrets. The Dark Church, the Deep Abyss demonic race. These secrets could only be understood after Xiaochen became truly strong. After returning the 3 distant ancient divine weapons, Xiaochen thought for a while. Then he put some force into the sword hilt. This way no one would be able to see the sword hilt from the outside. Even if someone accidentally discovered this place without sufficient benefits, they would not touch it. Xiaochen leaped to the other stone pillars with dragon bones tied to them. Then he put some force into the sword hilt as well. Ah! Immediately, a miserable cry came from the stone pillar. Xiaochen smiled faintly. It looked like his idea worked. Xiaochen leaped over and pushed the sword hilt out of the other stone pillars into the ground. Then he jumped down and destroyed the entire cave with one palm strike. Rocks peeled off, completely burying this sealed land. After that, Xiaochen and Duguayou left this place. With every step, Xiaochen threw a palm strike, destroying the entire burial ground. When he exited the entrance of the dragon tomb, he sent out a few more palm strikes, completely blocking the entrance. As the two looked at the calm surface of the vast dragon grave sea, they both felt fatigued. The adventure of the 8-star dragon grave finally came to an end. When Xiaochen first entered, the group was very majestic. Now, only Xiaochen and Duguayou came out alive. Even someone as strong as Wu Ku and Yang Kai, and someone as astute as the old man in the woven rush-caped raincoat, had fallen here in the end. During this adventure, not to mention the treasures, the viciousness of the human heart, the choices made in the face of desire, and the lowliness of one's own strength had given Xiaochen a vivid lesson. This made Xiaochen even more anxious to rush to the human demon sea and obtain the treasures that the Thunder King left behind. He wanted to advance to the consummation blue-robed emperor as soon as possible. Duguayou withdrew his gaze and performed a cupped fist salute to Xiaochen. Before he left, he said, "Although I am arrogant, I will definitely repay the favor I owe you. There are many ingrates in the world, but I, Duguayou, will definitely not be one of them. We will meet again in the future." Xiaochen, who watched Duguayou leave, did not know that Duguayou would really repay this favor a few years later. Furthermore, he did so in an extremely tragic manner. However, this was something that would happen many years later. The current Xiaochen would definitely not think of it. As for the favor Duguayou mentioned, Xiaochen merely smiled and brushed it off. Given his strength, he simply could not think of anything he would need Duguayou's help in the future. Xiaochen had saved Duguayou twice only because of his principles. If it were someone else, he would have done the same. If he really died after saving Duguayou, Xiaochen would have chosen to stand aside and not blindly act rashly. When Xiaochen looked back at the calm surface of the sea, he thought of the people who went to the dragon grave sea with him and shook his head slightly. After sighing, he summoned out the flood dragon war chariot and headed for the human demon sea. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and started to seriously treat his injuries. If not for the final 18 strands of sword qi, it would not have been difficult for Xiaochen to safely retreat from the 8-star dragon grave. However, it did not matter now. As long as Xiaochen had enough time, given his physical body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he could recover in a short time. After half a day, Xiaochen opened his eyes. The wounds on his back had already mostly healed. The defense of the third layer of the blue dragon battle armor far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Furthermore, this was only at small perfection. Xiaochen estimated that after he condensed the blue dragon battle armor, his defense should rival that of Imo Rant's body of steel. Furthermore, it did not have any weak points. All in all, Xiaochen was much stronger. Among the Deep Abyss demon races, the Iron Demons were known as the race with the strongest defense. Due to the natural advantage of their body structure and some cultivation techniques, their defense far surpassed that of the other races. Furthermore, Xiaochen's human body could rival that of the Iron Demon race's body of steel. If he appeared in the astral battlefield one day, he would definitely cause a huge commotion. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun went through his gains in the dragon grave again. There were 15,000 essence stones, 100 dragon blood flowers, 3 P-quality king grade secret treasures, and 1 true dragon remains. With such a large harvest, this trip to the 8-star dragon grave was worth it. However, the doubts of the 8-star dragon grave were hard to resolve. What kind of existence was the mysterious dark church? To think that such an organization actually existed a million years ago. This was truly shocking. The Sky Dome realm was no stranger to most of the Deep Abyss demon races. There were detailed records of the high-ranked demon races and the 18 demon monarchs, which could be easily looked up. Only the Nether sect revealed very little information about them. Never mind, I won't be able to figure anything out no matter how hard I try. Right now I am not strong enough. This is not the time to think about this. Right now the most important thing is to rush to the human demon sea and obtain the treasures that the Thunder King left behind. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun thought back to the information Ao Jiao gave him about the human demon sea. In this oceanic world, any sea region with a large number of cultivators would have rich resources and prosperous islands. In that case, the human demon sea would be an oddity. The spiritual energy here was thin, and resources were scarce. However, there were as many cultivators as there were hairs on an ox, no less than the number of cultivators in the heavenly starry ocean. The reason was none other than the demon mixed bloods living here. There were demon mixed bloods with purer bloodlines and more perfect evolutions. They looked no different from humans. There were also demon mixed bloods with insufficient purity and imperfect evolutions. These demon mixed bloods had long hair, scales, or horns. Most of these demon mixed bloods cultivated demonic chi and had a violent personality. Although there were all sorts of factions and clans, they were not bound by the morals of humans. They did as they pleased and were much more cold-blooded and cruel. According to Ao Jiao, the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, Sang Mu, were on Scorching Flame Island in the north of the human demon sea. He had given them to Sang Mu's good friend Su He to guard. When the Thunder King was alive, he had saved this demon mixed blood's martial emperor's life. Naturally, this demon mixed blood's martial emperor agreed to the Thunder King's request before he died. This demon mixed blood's martial emperor helped guard the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, and waited for Ao Jiao to bring the new inheritor over. Back then, this demon mixed blood's martial emperor was already a martial emperor. Now that 1,000 years had passed, this demon mixed blood's martial emperor should be as strong as a sovereign martial emperor. Xiao Chun was not very clear on the exact classification of Emperor Wu's strength. He was just making a random guess. He should not be too far off. Ao Jiao, how much do you know about this demon mixed blood's martial emperor? It is hard to believe that a martial emperor could endure loneliness for 1,000 years. The human demon sea was already before them. However, Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous. 1,000 years was too long. He feared that he would not meet this demon mixed blood's martial emperor. That would be problematic. Without this martial emperor's key, he would not be able to enter the Thunder King's treasures. However, Ao Jiao was very confident. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've met this demon mixed blood's martial emperor before. Furthermore, you have to believe in the Thunder King's judgment. There will not be any problems." With Ao Jiao's assurance, Xiao Chun felt more at ease. Half a day later, they formally entered the human demon sea. Xiao Chun put away the flood dragon war chariot and landed on the surface of the sea in a low-profile manner. What dense demonic chi! Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The instant he stepped onto the surface of the sea, he felt a large amount of demonic chi in the air. However, the spiritual energy here was pitifully thin. The human demon sea truly lived up to its name. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought about how Dugu Ao chose to cultivate spiritual energy under such circumstances and even managed to cultivate to his current cultivation. He was truly a genius. After landing on a random island and resting for a night, Xiao Chun headed for Scorching Flame Island in the northern demonic sea. In the northern demonic sea, Scorching Flame Island was an average-sized island. It was about the same size as Xiao Chun's conferred land, Heavenly Star Island. Martial Emperor Su He was the only Emperor Wu on this island. The Su clan was also the strongest faction on this Scorching Flame Island. They controlled the largest city on the island, Scorching Flame City. This was news from 1,000 years ago. After 1,000 years there should not have been much change. After all, with a martial emperor holding down the fort, it should be more than enough to dominate a medium-sized island. After arriving at Scorching Flame Island, Xiao Chun headed straight for Scorching Flame City, moving as fast as lightning. Who is it? How dare you barge into Scorching Flame City? Just as Xiao Chun approached Scorching Flame City, two old men with hostile expressions came out of the city and blocked Xiao Chun's path in midair. These two old men were great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators. The faction in the city must have sensed Xiao Chun's strength. However, they did not know his background, so they sent two great perfection blue-robed emperor experts to investigate. This was normal. Any major faction would react like this when an unfamiliar expert suddenly appeared in their territory with lightning speed. If this was not the case, then this faction would not even have the most basic precautions, and it would not be far from destruction. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. He smiled and said, "The two of you, please don't misunderstand. I do not have any malicious intent. I just want to ask, are the two of you surnamed Su?" "So, it is a friend of the Su clan. I was wondering why you were so arrogant. You came to Scorching Flame City without even saying a word before running amok." Xiao Chun found this strange. Why does this tone sound off? Did something happen here? Is the Su clan no longer the overlord of Scorching Flame Island? "You are not welcome here." Scram. The cultivators of the human demon sea were all hot-tempered. If they did not agree with each other, they would explode. The two old men immediately attacked, each sending out a killing move filled with overwhelming demonic chi at Xiao Chun. "You overestimate yourself." Chapter 1199. Xiao Chun's face sank as he snorted coldly. Then, he raised the 1,000-year flame in his left hand and the 1,000-year death in his right. Two bright moons, one scarlet like blood and one bright like fire, soared into the air behind Xiao Chun, forming a miraculous scene of two moons competing with each other. This palm strike clashed with the two old men's attacks, causing the two old men to vomit blood and retreat. They fled with panicked expressions on their faces. Xiao Chun did not give chase. He frowned slightly and said, "What's going on in this city? When I mentioned the Su clan's name, they immediately attacked me. Could something have happened in the past 1,000 years? Is he dead?" After sneaking into the city, Xiao Chun asked around and obtained a completely unexpected answer. The human demon martial emperor Su He died 500 years ago, dying on the path to sovereign martial emperor. Such an answer truly caught Xiao Chun by surprise. This was even harder to deal with than leaving Scorching Flame Island expected. The Su clan, the overlord of Scorching Flame Island back then, quickly declined after Su He died. Right now, the Su clan was on the brink of collapse on Scorching Flame Island. The factions that the Su clan had once suppressed had risen, and were suppressing the Su clan again and again. The Su clan had been chased out of Scorching Flame City long ago. Now they occupied a city on the northwestern edge of Scorching Flame Island. Although the Su clan was still one of the two major factions of Scorching Flame Island, it was in a gloomy state. Everyone knew that the Su clan would not last for long before the Wang clan chased them out of Scorching Flame Island. There was no such thing as a man living a good life for 1,000 days and a flower blooming for 100 days. Right now, the largest faction on Scorching Flame Island was the Wang clan. The two old men who blocked Xiao Chun from entering the city were the Wang clan's inner clan elders. The Wang clan's clan head possessed the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu. Aside from that, there were two consummation blue-robed Emperor experts. In this Scorching Flame Island without Emperor Wu, the Wang clan's reputation as the strongest was well-deserved. "Thank you." After giving the waiter who told him the news some compensation, Xiao Chun picked up his teacup and entered deep thought. This was really a little troublesome. The guardian of the Thunder King's inheritance had passed away. It was unknown whether the key had been given to his descendants or buried with the key. "Ao Jiao, what do we do now?" Xiao Chun asked, putting down the teacup. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, thought for a while before saying, "Let's go to the Su clan and take a look first. Without the key, I cannot open the Thunder King's inheritance. I hope everything goes well." After getting up and settling the bill, Xiao Chun suddenly sensed a powerful aura flying rapidly in his direction. The two elders who were injured by him earlier were also following behind this powerful aura. One perfected blue-robed emperor and two advanced blue-robed emperors. Xiaochun smiled and said, "You really think highly of me." Now that Xiaochun faced a consummation blue-robed emperor, he did not fear him at all. Even someone as strong as the straw-caped old man would be confident of defeating him. However, there was no need to cause too much commotion at this moment. After circulating the foundation returning art to cover up his aura, Xiaochun silently left this place. Not long after Xiaochun left, 3 cultivators appeared at the entrance of this tea house. The person in the middle had purple hair and red eyes. He did not look old. The moment he appeared, the bustling tea house immediately fell silent. This startled the manager of the tea house. What could have startled the Wang clan's supreme elder, Wang Feng? Furthermore, there were 2 advanced perfection blue-robed emperors with him. Now the Wang clan was like the local tyrant of this vast scorching flame island. No one dared to defy them. Normally, the Wang clan's people were arrogant and despotic. No one dared to offend them. The manager quickly ran over and smiled apologetically. "Senior Wang, what brings you here?" The purple-haired, middle-aged man did not say anything. Instead, the old man that Xiaochun injured at the side asked bluntly, "Have you seen a white-robed youth? He is not a local. His characteristics are very obvious, so you should be able to recognize him easily." "Yes, he just left not long ago." Seeing this person's ferocious expression, how could the manager dare not speak the truth? The expression of the purple-haired, middle-aged man Wang Feng changed slightly. He asked sullenly, "Are you sure he just left?" "He really just left not long ago. This little one does not dare to hide anything." Wang Feng muttered, "Strange, he just left not long ago. Why does it feel like he vanished completely from my perception? There is no such peak great perfection blue-robed emperor here. Could it be that this fellow learned some secret technique to hide his aura and managed to hide?" Wang Feng nodded and entered deep thought. After a while he said, "That should be it. This person's strength is not simple. Don't offend him for no reason. However, he seems to have some connection to the Su clan. Furthermore, he injured us without saying a word." One of the old men said carefully. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "I'll make some time to make a trip there personally. If he really has some connection to the Su clan, I will make sure that he cannot leave Scorching Flame Island. If not, just treat it as a small loss. In the future, just be more careful. The 2 of you don't think that you are unrivaled in the sea region around Scorching Flame Island just because you can cover the sky with one hand." After saying that, the purple-haired, red-eyed Wang Feng could not be bothered with these 2. So his figure flashed and he left. This caused the 2 old men that Xiaochun injured to exchange glances, feeling upset. However, old Wang personally made a move. If this brat really has some connection to the Su clan, he will definitely die a miserable death. That is natural. Old Wang is a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. If the half-step Emperor Wu does not appear, who can match him? Scorching Flame Island was about the same size as Xiaochun's conferred land, Heavenly Star Island. It was as large as a province in the Tianwu domain. Even if an ordinary person rode on horseback for 3 months, they would not be able to cross it. As for the blue-robed emperor, especially a demonic genius like Xiaochun, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. When night fell, Xiaochun used only 7 or 8 minutes to easily reach a city at the northwestern edge of Scorching Flame Island. It was a city that was built on a desolate mountain, and it was the current location of the Su clan. Compared to the bustling Scorch City, it seemed to be desolate and cold. It was no wonder that it seemed to be lethargic in the words of others. It looked like this Su clan was indeed forced into a miserable state. Soon, they would be forced out of Scorching Flame Island. With his previous experience, Xiaochun continuously circulated his foundation returning art this time. He traveled silently, not startling anyone as he arrived at the city lord's residence. At this moment, the large hall of the city lord's residence was brightly lit. The Su clan's clan head and the Su clan elders were all gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Without startling anyone, Xiaochun quietly landed on the roof. When he saw the brightly lit hall and the grave expressions of the Su clan elders, he could not help but listen out of curiosity. "Big bro, the Wang family is being too aggressive right now. Several of our resource islands have been occupied by the Wang family. We can't go on like this. The Wang clan's people are too tyrannical. They are simply pushing us to our deaths." Not only did they chase us out of Scorching Flame City, they even want to occupy our resource islands. They are trying to break our roots. Big brother, make a decision. The ancestral teachings can be changed. Right now, the Wong clan is at a critical juncture. I believe that old ancestor Su He will forgive us. Everyone in the room stared at the Su clan's clan head, who sat in the middle with a fiery gaze, hoping that he would make a decision. Xiao Chan checked with his spiritual sense and discovered that this person held a simple and unadorned purple key in his hand. He had a conflicted expression, clearly in great pain. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen immediately understood what was going on. After Su He died, he did indeed hand the key to his descendants. At the same time, he left a will to wait for the Thunder King's inheritor to appear. However, now that the Su clan was at a critical juncture, these elders wanted to use the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. They wanted to rely on the treasures left behind by the Thunder King to survive this calamity and regain their position as the overlord of Scorching Flame Island. How shameless! How can you steal the things left behind by our benefactor? Ao Jiao cursed from the immortal spirit ring. Her face flushed red with anger. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Don't get agitated. Let's see what decision that Su clan's clan head will make." Xiao Chan was not a bloodthirsty person. However, if the Su clan's clan head made the wrong decision, he would not mind starting a massacre. Inside the hall, when the Su clan's clan head saw his fervent brothers, a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. He knew that these people missed the Su clan's position as the overlord of Scorching Flame Island. They could not endure their current sullenness. He could understand how these brothers felt. However, this was something passed down by their ancestors. Before the old ancestor died, he had warned them repeatedly. As the clan head, he did not dare to make a rash decision. Don't mention this matter. The things in there are not the old ancestors but the old ancestors' benefactors. If I really take them, how am I going to face the old ancestor after I die? After thinking for a while, the Su clan's clan head made a decision that disappointed all his brothers. Congratulations! You've made the right choice. Whoosh! Xiao Chan nimbly somersaulted and suddenly appeared in the Su clan's hall. Who is it? Xiao Chen's silent appearance frightened the group of people in the hall. The peak experts of the Su clan were all gathered here, but they did not sense his presence at all. When the Su clan's clan head sized up Xiao Chan, they discovered that he was only a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, the pressure from his aura was even more horrifying than that of a half-step Emperor Wu. The Su clan's clan head calmly waved his hand and stopped the flustered elders. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and asked, "Might I ask who you are and why you are eavesdropping on us?" Xiao Chan looked at the purple key on the table and said calmly, "I do not have any malicious intentions. The person you are waiting for is me." Sensing Xiao Chen's gaze, the Su clan's clan head grabbed the key in his hand and said with a grave expression, "I do not know what you are talking about. I am not waiting for anyone. I think you are mistaken." Not bad. Even at this moment he can still remain cautious. Xiao Chan praised the clan head in his heart. If his words caused the clan head's expression to change drastically and reveal everything, then Xiao Chan had underestimated the clan head's composure. Haha, do you need me to explain? I am the inheritor of the Thunder King. The person Emperor Su He wants you to wait for is me. The key in your hand is mine. The moment Xiao Chan spoke, the expressions of the group of people in the hall who wanted to open the Thunder King's inheritance changed. They did not expect to meet the person in question. Furthermore, the other party heard that the descendants of the protectors wanted to take the inheritance for themselves. Their expressions turned complicated. Chapter 1200. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Don't be nervous. I can understand your situation. If I were you, I would have the same thoughts. Furthermore, Lord Clan Head has made the right decision. What proof do you have?" At this point, the Su clan's clan head was already half convinced. This was because he had not said these words in the Great Hall. Since Xiao Chan could say it clearly, it was most likely correct. However, there had to be proof. Words alone were not enough. "With me around, do you still need proof?" Before Ao Jiao's anger had dissipated, she flew out of the immortal spirit ring with a dark expression. When the Su clan's clan head saw Ao Jiao's appearance, his expression finally changed. He took out a portrait from the universe ring and compared it. That's right. The ancestor said that you are the best proof. All I need is to see you. The Sioux clan's clan head put away the portrait and waved his hand at the people beside him. You all can withdraw first. I want to speak with this little brother alone. However, the eyes of these people flickered, unwilling to leave. Withdraw. The Sioux clan's clan head shouted coldly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Plop. Suddenly, an elder knelt down and said, Little brother, since you are the inheritor of this expert, you must be an outstanding talent of this great age. If you obtain the Thunder King's inheritance, please help our Sioux clan. Please help our Sioux clan. We have had a hard time in the past few years. Those people from the Wang clan have forced us into a miserable state. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike, forcibly pulling the kneeling person up. Your Sioux clan has guarded the Thunder King's inheritance for more than 1,000 years. Since I am here, I will naturally help if I can. Xiao Chan had a ruler in his heart. Before he came, he had already thought it through. He would help the Sioux clan if he could. The Wang clan only had one half-step Emperor Wu. To Xiao Chan, it was not impossible to defeat them. However, it was not worth it to expose all of his trump cards to kill this person. The best result would be for the other party to back off. This would give the Sioux clan a foothold and stop killing them and plundering their resource islands. This would be considered repaying this favor. After all, it was the Thunder King who had helped the Sioux clan's ancestor. He did not owe the other party anything. Many thanks, young master. After the few people obtained Xiao Chen's promise, they revealed expressions of joy and left one after another. Clan's head, what's wrong? Do you think I'm bragged? The Sioux clan's clan head recovered his wits and said, I do not dare. Although I am not strong enough, I still have some judgment. Given young master's strength, a regular consummation quasi-emperor should not be a match for him. But the Wang clan is, after all, a clan with half-step Emperor Wu guarding it. Even if young master obtains the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, his strength will not increase by leaps and bounds within a short period of time. My brothers are still too naive. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This Sioux clan's patriarch did have good judgment and brains. No wonder he could still maintain the Sioux clan for 500 years after the death of Emperor Su He. However, now, even if Xiao Chan did not enter the Thunder King's inheritance, he would not fear the blue-robed emperor. He could fight him to a draw. If he used that golden holy feather, killing this half-step Emperor Wu would be a piece of cake. On the side, Ao Jiao replied on behalf of Xiao Chan, Lord Patriarch is indeed perceptive, but you don't have to think too much about this matter. Xiao Chan has his own ways to solve it. Give me the key. I'll bring him in tomorrow. The Sioux clan's patriarch smiled but did not say anything in the end. Then he handed the key to Ao Jiao. Xiao Chen's anxious heart finally relaxed. Although there were some unexpected twists and turns, he still managed to resolve the matter of the Thunder King's inheritance. As for the other things that the Thunder King left behind, Xiao Chun was not very interested. The other party used a sword and he used a saber. The inheritance he could obtain was limited. However, he absolutely had to obtain the already extinct death fruit. The trip to the 8-star dragon grave made Xiao Chun realize how insignificant his strength was. He felt an extremely urgent pressure to advance to Martial Emperor. The most realistic obstacle before him was the consummation blue-robed emperor. He had to break through this hurdle quickly. Xiao Chun set a time limit of 2 months. Within 2 months he had to condense the heart of an emperor and reach the consummation blue-robed emperor realm. The night was as cold as water. The Sioux clan's patriarch arranged a secluded and spacious residence for Xiao Chun in the city lord's residence. Within the quiet courtyard, Xiao Chun did not sleep. Instead, he closed his eyes and pondered the medial-grade profound martial technique that he obtained 1,000-year hegemony establishment. After studying it for more than a month, Xiao Chun finally gained some comprehension of this medial-grade profound martial technique. He was confident that he could execute it successfully. 1,000-year hegemony establishment, not to mention its connection to the mysteries of time at its highest level, was too far away. Just from the name alone, this was a very tyrannical saber technique. The essence of this saber technique lay in the word hegemony, the tyranny of kingship. If Xianyuan Zhantian, who cultivated the state of kingship, tried this saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Although Xiao Chun did not comprehend the state of kingship, his tyrannical kingship was no weaker than those who did. Be it in the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun overcame all difficulties and killed his way to the peak, becoming the bearer of luck of the Sky Dome Realm, possessing the King True Dragon fate. Be it after coming to the Kunlun Realm or the shocking battles with the outstanding talents of the various races, Xiao Chun won all of them without exception. Xiao Chun successfully swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. Then, in the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents of the 4 seas with one move. This already gave Xiao Chun a strong aura and an unparalleled tyranny of kingship. If not for his strong aura and the formless tyranny of kingship, Xiao Chun would not have been able to subdue all the Su clan elders with his peak great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation. After a long time, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark night, his eyes gave off a dazzling light. It was like they were even more dazzling than the sun. In this instant, a boundless tyranny spread out from Xiao Chun's body. The moment Xiao Chun opened his eyes, the strong tyranny of kingship made even the dark night submit to him. Spirit, chi, and mind were all present. Xiao Chun followed his feelings and chopped down with his saber, executing the 1,000-year hegemony establishment. This caused the boundless dark night to lose its color. For the entire night, Xiao Chun executed this 1,000-year hegemony establishment. Of course, he did not use too much law energy. That would have caused too much of a commotion. The strong cultivators of the entire Scorching Flame Island would have sensed it. The reason was none other than the tyranny of kingship that this move released. It was too unyielding and vigorous, giving off the feeling of a sovereign descending on the world, the sovereign of the night. Even though Xiao Chun suppressed the might of this move, the strongest person in the city lord's residence, the Su clan's clan head, still clearly sensed it. What exactly is this person's background? He already has such strength at such a young age. He is already equal to the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. That's not right. In terms of talent, the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea cannot compare to this white-clad person. Even the youngest of the 10 outstanding talents was at least 40 years old. However, Xiao Chun looked like he was at most 30 years old. Such a person would either bring glory or destruction to the Su clan. I hope it is the former. The Su clan's clan head shook his head and stopped trying to sense Xiao Chun's situation. Then he entered his room to sleep. However, it was destined that he would not be able to sleep tonight. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun welcomed the rising sun. When he saw the purple chi coming from the east and the morning glow filling the sky, he felt a surge of vitality in his heart. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Having not slept for the entire night, he felt somewhat fatigued. He circulated his energy and spat out a mouthful of turbid chi. Only then did he feel refreshed. The Thunder King's inheritance was in an unremarkable mountain range. The key was already in Ao Jiao's hands. Ao Jiao also knew the location, so there was no need for the Su clan's clan head to find him. Xiao Chun could travel alone. After washing up, he prepared to depart. Young Master Xiao, something bad has happened. The Wang clan's supreme elder is here. He wants to see you by name. Just at this moment, a Su clan manservant rushed into Xiao Chun's courtyard in a fluster. His voice was somewhat messy. Did the news leak? The Wang clan definitely had spies in the vast city lord's residence. Xiao Chun did not make any effort to hide in the city lord's residence. It was not strange for the Wang clan to discover him. However, this was making a big fuss over a minor issue. Xiao Chun was only one of the 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Wang clan. Perhaps it was just an excuse that they did not kill him. The clan head told you to stay back for a while. Don't go out first. They are helping to block him, the manservant said somewhat fearfully. When Xiao Chun saw this, he wondered why the Su clan was so afraid of the Wang clan. Just one person came and scared the manservant to such a state. There's no need. I'll go and take a look. Don't. The clan head specifically instructed you not to go out no matter what, the manservant exclaimed. However, if Xiao Chun wanted to leave, how could he stop him? Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped a few times. Soon, he arrived at a tall building in the city lord's residence. Now he could see the scene outside the city. Only one great perfection blue-robed emperor with purple hair, red eyes, and purple hair came from the Wang clan's upper echelon. However, the entire upper echelon of the Su clan was startled. The clan head led the few remaining blue-robed emperors to wait for the Wang clan, appearing nervous. Little brother Su, are you really going to fight with me to the end? You even dare to take in someone who injured my Wang clan's people? Do you really not want to remain on Scorching Flame Island that much? Wang Feng asked indifferently as he looked coldly at this group of people. The Su clan's clan head said calmly, I think you are mistaken. The person you are looking for is not in the city lord's residence. Still trying to pretend? Haha. I advise you to hand over the person now. Otherwise, when I capture him myself, what are you going to do? Kill the entire Su clan? This was just a consummation blue-robed emperor, yet he dared to speak so boldly. Xiao Chan could no longer keep watching, so he jumped down and interrupted the Su clan's clan head. Young Master Xiao, why did you come out by yourself? The Su clan's clan head asked, somewhat flustered. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Chan, who jumped out. Xiao Chen's white clothes, delicate face, and the boundless saber intent in the depths of his eyes matched what the two injured people said. You are courageous. Little brother Su, what else do you have to say? This time, are you going to scram from Scorching Flame Island, or do I have to make a move and chase you out? The expressions of the Su clan's clan elders changed drastically, feeling enraged. Xiao Chan said indifferently, You don't seem to understand your situation. I should be the one saying that to you. Are you going to scram yourself, or do I have to make a move and chase you out? Chapter 1201. The moment Xiao Chan said this, all the Su clan elders present were shocked. To think that Xiao Chan said such arrogant words to a peak consummation blue-robed emperor. Young Master Xiao, don't be rash. He is a mixed blood of the human race, the snow demon race, and the blood demon race. Furthermore, he is a mixed blood of 3 races. He is not an ordinary consummation blue-robed emperor. Seeing Xiao Chan being so aggressive, the Su clan's clan head could not help reminding him. Even if Xiao Chan wanted to fight, he could endure for a while. It would not be too late to fight after Xiao Chan came out of the Thunder King's inheritance and grew stronger. You are so young, but you are boundlessly arrogant. Let's see how you are going to chase me out. Wang Feng shouted coldly, and the air suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his hand and condensed the water vapor in the air into an ice sword. A red light flashed on Wang Feng's body, drawing a red line on the ground. Suddenly he arrived before Xiao Chan. This was the blood demon's innate movement technique, blood shadow art. Wang Feng thrust the ice sword ferociously at Xiao Chen's chest. When it was only 30 centimeters away from Xiao Chan, the sword suddenly lengthened by 5 centimeters. This sword strike was very strange. It was incredibly strange. Wang Feng's movement technique looked like he teleported, and the sword in his hand was also made of water vapor. He could control its length at will, catching his opponent off guard. Even if his opponent dodged, he would be caught off guard. For a long time, his momentum would be suppressed and he would be at a disadvantage. This was the first time Xiao Chan faced such an opponent. His rich combat experience told him that he absolutely could not retreat. Once he retreated, he would be complying with the other party's wishes. The other party would control the tempo. The bone-chilling sharp sword was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chan in an instant. Then the sword suddenly lengthened by 1 centimeter and touched Xiao Chen's chest. What was even more critical was that Wang Feng did not stop moving. That strange blood demon movement technique created a long scarlet line on the ground, allowing him to move as fast as lightning. The jaws of the Su clan's people gaped. They had not expected Wang Feng to be so strong. He wanted to kill Xiao Chan the moment he attacked. His speed was so fast that their minds could not keep up. 1, 2, 3. However, something even stranger happened. The scene seemed to freeze. Wang Feng's sword had clearly reached Xiao Chen's chest, but it was unable to advance any further. What happened? This question appeared in everyone's mind. 3 seconds was enough to kill a person more than 10 times, but Xiao Chan was still completely fine. Only Wang Feng, who was opposite Xiao Chan, knew that 2 flames, 1 golden and 1 white, were spinning rapidly in Xiao Chen's eyes. The solar true flame and lunar true flame stuck to the surface of Xiao Chen's body, forming an invisible wall. It was this wall that blocked Wang Feng's strange killing move. If one looked closely, they would discover that the wall wasn't invisible. There were two different forces in it, which spun rapidly and chased after the flames in Xiao Chen's eyes. Retreat! Even after 3 seconds, Wang Feng still could not break this wall. He knew that his time was up, so he executed the blood shadow art, wanting to retreat quickly. I was waiting for you to retreat. As Wang Feng withdrew his sword and retreated, the flames in Xiao Chen's eyes, which had been storing up power for a long time, quickly spewed out. The invisible wall immediately turned into a yin-yang flame diagram. It gave off a golden light and materialized the 8 trigrams yin-yang and the 4 divisions. Then it followed Xiao Chen's gaze and charged forward. Bang! The yin-yang flame diagram knocked Wang Feng, who had just vanished after executing the blood shadow art. He vomited blood and flew back. What followed was a resplendent saber light that illuminated the surroundings. Wang Feng chopped out 1,000 years of hegemony, establishing a dynasty that would not be destroyed for 10,000 years. After Xiao Chan drew his saber, many cities appeared behind him, extending endlessly. As he stood on the imperial city, he looked down on the world. The tyrannical air of a king soared through the clouds. Wang Feng, who was struck, felt like he was being suppressed by a dynasty. His protective armor shattered, and horrifying wounds appeared on his body. His internal organs all cracked, and the cracks spread continuously. The tyrannical air of a king pressed down on his chest, suffocating him. 1,000 years of hegemony, who can compete with me? A medial-grade profound martial technique. Wang Feng, who was on the ground, exclaimed with some horror on his face. It was not that he had never seen a medial-grade profound martial technique before. It was just that he had not seen the great perfection blue-robed emperor execute a medial-grade profound martial technique so proficiently. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and did not stand on ceremony with Wang Feng. Scram! Don't let me see you again. Also, don't use me as an excuse to deal with the Su clan. I was the one who injured your men. If you have anything to say, come at me. If I find out that you did it again, I will kill you. For every person of the Su clan that dies, I will kill 10 people of the Wang clan. You can try if you don't believe me. When Wang Feng saw Xiao Chen's calm appearance, he felt defeated before an outstanding young talent for the first time. At this moment, although Wang Feng could barely put up a fight, when he saw Xiao Chen execute a medial-grade profound martial technique without turning red, he lost the courage to continue fighting. After Wang Feng stood up with much difficulty, he wanted to say something ruthless to give himself a way out. However, when he saw the cold murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. For some reason, Wang Feng had a premonition that if he said anything else, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Wang Feng glared hatefully at Xiao Chen. Then without saying anything, he turned around and left. If Xiao Chen had seen Wang Feng's expression after he turned around, he would have guessed that this matter would not end just like that. Seeing Wang Feng leave in a sorry state, the Su clan's people felt somewhat stupefied. They could not understand how the battle ended so quickly. Furthermore, it was Xiao Chen who won. Wang Feng, who could be considered a peak character of Scorching Flame Island, lost to Xiao Chen in just 2 moves. Xiao Chen had lost without even making a sound. Young Master Xiao, many thanks. The Su clan's clan head stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. When the Su clan's clan head said that Xiao Chen wanted to come at him, he felt extremely touched. Xiao Chen returned the bow and said, "You are too polite. If the Su clan's half-step Emperor Wu comes to kill his way over, I will deal with him immediately after I return." Naturally, Xiao Chen did not think that Wang Feng would swallow this down so easily. He would definitely ask the Wang clan's clan head to come out and regain face. The Su clan's clan head said, "You can go in peace. There is no need to worry too much about the Su clan's half-step Emperor Wu. He will not dare to act recklessly." Xiao Chen glanced at this person. He believed that what this person said might be true. Otherwise, the Su clan would not have been able to remain on the island for more than 500 years despite being so much weaker. The Su clan definitely had some trump cards that the Wang clan feared. For example, some favors from Su He. After performing a cupped fist salute and saying no more, Xiao Chen soared into the air and headed for the Thunder King's inheritance in the mountain range. "Big brother, do you think that he can block the Wang clan's half-step Emperor Wu after he comes out?" As some people looked at Xiao Chen's back, they were filled with hope and some nervousness. The Su clan's clan head shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. I simply cannot see through this youth. Perhaps the strength that he revealed is just the tip of the iceberg." The tip of the iceberg? When the others heard this, they felt somewhat confused. If defeating the consummation blue-robed emperor was just the tip of the iceberg, then how strong was this white-clad person? In the desolate mountain range, Xiao Chun stopped in front of a cliff that did not look special. There were thousands or even hundreds of such cliffs in the mountain range. He could not make out anything special about them. From the perspective of a geomancy vein, this cliff looked ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring. Holding the purple key, she took a look and said, "This is the place." Xiao Chun looked forward and saw an ordinary stone wall in front. If not for Ao Jiao saying that this was the entrance to the Thunder King's inheritance, he would not even bother to look at it. What you see is just an illusion. The Thunder King laid a bewildering formation here. It is actually a bewildering formation. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. What kind of bewildering formation is this for it to be so profound? Even with Xiao Chen's strong mental energy, he could not sense anything at all. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged as he sent his spiritual sense in. In the end, he found nothing. He could not sense anything different. Ao Jiao covered her mouth and smiled. "Don't waste your energy. This is a bewildering formation from the ancient immortal epoch. The Thunder King can only execute it because he has a formation flag." Xiao Chen understood and stopped probing. The immortals of the immortal epoch cultivated magic energy. Comparing mental energy with them was like showing off before an expert, overestimating himself. Ao Jiao withdrew her smile, revealing an expression of nostalgia and sadness. In the end, this place was a sad place for her. After 1,000 years, she could not help but think of Xiao Chun feeling sad. When Xiao Chun sensed this, he consoled, "Don't be too sad. I will definitely help you investigate the cause of the Thunder King's death." "Idiot, that's what I'm worried about," Ao Jiao muttered to herself. Then she looked helplessly at Xiao Chun. Then she started to break the bewildering formation. As she formed profound hand seals, Ao Jiao's hands gave off a dazzling light. A multicolored light shone on the stone wall. The stone wall before Xiao Chun became increasingly faint and thin, looking transparent. When she finished forming the hand seals, it vanished completely. A red formation flag flew into Ao Jiao's hands. Then she handed it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. This was such a powerful formation flag. In the future, whether it was for escaping or trapping enemies, it could be considered a divine tool. Don't overthink. When the Thunder King obtained it, he could not use it. He barely managed to use it once. Now it is probably trash. Before Xiao Chun finished speaking, the formation flag in Xiao Chen's hand slowly crumbled. Then it scattered with the wind and disappeared. Xiao Chun rubbed his nose. When he reacted, he realized that Ao Jiao was purposely teasing him. He could not help smiling. When the stone wall vanished, the true appearance of the entrance to the Thunder King's inheritance appeared before Xiao Chun. It was a tightly shut stone door, simple and unadorned. Ao Jiao stepped forward and inserted the purple key into the keyhole. After twisting it a few times, the stone door opened. The door to the Thunder King's inheritance officially opened to Xiao Chun. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chun walked in with large strides. Immediately, he was dazzled by the dazzling array of items in the treasury. Most of them are the Thunder King's spoils of war. There are also some treasures that the Thunder King obtained from exploring ancient ruins. There are also some of the Thunder King's cultivation experiences. Let me think, where are the death fruits that you want? They are really messy. Chapter 1202. As Ao Jiao strolled around the treasure trove, she explained the origins of the Thunder King's inheritance and recalled the location of the death fruit. It had been too long, so she could not remember. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's attention was focused on a purple crystal on a stone platform in the center of the treasure trove. It was simply too beautiful. The crystal was about half the size of a human head, looking like a resplendent diamond. A nimble electric light swam in the center of the crystal. That light seemed to have a life of its own, changing into all sorts of shapes. It gave off a gentle purple light, mesmerizing people with one glance. This was especially so for a lightning-attributed cultivator like Xiao Chan. With one glance he was completely captivated. As a result, Xiao Chan did not hear what Ao Jiao said at all, forgetting that his main purpose in coming to the Thunder King's inheritance was actually the death fruit. Xiao Chan asked somewhat anxiously, "Little Ao Jiao, what is that electric light in the purple crystal?" When Ao Jiao, who was currently searching for the death fruit, heard this question, she retorted somewhat angrily, "What are you looking at? Did you not hear what I said earlier?" Xiao Chan smiled awkwardly and asked, "What did you say earlier?" Ao Jiao could not help but feel frustrated. The moment this fellow came in, it was like she was helping him search for the death fruit. In the end, after speaking for so long, he did not hear her at all. Seeing that Ao Jiao's expression was off, Xiao Chan quickly reacted and apologized. There was no helping it. This mysterious purple crystal was simply too attractive. Otherwise, Xiao Chan would not have not heard anything Ao Jiao said. In reality, Xiao Chan was rather surprised by the harvest from the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. After the harvest from the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, Xiao Chan did not hold much hope for the Thunder King's inheritance. Furthermore, one was a saber and the other was a sword. It would be hard for them to provide any real help. Who knew, the moment Xiao Chan entered the Thunder King's inheritance, he would be attracted by this mysterious purple crystal. This is the innate thunder crystal. When one's will of thunder reaches 100% comprehension and breaks through the bottleneck of will, it will transform into a soul crystal. His will has completely solidified, turning into a purple crystal. This is one of the few standards to measure Emperor Wu's strength. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. After the saber soul reached 100% comprehension, it would form a saber domain. In the future, one's will would completely materialize and become an innate thunder crystal. The innate thunder crystal and the acquired thunder will code represented two completely different profoundness. There was a huge difference in the control of thunder energy. Ao Jiao continued, "What you see is the Thunder King's innate thunder crystal. It has reached the 4th rank and has formed a thunder soul inside. It can be considered the most formal treasure among the Thunder King's relics. For an ordinary Emperor Wu to completely materialize his own attribute will was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, it required extremely high comprehension ability and fortuitous encounters. Even if one cultivated their will to consummation, they would not be able to materialize it. However, not only did Sangmu leave behind an innate thunder crystal, but it had also reached the 4th rank and nurtured a thunder soul. Its value was easy to imagine. A thought occurred to Xiao Chan. He was a lightning-attributed cultivator himself. Furthermore, his will of thunder had reached great perfection long ago. He asked, "Ao Jiao, with my current strength, can I absorb the innate thunder crystal that the Thunder King left behind?" Ao Jiao smiled and replied, "Naturally you can. Otherwise, why would I bring you to the Thunder King's relics? However, you cannot completely absorb it. You will have to wait until you reach Emperor Wu before you can completely absorb it and inherit it." After Ao Jiao spoke, she stretched out her hand, and the beautiful purple crystal left the stone platform and flew into Ao Jiao's hand. "Place this thunder crystal into your sea of consciousness and slowly absorb it. Remember, don't be too anxious. Otherwise, a small explosion will injure your spiritual soul. If it is serious, you might end up becoming an idiot." Ao Jiao had a serious expression as she handed the thunder crystal to Xiao Chan. Then she reminded him a few times, "Give it a try first. I will continue to help you search for the death fruit. It has been so many years. I don't even remember where I put it." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he received the innate thunder crystal from Ao Jiao's hand. It was hard to imagine that the energy of the will of thunder could completely materialize. This already defied the logic of Xiao Chen's previous life. It ignored the laws of physics. The purple thunder crystal floated quietly in Xiao Chen's palm. Naturally, the most interesting thing was the nimble purple electric light inside. According to what Ao Jiao said, this was a thunder soul. Only when the innate thunder crystal reached rank 4 could one condense a thunder soul. An innate thunder crystal with a soul, and one without a soul differed by another grade. Xiao Chen finally understood why the Thunder King could challenge the Prime Thunder King, when he just advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Furthermore, he only lost to the Thunder King by one move. Common sense could no longer be used to describe such a person with such astonishing talent. For now Xiaochen did not think too much. He found a prayer mat in the cave of the Thunder King's inheritance and sat down cross-legged. Then he overlapped his palms, and the innate thunder crystal lay quietly in his palms. The will of thunder and Xiaochen's sea of consciousness felt a strange sense of familiarity with the innate thunder crystal. Without needing Xiaochen to control it, it felt an urge to absorb the innate thunder crystal into his sea of consciousness. Instead of feasting on it, Xiaochen had to suppress this urge, letting it absorb this innate thunder crystal step by step. The magnificent purple thunder crystal slowly floated up. When it reached the same height as Xiaochen's forehead, a strong suction came from his forehead. A strong suction force came from between Xiaochen's eyebrows, covering the thunder crystal and quickly pulling it into his sea of consciousness. In the boundless sea of consciousness, the form of Xiaochen's will, the purple lightning talisman, slowly spread out according to Xiaochen's thoughts, turning into dense purple motes of light. The purple motes of light that looked like a sea of stars surrounded the innate thunder crystal. They were like moths flying into a flame, surging over and sticking to the surface of the crystal. The thousands of purple motes of light were like newborn babies sticking to the surface of the crystal, absorbing it in large gulps. The entire process of absorbing the innate thunder crystal was very natural. There was no need for Xiaochen to guide it. It was like an innate ability. This saved Xiaochen a lot of effort. All he needed to do was control the rate of absorption. As Xiaochen slowly absorbed the energy in the innate thunder crystal, a purple electric light appeared on the surface of his body. Crackling electric currents appeared in the air of the entire cave. Xiaochen could clearly feel that his will of thunder, which had not improved for a long time, was rapidly improving. In just a few breaths, the power of thunder that Xiaochen grasped had already strengthened significantly. If one could not control it, it would be easy for one to become addicted to it. One would not know where one's limits were, causing one to explode. Fortunately, Xiaochen was sufficiently calm. When he felt that it was about time, he immediately forced the motes of light on the innate thunder crystal to scatter back. This was something that required a lot of willpower. The difficulty was like getting a drug addict to stop what he was doing. Pussy eye. A light flashed on Xiaochen's forehead, and the purple innate thunder crystal was forced out. When he opened his eyes, Xiaochen heaved a long sigh of relief. When he looked at the innate thunder crystal in his hand, it had shrunk slightly. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice this subtle difference. One would not be able to sense anything different from before. So I only absorbed this much, Xiaochen muttered to himself as he put away the innate thunder crystal. Let's see how much stronger the will of thunder has become. With a thought, the form of the will of thunder, the purple talisman, flew out from his forehead. Xiaochen held it in his hand and fiddled with it. Compared to before, aside from the stronger energy contained in this purple lightning talisman, there were also some other differences. But he couldn't pinpoint what they were. After a while, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He finally remembered what was different. The purple lightning talisman had become more realistic. As it lay in his hand, it looked like a talisman and not the form of the will of thunder. Although it could not compare to the materialized innate thunder crystal, such an improvement was still visible. Xiaochen could not help feeling some anticipation. If this purple lightning talisman completely materialized in the future, would it have some of the charm of the divine lightning talisman in misleading Fog Lake, achieving an unexpected effect? Xiaochen let the talisman return to his sea of consciousness. Then he stood up and checked himself. Although his cultivation did not increase, the improvement of the will of thunder increased his combat prowess by at least 20%. The most direct manifestation of this was the improvement of the might of his lightning saber soul. I found it. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao let out a cry of pleasant surprise. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and quickly walked over. It was as he expected. What Ao Jiao found was the death fruit that he yearned for even in his dreams. This was a strange fruit that was completely formed from the condensation of the aura of death. With just a glance, one could feel the dense aura of death, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Aside from the ghost race and corpse race cultivators who cultivated the death Tao, no one would like this aura. It really is the death fruit. However, right now, when Xiaochen saw this genuine death fruit, his face filled with joy. I did not lie to you, right? I said it was here and it was here. However, I cannot help you with the flower of life after that. You can only rely on yourself. Xiao Chun put away the death fruit and said, there is no need to worry about that. As long as it is not extinct, I am confident of finding it in the human demon sea. How to find it? Of course, he would use resources to exchange for it. He did not believe that he would not be able to find it if he offered 10 or 100 times the price. After all, although this flower of life was precious, it was not at the level of an unparalleled divine herb. After putting away the death fruit, Xiao Chun felt more relaxed as he explored the Thunder King's inheritance. He also became more casual as he wandered around. Ao Jiao accompanied Xiao Chun, acting as a free guide. She explained how each treasure came to be and what happened at that time. She was very familiar with them, speaking in great detail. In terms of scale, the treasures here were definitely not as vast as the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove on Heavenly Star Island. However, the total value was not that much lower. The Thunder King's inheritance was more exquisite, and did not have as many black astral coins, divine materials, or other common resources. They were all peak secret treasures, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills. Xiao Chun was not too interested in these. Even if Xiao Chun had an emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not be able to use it. It would not be as easy as using a peak-quality king-grade secret treasure. Chapter 1203. On the other hand, Xiao Chun valued some of the Thunder King's cultivation insights. There were detailed records of Emperor Wu's cultivation after that. Emperor Wu already stood at the top of the pyramid of this world. Any information about Emperor Wu, be it his cultivation or his martial techniques or destructive prowess, would be hard to find out. Without reaching that level of cultivation and entering that circle, outsiders would find it hard to understand. With the Thunder King's cultivation insights, Xiao Chun could take a peek into Emperor Wu's circle in advance. However, no matter how uninterested he was, anything here could be sold for a sky-high price if it was casually thrown out. As Xiao Chun walked around, he listened to Ao Jiao's detailed explanation. Then he nodded and casually swept it into his universe ring. This is a set of treasured sabers known as the 7 deadly sins. They correspond to pride, envy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. All of them are divine weapons. Back then, the Thunder King spent a lot of effort to defeat the original owner and obtain this set of sabers. Not bad. If the 7 divine weapons are combined, their might would be no weaker than a transcendent divine weapon. This is truly good stuff. I'll take it. This is the Snow Ginseng King that has lived for 50,000 years. It can increase Emperor Wu's cultivation by 100 years. Back then, he snatched it from under the noses of a group of sovereign martial emperors in the heart of the ocean. It can even increase Emperor Wu's cultivation. It truly lives up to being an herb king. I'll take it. This is a medial-grade profound martial technique. Unfortunately, it is a sword Dao martial technique. You will not be able to learn it. Haha, it is not unfortunate. There are more people who study the sword than the saber in this world. If you change hands, you will be able to fetch a sky-high price. I'll take it. This medallion seems to be an ancestral keepsake of one of the 9 ranks of the great families. I wonder if this sect still exists. An ancestral keepsake? That is definitely not an ordinary item. I'll take it. This is a soul-charming grass. It is a peak-grade divine herb for nourishing the soul. It is also very valuable. However, you cannot take it. This is what I want. By the time Ao Jiao finished explaining, there was not a single treasure left in the hall. Xiao Chun had kept all of them into his universe ring. Although Xiao Chun had no use for the things here at the moment, and many of them might not even be of use in the future. However, every single one of them was priceless, and every single one of them was an unimaginable harvest for ordinary people. The treasures that the Thunder King left behind were all of high quality. It would be a pity to lose any one of them. To Xiao Chun, the most practical items were naturally the innate thunder crystal and the death fruit. The former contained boundless energy. Xiao Chun did not know how strong his will of thunder would become after he finished devouring it. Perhaps before he reached Emperor Wu's level, he had already materialized his will of thunder and formed his own innate thunder crystal. As for the latter, its practicality was self-evident. It was one of the two necessities for cultivating the life and death art. After looking around the empty Thunder King treasure trove, Ao Jiao sighed, somewhat speechless. From now on, the heavy mark of the Thunder King in this world was gone. Xiao Chun, I would like to stay here for a while longer, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chun nodded to indicate his understanding. As the saying went, seeing something reminds one of the person. When one revisited an old place, it was hard not to recall the people and matters of the past. Xiao Chun needed to properly digest the shock that the innate thunder crystal brought him. Now that it was very difficult to raise one's cultivation, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Chun to raise his combat prowess. To Xiao Chun, Sang Mu's innate thunder crystal was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. As Xiao Chun absorbed the energy of the innate thunder crystal, he familiarized himself with the might of the strengthened lightning saber soul. Hence he was not bored. After 1 hour, Ao Jiao tossed the key into the treasure trove. Then she closed the heavy stone doors with a creak. The history of the Thunder King was completely sealed behind these stone doors. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, not knowing what to say. He thought about how he had only met the Thunder King once. That was not a true meeting, just the mental mark that the Thunder King left on his weapon. However, from this one meeting, Xiao Chun knew what kind of person the Thunder King was. Xiao Chun felt it was a great pity for the Thunder King's death. Xiao Chun swore to himself that one day, he would find the true murderer of the Thunder King. Then he would cast aside the dense fog and kill the enemy hiding in the shadows. Ao Jiao's expression recovered somewhat. She smiled faintly and said, "Where are we going now? Are we going directly to the large merchant associations to search for news of the Flower of Life? Or are we going to the Su clan first?" Xiao Chun answered without hesitation, "Let's go to the Su clan first. It is better to deal with the matter that we promised those people first. I also want to know if there is still a gap between me and the half-step Emperor Wu." If everything went as expected when Wang Feng returned, he would definitely tell the half-step Emperor Wu, who oversaw the Su clan, about his encounter at the Su clan. Hence, before Wang Feng left, he reminded Wang Feng that if the Wang clan's half-step Emperor Wu really came to kill him, Wang Feng should deal with him first and not clash head-on. Wang Feng should wait until he returned. The Su clan city was built in this vast mountain range. It was not very far from the Thunder King's inheritance. Xiao Chun did not spend much time before he rushed back to the city lord's residence. The instant Xiao Chun landed, he felt that something was wrong. The guards at the city lord's residence were nowhere to be seen. Even the signboard of the city lord's residence had been torn in half. The aura of an intense battle lingered in the air. Xiao Chun's expression changed as he rushed in. In the end, he discovered that there was not a single person in the city lord's residence. Occasionally, there were bloodstains on the ground. The signs of a battle were very obvious. However, it was not particularly intense. The entire city lord's residence was still relatively intact. After searching the city lord's residence, Xiao Chun did not see a single living person or corpse. This was extremely strange. Xiao Chun frowned and entered deep thought. The city lord's residence was not severely damaged. This meant that the battle did not take long. For someone to be able to sweep through the entire Su clan city lord's residence so quickly, there was only one possibility. That half-step Emperor Wu of the Wang clan had personally made a move. Not only that, but all the peak experts of the Wang clan had also made a move. It looks like I said something that I should not have. I hope that I did not cause any big trouble. Before Xiao Chun let Wang Feng go, he had said that for every Su clan member he killed, he would kill 10 Wang clan members. Perhaps this had touched the other party's reverse scale. Since the other party did not know of Xiao Chun's reputation, they might go berserk. This was especially so for the half-step Emperor Wu of the Wang clan. When he heard that this was just a brat of unknown origins, he might go even more extreme. "You had best not do anything stupid. I am not someone who jokes around." Seeing that the city lord's residence was empty, Xiao Chun's expression turned cold. After saying this with eyes filled with killing chi, his figure flashed and he left the city lord's residence. With such a huge commotion, the ordinary people in the city should have heard some news. Right now, Xiao Chun only wanted to know what had happened to the Su clan members. Were they dead or alive? "Are you asking about the Su clan? What is your relationship with the Su clan?" Xiao Chun asked casually as he stopped a passerby in the city. When the passerby heard Xiao Chun's question, his expression changed drastically, turning cautious. I have nothing to do with the Su clan. I was just going to look for a friend. In the end, when I went to the city lord's residence, I discovered that it was completely empty. Just help me out and tell me what happened. The passerby's expression made Xiao Chun's heart sink. So he took out some black astral coins and handed them over. After the passerby received the black astral coins, his expression improved. He said, 2 days ago, the Wang clan's clan head suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation. Then, he led all the elites of the Wang clan and charged into the city lord's residence. Using the strength of the half-step Emperor Wu, he swept through all the experts of the Su clan and brought them all to Scorching Flame City. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He asked, since the Wang clan is so strong, why did they let the Su clan exist for so long? Why did they not make a move earlier? This is something you do not know. The Su clan's ancestor, Emperor Su He, had some good friends when he was alive. Although the Wang clan had friends as well, they did not dare to make things too ugly. They only tried to force the Su clan out of Scorching Flame Island. This time, I heard that the Su clan hired a helper to injure a supreme elder of the Wang clan, angering the Wang clan's clan head. So they did not bother to give him any face. Xiao Chun sent this person away and entered deep thought. He made a move 2 days ago. 2 days ago, it happened to be around the time when Xiao Chun entered the Thunder King's inheritance. The Su clan moved really fast. Wang Feng did not take Xiao Chun's advice to heart at all. Does he really think that I am just a great perfection blue-robed emperor? It looks like Xiao Chun is indeed too kind at times. A light flashed and Xiao Chun soared into the air. Then he quickly flew towards the core of the island, Scorching Flame City. Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then he flew as fast as he could, as fast as lightning. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised to discover that the strengthening of his will of thunder allowed him to control lightning-attributed energy even more smoothly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiao Chun broke through the previous limit of 12 steps. Now, he could take 15 steps in an instant. When he executed the Thunder Dragon chop after 15 steps, its might would probably double. This was a pleasant surprise. Not only did it increase the speed of Thunder Dragon steps, but it also increased the might of the Thunder Dragon chop. Inside Scorching Flame City, the Su clan's clan head, the group of elders, and the Su clan's disciples were all severely injured in the largest plaza in the city. Tied with ropes, Xiao Chun knelt in front of the many cultivators in the plaza. A Wang clan bladesman holding a large saber stood beside every kneeling Su clan member. With one order they could decapitate all the Su clan members, dying without a complete corpse. The Wang clan's clan head, Wang Feng, and the other Wang clan cultivators stood on a tall platform in the plaza, looking down coldly at this group of prisoners. The Wang clan's clan head, Wang Yang, sat in the middle. His aged face was cold and filled with killing qi. He was expressionless, and the might that flowed out of his body inspired fear in everyone who looked at him. The aura of the half-step Emperor Wu made him the center of attention just by sitting there. Wang Yang looked indifferently at the Su clan's clan head and said, Su Tianyun, all these years, I have not completely wiped out your Su clan. You know the reason. It is not that I, Wang Yang, do not have the ability to do so. It is that your dead ancestor still has some influence. However, don't think that I can't do anything to you. Chapter 1204. The Su clan's clan head, Su Tianyun, had a fatigued expression. Wounds covered his body as he pleaded. This time I was wrong. I do not want to ask for too much. How about giving my Su clan's juniors a way out? Crippling their cultivations and turning them into ordinary people would be fine. Just sparing their lives would be sufficient. Wang Yang said coldly, Now you know to beg me? It's not that I did not give you a chance. However, not only did you not grasp it, but you even brought people to injure several of my Wang clan's elders. You even spouted nonsense saying that for every person I killed from your Su clan, I would kill 10 from my Wang clan. You are truly overturning the heavens. At the end of his speech, Wang Yang showed a furious expression as he suddenly stood up. The half-step Emperor Wu's strong aura immediately spread out, forcing the cultivators watching outside the plaza to take a few steps back involuntarily. Today I will kill your entire Su clan. Let's see how you are going to take revenge on my Wang clan." The moment Wang Yang said this, the expressions of all the Su clan members kneeling on the ground changed drastically. Their eyes filled with horror at the impending death. Su Tianyun clenched his teeth. There was no horror in his eyes, only some regret. The appearance of Xiao Chun did not have much to do with the Su clan falling into such a state. He was just the fuse. Actually, Su Tianyun should have realized that the old ancestors' favor would not last for long. Su Tianyun was once so glorious. Now he was just a dead man. Furthermore, he had been dead for 500 years. As time passed, those relationships of the past were no longer reliable. However, Su Tianyun could not see it clearly. He thought that if he dragged things out, there would be a day when the situation would change, allowing the Su clan to become the overlord of Scorching Flame Island again. Unfortunately, that day did not come. Instead, Su Tianyun missed the opportunity to leave, turning his entire clan into prisoners, waiting to be slaughtered. Actually, Su Tianyun could not be blamed. If not for fulfilling the old ancestors' promise, he would not have remained on this Scorching Flame Island. Compared to the Su clan's elders, Wang Yang was much more indifferent to his attachment to power. The Wang clan's clan head, Wang Yang, swept his gaze around like he was waiting for someone to appear. However, after a while, no one appeared. He retracted his gaze, made a gesture and said indifferently, "Do it." Immediately, the Wang clan bladesmen in the plaza raised their butcher knives. When they landed, the heads of all the Su clan cultivators would fall to the ground. Many of the cultivators watching from outside the plaza could not bear to watch. Who would have thought that the once mighty Su clan would fall to such a state? Killing chi permeated the plaza. Many of the Su clan descendants could not help but start sobbing. Clang! Just then, a resonant saber hum suddenly rang out outside the city. The sound wave carried with it a boundlessly powerful saber intent, blowing away the thick clouds in the sky. Suddenly, the sunlight doubled in brightness. All the bladesmen in the plaza felt like they could not hold on to their weapons. As the saber hum rang out, it trembled violently. Finally, it struggled free with a boom and flew into the air. The Wang clan bladesman, who was about to make a move, was no exception. In the sky above the square, countless sabers of all kinds were gathered. They buzzed and trembled, forming a shocking spectacle. What a strong saber intent! That person's saber soul is at least 50% comprehended. This is an incredible bladesman. With one saber hum, he shocked the thousands of bladesmen in the plaza. This is really shocking. Could this person be the mysterious bladesman who injured several of the Wang clan elders? In an instant, the square became chaotic. Everyone's gazes turned to the source of the sound, and they were extremely curious. The Wang clan's clan head, who sat in the middle of the tall platform, was not shocked. Instead, he rejoiced. A heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Pusii! A purple lightning dragon streaked across the sky. It was so fast that no one could catch it with the naked eye. Everywhere it passed, the strong saber intent shattered all the treasured sabers in the sky. When the lightning dragon landed, it turned into a white figure holding a saber. Who else could it be but Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun clapped his hands, and a boundless saber chi swept through the plaza in a seemingly chaotic manner. The ropes binding the Su clan's people all shattered. "I have been searching for you for 2 days, but I did not see you. I thought that you were a coward, running off without a trace after taking the Thunder King's inheritance. Unexpectedly, you really dared to show yourself." Wang Yang smiled faintly as he said something unperturbed, surprising Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, Wang Yang also knew about the existence of the Thunder King's inheritance, and even laid a trap for Xiao Chun. Although Xiao Chun was surprised, his face did not change at all. No one could tell what he was thinking, making him appear unfathomable. "Hand over the Thunder King's inheritance, and I'll let you live. Also, I can spare the Su clan's trash." Wang Yang had heard about the news of the Thunder King's inheritance long ago. After all, Su he had been on Scorching Flame Island for more than 1,000 years. There would always be some clues about it. As the local tyrant of Scorching Flame Island, as long as Wang Yang investigated seriously, he would be able to find some clues and find out the truth. However, the information Wang Yang obtained was that unless one truly possessed the inheritance, even if one obtained the Su clan's key, it would be difficult to enter the Thunder King's inheritance. Hence, Wang Yang had not tried to force his way in. He did not hold much hope for the Thunder King's inheritance either. Firstly, this piece of meat was too juicy, and Wang Yang was afraid of choking himself. Secondly, the Thunder King's inheritance was not easy to enter. However, Wang Yang had already figured out Xiao Chen's identity through the spies in the city lord's residence. Naturally, Wang Yang could not miss out on the Thunder King's inheritance that delivered itself to him. At most, he would just give the peak treasures to the faction behind him. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "This is rare. You laid such a big trap to bait me. Do you really think that you can defeat me?" Wang Yang revealed a mocking smile. There is no lack of demonic geniuses and outstanding talents in the human demon sea. As a consummation blue-robed emperor, he could defeat the half-step Emperor Wu. However, you are a great perfection blue-robed emperor. It is impossible for you to defeat me. I hope that you will not make a decision that you will regret. Xiao Chen ignored Wang Yang. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, who stood beside Wang Yang. When Wang Feng saw Xiao Chen look over, he instinctively felt some fear and took a step back. Wang Feng could not help but think. Then he cursed in his heart, with the clan head guarding here. Why am I afraid of this brat? What are you looking at? Are you thinking of killing me? Wang Feng cursed boldly. Xiao Chen said indifferently, there is no need to be in such a rush to die. It is not your turn yet. Half-step Emperor Wu Wang Yang, do you dare to fight me? Xiao Chen stepped forward and glared at Wang Yang. If he wanted to kill Wang Feng, he had to kill this half-step Emperor Wu first. As long as this half-step Emperor Wu Wang Yang died, none of the Wang clan cultivators would be able to block 10 moves from him. The white-clad Xiao Chen faced the unperturbed half-step Emperor Wu in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he issued his challenge. You want to fight me? Interesting. Receive one move from me first. Wang Yang put on airs, looking down on Xiao Chen. He did not accept Xiao Chen's challenge. Without even standing up, he threw a palm strike. Boom! When Wang Yang threw a palm strike, mysterious phenomena appeared behind him. A pillar of fire soared into the sky, instantly burning half the sky. With this palm strike, a strong will of fire appeared without a doubt. Wang Yang truly lived up to being a soul blood demon with a high demonic flame demon bloodline. When the palm wind swept over, a startling heat wave formed a huge, formless flaming hand. It was like a heaven-subduing rock pressing down. He truly lives up to being the strongest overlord of Scorching Flame Island. Wang Yang's palm strike is really strong. I wonder where this white-clad person came from. A great perfection blue-robed emperor dares to challenge a half-step Emperor Wu? He must be tired of living. He overestimates himself. The 10 outstanding talents can challenge a half-step Emperor Wu. That is because they are consummation blue-robed emperors. This white-clad bladesman is too confident. It seems like since ancient times, not many people have been able to cross 2 cultivation realms and defeat a half-step Emperor Wu. The crowd, which originally held some expectations for Xiao Chen, all turned to Wang Yang's side after they saw Wang Yang's strength. They shook their heads and sighed. I hope you can continue putting on airs. Xiao Chen replied indifferently. Then, he pushed off the ground and unleashed his peak consummation will of thunder. Thunderclouds instantly filled the sky, and thunder roared, encasing a large area behind Xiao Chen. His vast and majestic aura actually seemed to overshadow Wang Yang's blazing sky. This was still not enough. With a thought, Xiao Chen brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul. The saber soul merged with the will of thunder, forming a strong lightning saber soul. As Xiao Chen stood there, he looked like a divine weapon burning with electricity. Just as the palm wind was about to arrive, he drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. A magnificent purple blade light was unleashed, accompanied by thunderclaps that resounded in the sky and lightning that tore the sky apart. Xiao Chen shouted, and Wang Yang's palm strike, which was burning with flames and had an overwhelming aura, broke with one saber strike. Relaxed and casual. In terms of aura, Xiao Chen was no weaker than Wang Yang's. Xiao Chen used the simplest action to silently tell everyone here. Wang Yang, you are not qualified to put on airs before me. This was like a resounding slap on Wang Yang's ear. Not only is the white-robed Xiao Chen qualified to fight with you, But he can also easily break the martial technique you used to test me. Kill. This was the first time Xiao Chun faced the half-step Emperor Wu head-on. He did not hold anything back. He unleashed his strong will of thunder and his 60% comprehended saber soul. With the consummation will of thunder, the 60% comprehended saber soul, and Xiao Chun's 10,000 heavenly laws, Xiao Chun did not lose to Wang Yang in terms of strength. In terms of strength, Xiao Chun did not lose to Wang Yang at all. Even though Wang Yang was a half-step martial emperor, he did not lose at all. When Xiao Chun flew over, he startled the Wang clan's people. They quickly fled, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves of the battle. The shockwaves from the flames and saber chi scattered everywhere. The rescued Su clan's people in the plaza and the surrounding cultivators quickly scattered, distancing themselves from the battlefield. The seated Wang Yang could no longer maintain his calm and indifferent appearance when Xiao Chun broke the palm wind and sent out a resplendent and dazzling saber strike. Chapter 1205. A pair of black divine metal gloves appeared on Wang Yang's hands. He clenched them into fists and shouted a war cry as he stood up and punched. This punch was Wang Yang's signature killing move. When he punched, 18 pillars of fire burst out from behind him, looking like they wanted to shatter the sky. However, this punch that Wang Yang placed his hopes on failed to gain an overwhelming advantage, knocking back Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun executed the Thunder Dragon Chop. He took 12 steps. With each step, 1,000 purple lightning dragons shot out from under his feet, baring their fangs and roaring ferociously. By the time Xiao Chun finished his 12 steps, more than 10,000 lightning dragons had gathered behind him. The huge scene of 10,000 dragons soaring in the air pressed down on Wang Yang. At the start, Wang Yang had put on airs and refused to stand up. By the time he stood up, he discovered that he had already lost the initiative against Xiao Chun, whose aura had erupted. There was a price to pay for putting on airs. Bang! The saber light and the fist light clashed. Countless cracks immediately appeared under the two's feet. The entire vast plaza instantly crumbled. Dust flew everywhere, and all the buildings in the square were instantly blown to smithereens. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wang Yang's lips. Xiao Chun's tyrannical saber strike pressed his body into the ground. Horror flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. He discovered that his greatest advantage in cultivation was useless against Xiao Chun. For some reason, Xiao Chun, who was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, actually had a will of thunder that reached the peak, even higher than Wang Yang's. Xiao Chun's saber soul had even reached 60% comprehension. This was incredible. Without giving Wang Yang any time to think, Xiao Chun took the initiative and gained the upper hand. Then, he executed the 1,000-year hegemony establishment again. The densely packed city looked like a banner. As Xiao Chun stood on the imperial capital, he swung his saber and materialized an immortal dynasty with the tyranny of kingship. The saber light contained the luck of a dynasty for 1,000 years. When the will of thunder reached its peak, Xiao Chun gained a new comprehension of the 1,000-year hegemony establishment. Every time he executed it, it was much better than the previous time. Standing on the imperial city, one figure after another appeared amidst the mysterious phenomena. They knelt in all directions and called out loudly, "Long live our emperor, the Azure Dragon King!" Throughout the ages, the dynasty would not be destroyed. The heart of a king would always be domineering. This saber strike displayed the domineering aura of a king whose heart was higher than the sky, and who looked down on all outstanding talents, giving off an overwhelming aura. I don't care if you are a half-step Emperor Wu, you have to kneel on the ground. This peerlessly tyrannical saber strike shocked everyone. No one expected Xiao Chun to erupt with such a startling medial-grade profound martial technique. As a great perfection blue-robed emperor, it was already not easy for him to use a medial-grade profound martial technique as a killing move. However, now not only did Xiao Chun execute